Our program for the symposium is Resilient Minds, Innovative Practice, Adapting to the Unfolding Legal Landscape. We have the keynote from Honorable Justice Geoffrey Kirabire. And in our presence, we also have the President, Uganda Law Society, and the CEO, Uganda Law Society. Our program is going to run as follows. We have introduction, remarks by the committee head, Young Lawyers, opening remarks by our President, Uganda Law Society, keynote speech, plenary, and then panel discussions that will happen till 11. This year, we're going to be looking at different aspects. One, from a judge's perspective, the corporate skills that you need as lawyers, and then expanding horizons for today in regards to lawyers in government and civil society. Then in the afternoon, we'll have wisdom in regards to financial management that we all need, and discuss with senior lawyers what to do to make it in the practice. So without further ado, I would like to start. Can someone lead us in a word of prayer before we begin? Thank you. You can say your name. You can practice. Say your name so that we know you.
Good morning. I am Natalie Judith Kura Aferoth from Uganda Christian University, and I'm honored to be here in the presence of very great people. What a blessing for a day. Let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord Father, we thank you for the gift of life. Every second of life that you give us is always precious and profound. As we start this day, we leave it into your hands. May you give us the wisdom, the knowledge, and understanding to get everything that we're going to learn from this symposium, to put it into practice, and that we learn from our seniors who are going to share with us. Cover them with your precious blood as they speak, and that all that shall be said shall be from you, because at the end of the day, the glory goes back to your name. We ask all this, believing and trusting in our Lord Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Members. Remarks by the committee head of the Young Lawyers Committee. Apologies, he's not going to be able to make it, but I am a member of the Young Lawyers Committee, so I will make the remarks on his behalf. All protocol observed. The annual Young Lawyers Symposium creates an opportunity for us young lawyers, as well as the general legal fraternity, to share ideas. This year, we centered upon the symposium under the broad theme, Resilient Minds, Innovative Practice. We believe this theme is particularly relevant given the recent developments in the profession. The speakers have been carefully and meticulously selected so that you may learn from them. Thank you all for choosing to participate in this year's symposium, and we are confident that you will definitely learn a lot. That is from the chair, Uganda Law Society, Councillor Derek Bazekuketa. Thank you. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the CEO, the President, the CEO, Uganda Law Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Protocol observed. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Young Lawyers Committee for coming up with this symposium. And I also want to extend our sincere thanks to the President and Council of Uganda Law Society for the continuous support they have given us as Secretariat together with the membership at large. Without taking a lot of time, I would like to invite the President of Uganda Law Society, Council Bernard Oundo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning to you all. I know that most of them are joining us online. My Lord Honorable Justice Geoffrey Kiriabwire, Justice of the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court, the CEO of the Uganda Law Society, the Secretariat, members of the Council, colleagues, friends, and young lawyers, those who are joining us online and those who are present here. My Lord, we have about 300 members online, and I think more are joining as the day goes by. It is my honor and privilege this morning to welcome you all to the annual Uganda Law Society Young Lawyers Symposium. Let me in a special way welcome my Lord Justice Geoffrey Kiriabwire, who has gracefully accepted to be the keynote speaker at this symposium. Let's welcome him. My Lord, as you know, young lawyers face a number of challenges ranging from unemployment, what to do, next, where to start, how much should they be paid? That is the most recent that we have had on how much young lawyers are paid, my Lord. What do we practice? Do I specialize? Do I generalize? How do I build my career? Where do I start from? All these and many other questions. We believe that as Uganda Law Society, we have a role to play in helping our young lawyers start out. We believe that the legal profession and practice will be better if we focus on sharing experiences and speaking to some of these questions. As they say, a problem shared is a problem half solved. Some say a problem shared with the right people at the right time is a problem half solved. We believe the symposium has the right people and the right time to speak to these questions. And we believe that some of these challenges can be answered when we share them. We believe that the symposium can encourage we can encourage young lawyers, and we can use it to build and enhance their capacity. And let me say this, you do not have to go through what I went through as justification for you to understand the challenges. I know those who have said that because I walked to school, therefore you must also walk to school. That's the only way you can be able to understand the challenges. As the Law Society, we believe that because I walk to school, you can drive to school or you ride to school. So this platform is the foundation for you to be able to respond, for us to be able to exchange ideas on some of the issues that you face in legal practice. As I wind up, my Lord, and members who are here, I want to encourage every speaker at this podium to start by sharing their journey. We believe that through your journey, these young lawyers will be inspired and they'll be encouraged. My Lord, I know you have shared briefly with me your journey. And some people may think that the way they see you now is the way you started out. I believe when the opportunity comes, you'll be able to share your journey with them. We are hard pressed on time, and I know, my Lord, you have other activities that you need to be able to attend to. So I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Uganda Law Society and the young lawyers in this room, both online and physically present here, to invite you to come and give your keynote address at this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undo. I think that's the correct way to refer to lawyers. The title is either you're a Mr. or you're a Miss or you're a Mrs. The new lawyers nowadays say counsel. I don't know where that came from. It must have been from those moods in law school, but now you're in the profession. But anyway, that's not why I've come. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Uganda Law Society. For those who may not know, I used to be a member of the Uganda Law Society. So it's really coming back to where I started my profession. We started when it was much smaller. I think that the entire meeting would meet in the general area of the Law Development Center that would fill the bar. I don't want to say I'm very old, but I think this is within my lifetime. It has more than doubled or probably trebled. So I can see the society is growing. And so congratulations to you all in joining the profession. It is known as the noble profession. So it is not something to take lightly, and we shall have some discussion along that. So the president has said that we share our journey. Mine has been a long one. If I did that, I think that would take the entire time for presentation. But you can go to geoffreykiriewere.com and you can pick up my CV from there. It will tell you my journey. But very broadly, it is one that has had experience both in the public and private sector. I started off as a pupil state attorney in the Ministry of Justice and rose through the ranks right up to senior, personal assistant to the Attorney General, then that Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, and Attorney General, then Abu Mayanja. Have you ever heard of Abu Mayanja? Which case do you remember him specifically arguing? I'm talking to the young lawyers. Mr. Wundo, you're no longer a young lawyer. And who did he argue against? Who was the lawyer on the other side? Don't Google. You either know or you don't know. See, Expati Matovu was such a big case in constitutional law. Who was the lawyer on the other side? Okay, so that's where we want to start. We want to start young lawyers learning to read. Learning to read. It was Godfrey Lukongwa Benaisa, QC. So those were the great names of the time. But I decided to shift out. I decided to shift out of government and go into the private sector, where I joined the financial sector as a company secretary and went on to become a general manager. And from there I moved. I did a lot of other things when I was there, commissions of inquiry, what have you. You can read all of that up on the CV. And then moved into the bench. I still think I am the first advocate to move from the private sector to the bench. I know others have been in still also regarded as private sector, but mostly what we call parastatals. But I came from the private sector, which was purely owned by individuals, no government money, no government money involved. So I did not come from Uganda Railways. I did not come from NSSF. I came from people who had invested money to try and make a difference for themselves. So, I think I was also the first one to actually turn one of those companies into a law firm. So the companies I worked for were also registered as a law firm. So I have been in the High Court, and then by God's grace, now I have been, I was elevated to the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court. And also by God's grace, I had a stint at the East African Court of Justice in the Appellate Division, where I left as the vice president of that court. So that is a very short snippet. The rest you can read for yourself. So what I can say from there is you have the ability to be versatile as a lawyer. You have the ability, if you want, to be versatile. You can see from my own journey that I did not stay in one place. I have moved from various places to others. So today I've been asked to discuss with you advocacy and excellence in the courts, a perspective from a judge. I think that is good. It is good that you have an opportunity to share what expectations are. There are expectations on the side of the bar of what the courts should be like. There are also expectations on behalf of the bench, what the bar should be like. And sometimes these expectations don't always meet. We find ourselves at significant crossroads. So in my presentation, and in that letter inviting me, the scope was very wide. And so I'll not even be able to really touch the tip of the iceberg in many of these areas I've been asked to speak about, because they also asked me to speak a little bit about my journey in making this presentation. So I want us to go back to basics. I think that's where I would like us to begin and ask ourselves the question, who are advocates? You know, we may be advocates, but we don't know what that means. And so when people meet you in town, or people meet you in family, or people say, who are you? I am Counsel Geoffrey. So what does counsel mean? I know Uganda will have titles. You either need to be professor, you need to be doctor, you need to be His Excellency. So even the accountants, they've now coined, when you say, who are you? I'm ACCA, so and so. You know, or I am CPA, so and so. It is good. I mean, titles, neither here or there. It is the substance that really matters. So you need to know who you are. So I'll also talk about practice at the court, try and work out expectations around that. I'll also speak to practice in the corporate sector. I think that one, I'll try and share a little bit about my views about practice in the corporate sector. I'll also talk to you about a very interesting subject to me, applying alternative dispute resolution in contemporary legal practice. I'll also talk to you about the use of IT, and now taking it even to another level, the use of AI, artificial intelligence, in contemporary legal practice. I'll also talk to you about legal ethics, since you're young lawyers. It's important. You cannot have a subject like this without having that discussion. And then we shall have some concluding thoughts. So you can see it's quite a mouthful for this morning. But I suppose since it is keynote, it will allow you to run these throughout the other themes that you'll be dealing with. So, who is an advocate? So, the noun advocate actually means a person who represents another's interest. So I hope we're now clear on that. And it comes from the Latin word advoca. Advoca in Latin means to add one's voice. To add one's voice. So basically, an advocate is one who adds his voice on behalf of the person he represents. Very few people know that. You just say, I'm advocate. But what I want to say is that you cannot really be an advocate unless you genuinely add your voice on behalf of someone who cannot speak for himself or herself. So one can say that an advocate is one who assists, defends, or pleads for another. One who renders legal advice and aid and pleads the cause of another before a court. A person who is learned in the law and duly admitted to practice, who assists his client with advice and pleads for him in the court. Now, the interesting thing about the term advocate, you see, is in the local languages, at least in mine, the local people seem to understand it better than the professional people. Is that correct? The meaning of advocate. Because in my place where I come from, if you're talking about somebody's advocate, to say, pleader wang. Someone who is what? Pleading on my behalf. Do we plead on people's behalf as advocates? There seems to be a lot of discussion, even on social media, because that seems to be the main driver nowadays. When people want to understand what do people think about a certain profession, they run to social media. Can we say that social media has a positive view of advocates? Yes or no? I don't know. So, when someone says, I'm in trouble, plead for me, I'm losing my house, says, yes, I will do it, but you put the money on the table. Is that your understanding of pleader? Are we pleading for people, or are we pleading for our pockets? This is something you, as young lawyers, you have this bifurcation that you need to deal with. Because the expectation is that someone is going to hire you so that you act in their best interests. But these are the images you see about lawyers on social media. They're not very positive, are they? No. So that is why I think it's important for us to go back and understand where the profession came from. Because if we don't know where we came from, we will not know who we are and the possibilities of where we want to go. When you robe up, that gives you probably the biggest and most visible representation of who an advocate is. Isn't it? When you robe up and go to court, and if you are part of those who put on the wig and also put on the wig, then you know that I am real counsel. You walk with pride. At law school, we said this dressing was sacrosanct. That's what they taught us. And that you only wore it when you went to court. Nowadays, I see lawyers wearing it walking in town. Rushing through town, zipping through towns on the back of a border. And the gown is, the robe is fluttering all over the place. You say, excuse me, everybody, I am what? I am an advocate. The time I was at Standard Chartered Bank and I was going to line up for, get some little money. And in front of me was Counsel XY, I don't know who he was. And was fully robed. And everybody was looking at him. It's okay. The training may have changed. In fact, at the High Court, there used to be a robing room where you went and then robed and then went up. Now, I think I need to speak a little bit on basics as to what that robe means. Because everything on that robe is significant. Everything. Introduced in the UK in the 14th century under the reign of King Edward the Third. And I want you to go and read up this thing. It was specifically designed so that you could go and have audience in the royal courts. Because that was part of the role of the king. So when you went to the king, you wanted to present yourself in a manner that was befitting. And it also had a more distinct history, because if you look carefully at the robes, whether they are worn by advocates or barristers, in the case of the UK, or they are worn by judges or judicial officers, they mirror another profession, don't they? I see some of the not so young lawyers are scratching. Which profession is that? Sorry? Let us be interactive. Yes, but again, this gentleman is the president. I thought this symposium was for young lawyers. Mr. Wundo, you must accept that age has caught up with you. Yes, it comes from the priesthood. It comes from the priesthood. And therefore, one of the things that is not so accurate about the profession is to say that actually it is a profession, like being a carpenter. Actually, it is not. Like the priesthood, being an advocate is a calling. Now, some of you may have started in seminary and said, you know what, I don't feel I am called to what? To the priesthood. And moved what? Out. But you know, in the same way you had that challenge, is the same understanding when you are called to the bar. You see, when it is a calling. It is not, strictly speaking, a profession. A calling means that you are convicted internally that this is what you want to do. And that is why it was the priests, the Levites, who are the original teachers of the what? Of the law. They were the original lawyers. And that has carried through the ages. Now, some of you may say, for me, I'm atheist. I don't believe in religion. Then you don't have a calling to be an advocate. Take it or what? Leave it. I know that's why even when you are admitted onto the role of advocates, you are said to have been called to the bar. During the old days of admission, and again, as I said, things have changed. I recall when I was admitted to the bar, I had to present myself before the Chief Justice, Samuel Wako Wambuzi. And I had to be presented before him by a senior lawyer. And then he would ask me if I am prepared to take on the role of an advocate. It was 1 second, and the answer was normally yes. But the Chief Justice had to be convinced that you are called to the bar. And I would see sometimes that he would reject in passing some people who are presented to him. And the rejection sometimes was so basic. You know what it was? That you did not robe properly. Now, if your priest came to conduct a service and was not robed properly, you would feel uncomfortable. You'd probably say, I am in the wrong church. In the same way, then Chief Justice Wambuzi would look at you critically and say your bands, or what we call flaps, are not centered. Say, this old man is being difficult, correct? That's what runs in your mind. Until you know why. And we're going to go through that. And the reason is this. First of all, the color black has a lot of significance, both positive and negative. But in the medieval times, those who wore black meant that you had the ability to have access to a dye. There were very few. If you look at all those pictures, most of the people were dressed in white. To be able to dye your cloth meant that you had means. Are we together? Dyes were not available like they are today. Yeah. And to wear a dark black robe represented status, nobility. We had a chief justice in this country. He was called Allen, Peter Allen. Peter Allen had no tolerance for people who did not wear dark suits in court. Because in his mind, I think he felt that you did not know who you are. So he had this expression: if you showed up in a purple suit and started to present yourself, he would say, I can hear a voice, but I cannot see the person. I can hear a voice somewhere, but I cannot see the person. Because when you wore black, at least in those days, and you can talk about class struggle and whatever you want to put with it, it meant that you are above certain things. You are above what? Certain things. You are a class apart. You did not go to the royal courts because you wanted to buy a BMW. You had it. Are we together? You see? So that was the thinking. Secondly, you just pose that against a white shirt or blouse later on when the ladies were admitted to the bar. When was that in the UK? There are many ladies here, but you don't know your history. 1922. You had to wear a white blouse. Why? Because white represented purity. It represented honesty, uprightness. So you can see the dress code was important. You could not put on black and white and be a fraudster. It was in total contradiction of your presentation. You see? You had wing collars, because that was the dress then. The collars we have today were not very much were not there at the time. So you had wing collars. But like the priest, you had not a tie, but a band. They call it a band. We call it flaps in Uganda. 2 rectangular flaps, which you tied around the neck and made sure that they sat in the center of your chest. And that is why Chief Justice Wambuzi would get upset when it was looking the other way. Because do you know what the bands represented? Those 2 bands, those rectangular bands, represent the 10 commandments, the 2 tablets that Moses went up Mount Sinai and came down with, which then became the law. And for an advocate to put it on, you tie it on your neck because it's supposed to weigh down on you and put it on your chest. Because even today, when you have, especially in the Arab culture, you want to show that you have nothing against your friend, you greet him and put your hand on your chest. Very significant. So you see, when you go and practice at the bar, you're wearing the 10 Commandments on your chest, and you start to misquote the law. We have a contradiction there, don't we? And it's on your chest. It is weighing on you. The law is weighing on your neck. It's putting you down. It's on your chest. That is the expectation. Whether it is today is another matter. In the front, not only do you have the robe, but the robe has a strip. Have you noticed that strip? Or you wear your robes and you don't know it is there. How many of you knew that there was a strip in the front? You can put up your hands. See, less than half of the class. Not a class, sorry. Now I think I'm lecturing. I stopped doing that long time ago. Huh? There's a strip. What is unique about that strip? What is unique? Sakaranga, you put up your hand. What is unique about it? Yes, that is one. But more significantly, it does not run the length of the rope. It does not run the length of the rope. And many barristers, you see when they are pleading before court, in those days where the orator was the barrister, you'll see that the barrister is always holding that strip. Why? Because it's not the length of the rope. It is measured. Reminding him at all times that in his presentation, he must be measured. He must remember that even though he has a full robe, he must at all times remember that he must be measured in his presentation. Sometimes in court, we find members of the bar going off the rocker. They lose their temper. They character assassinate their learned friends. They use language that is totally unprofessional, if I like. I wanted to say unjudicious. Sometimes even the judges do, but because they are not reminding themselves that when you go to court, it is not, yes, you may be pleading the case, but it is not war. Sometimes I would be in court and I see total confusion in front of me from the bench. The parties are annoyed. The lawyers are annoyed. And then it infects the judge. The judge becomes annoyed. Then what do you have in court? You have total chaos. The court ceases to lose its stature. No. The only people are allowed to be annoyed are the parties. The lawyers have no right to be annoyed. They cry sometimes more than the bereaved. They bang tables. See. But also at the back of the robe is a almost triangular piece of cloth with a hole. And that was significant. It is not in the front, it is at the back. And the reason for that is when a lawyer went to plead his case, especially before the king, and the king gave him favor, which today we call judgment, he would walk away. It was beneath him, a person wearing a black robe, white shirt, 2 bands, and a wig, which came from Europe, by the way. It was not British. I think it came from France. Again, a sign of a certain stature. You're above certain what? Certain things. You would not ask to be paid. It was below you to ask to be paid. So you'd walk away and your client would chase after you and put a few coins in that pouch at the back. And you did not, you only reached home and then found, how much did he put? It was beneath you to seek payment before service. That's why it was a calling. When you went to appear before the king, you had to be convinced in your mind that you had a case to present. If you didn't have a case to present, you will not go to the king. If you presented the wrong case, I can imagine the consequences were life-threatening, wouldn't they be? You lie before the king. Edward III, I think not only would your client be in problems, but you would be in what? Problems. And that is the awe that the barristers had of the what? Of the bench. You had to be convinced that you had a case to present. Today, you get a sense that people say, let us go and we find out. The judge will what? The judge will decide whether I am right or wrong. But you know that you're wrong. So that's who an advocate is. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it reflect the practice that we do? Does it? Yes. Taranga is not convinced. I think we have gone through this. So can we stand confidently and say to the public that, trust me, I am a what? I'm a lawyer. Can we? Can you, as young advocates, put on that t-shirt genuinely with what I have said so far? And so I would like to say that this profession, because I'll use those words interchangeably, but please agree with me that we're talking about a calling, is about being disciplined and being collegial. And that's why you call yourselves learned friends. But sometimes you're in court and you feel you're learned enemies. The presentation seems to suggest that. And again, from social media, those are sort of images. That's what people think you are. You agree, but you have knives at the back of at your back, ready to cut each other. You see, you look each other very annoyed in the eyes. That is not what the profession stands for. And I hope you, as young lawyers, you will get to what? To appreciate that during the course of your practice. Now, you may say that I don't believe what Justice Kiriawit is saying. what is your authority for saying what you say? Eh? What is your authority? That's what lawyers like. What is your what? What is your authority? My authority is R versus O'Connell, 1844 Irish Law Reports at page 261. One of the greatest judges of his time, Crampton J. And he had this to say, that such I do not consider to be the office of an advocate. That is to say, the mouthpiece of his client. His office is a higher one. Remember what I was talking about dress? It is of higher things. Crampton has corroborated my evidence. To consider him in that light is to degrade him. When you're just a mouthpiece of your client, you're degrading your what? Yourself. I say of him, as I would say, of a member of the House of Commons. He is a representative, but not a delegate. By the way, this thing was the subject of a constitutional case in Uganda. Are members of parliament representatives or are they delegates? You know what the answer was. But for lawyers, you are representatives and not delegates. I stop here for a second, because sometimes we get tired in the courts. We get drawn down when you're trying to work with counsel on a particular point that is presenting in court. And you're trying to put him on the right track. And he boldly says to you, but my lord, those are my instructions. Those are my what? Those are my instructions. Huh? He is not a delegate. He is a representative. Don't tell me what the instructions are. Tell me what the law is. He gives to his client the benefit of his talents and his judgment. Remember those words. His learning and his judgment. Not that of his what? Client. Very, very important. But all through, he never forgets what he owes to himself and to others. So remember, there is a third factor. You have your client, you have the courts, and you have other stakeholders. Many times say, we don't care. This is a case between X versus Y. You don't care the consequences. Crampton says no. And this one I want you to hear carefully. That an advocate, he will not knowingly misstate the law. He will not willfully misstate the facts. Though it be to gain the cause of his client. You take poor judge the wrong law. You massage the facts this way, hoping to gain the cause of your what? Your client. That is not the role of an advocate. He'll bear in mind that if he be an advocate of an individual, retained and remunerated for his valuable services, yet he has a prior and perpetual retainer on behalf of truth and justice, and there is no crown, meaning nothing to do with the state, or other license, which in any case, for any party or purpose that will discharge him from that primary and paramount retainer. So even if you're retained by your client, you have a higher calling. And we're now coming back to where we started. You have a higher calling on behalf of the truth and the pursuit for justice. Is that what you have experienced in your practice? So that's the expectation. You ask that. What is the expectation? That is the what? That's the expectation. it is amazing how many forged documents are presented as exhibits in the courts. And you know what? The parties know that it is what? It is forged. The parties know. The advocates know. Yeah? Those who specialize in criminal law, you answer this question for me. Is that not uttering a false document? A decision that everybody must read, starting out their profession, is Ashmore and Lloyd's and Corporation of Lloyd's. It's a must read from the House of Lords. Fairly recent decision, relatively, because the 1992 one. You find it in 2 All England law reports, page 486. I say you must read it because about half that decision is dicta. Half that decision is dicta, reflecting the anger of their lordships who had that case about how the lawyers who presented that case behaved. Must read. We in Uganda, we don't really have that time. We have too many cases. So we want to get the decision and move on. The English judges, the way their legal system is, they have a little bit more time to write. So they put their thinking on their paper. And the 3 lordships at the House of Lords, they have very, very interesting dicta. So let us start with Templeman. He said this: the parties and particularly their legal advisors. Let me stop there. What has he said? Particularly who? He has put a greater burden on the who? The advocates, isn't it? In any litigation under a duty to cooperate with the court by chronological, brief, and consistent pleadings, which define the issues and leave the judge to draw his own conclusions about the merits when he hears the case. It is the duty of counsel to assist the judge by simplification and concentration, and not, listen to this, and not to advance a multitude of ingenious arguments in the hope that out of 10 bad points, the judge will be capable of fashioning a winner. That's Templeman. Can you feel the anger of his lordship? Forgive my French, but I think his lordship was pissed. He was what? He was really pissed. The legal advisors were dribbling. If you're soccer, do you like soccer? Soccer is important. And in case you didn't smell the coffee, Manu is back. We are back, like Schwarzenegger said. Anyway, you're throwing a multitude of ingenious arguments. You're trying to be too clever. You know it is not correct, but you're trying to be clever. We have pleadings that go into 10 pages. Correct? A very simple case, but it is running into what? 10 pages. The other day we were doing with a constitutional matter. It had 15 grounds. 15 what? Grounds for interpretation. One what? One petition. How unclear can the law be, especially the Constitution? But and then you throw in the alternative 10 what things you're playing chance. Remember what do you call it now? When we were young, we used to call it chance. What cards? But I think the old language was better. Because it was a question of what? Chance. We used to call it chance. You either have your point and you stand by it, but you don't throw the court 10 horrible arguments, hoping that somehow the court will fashion a winner out of them. I don't know whether that stands for anything for the young people. Templeman also went on to say this, but the other justices are also important. But I just loved the anger in Templeman. And no, I think we have done this. We have done this. So I don't know if this represents what I have said so far. That you stand for justice. Okay? You stand for the truth. In the case that you come to present. I know lawyers. There's one time when we're having a dispute when I was still a company secretary. Someone was suing a company. And he went to a very senior lawyer, I will not mention. And the senior lawyer picked up the phone and called me and said, someone wants to sue you. And we'll come back to this method a little bit later on. He says, you have not done this. Is that correct? And I said, no, he's telling you lies. We actually did it. He said, can you send me what proof of that? So I did. And so when his prospective client went back to see how this particular senior lawyer would progress his case, the lawyer said, I am not going to take up this case. I'm not going to take it up. You told me lies. I've checked with the other people. I am convinced that you did what? You don't have a good case. So he went to another lawyer. And that lawyer filed a case against us, which he lost. Did the senior lawyer do a wrong thing? Say, you see, the lawyers are always battering matters between them. Do you take every case that comes to your door? Is that the practice you're going to have? Not caring whether your client is telling you the truth or not? I remember that case. It humbled me. It humbled me because this very senior lawyer actually called me. I didn't call the lawyer. He called me. Then I realized why that lawyer was senior. He's actually a senior counsel, by the way. And I also realized why he had a knack of winning most of the cases he took to court. It just dawned on me at that point in time. Everybody was saying, hey, this lawyer is very good. He's very sharp. That might be true, but I think he also chose his cases carefully. I think that is what is missing in practice today. We are so desperate for instructions, we take whatever comes in the door. The other thing I think is self-explanatory. It's a lifetime of learning. I won't go into that. I think it speaks for itself. So that's what, in a nutshell, I want to talk about practice in the courts. I can continue, but we have a wide subject area. Are we together as far as practice in the court so far is? Has it made sense? Okay, let's go to private practice. Now, private practice, and I was there for 11 years, is very challenging because you're dealing with a company, a business, an enterprise. It can be a bank, it can be MTN, it can be a construction company. Those business organizations are out for one thing. What is it? Making a profit, not money. You see, that's where you get it wrong. Huh? That's where the lawyers get it what? Wrong. It's not about the money. It is that part of money called profit. Yeah, you can have a return on investment, but the main subject is profit. If you don't see the profit, it's not worth the business. You ask yourself, there are many companies that are folding up, but they seem to be making a lot of what? Money. But the point is, are they making a profit? Are they making a profit? They make a lot of money, but they're not making a what? A profit. The administration costs too high. The litigation costs too high. Huh? The owner of the business, as soon as he makes money, he buys the latest car. Is that making a profit? No. You see, it is important because shareholders are going to hold you to account. Have you ever attended a shareholders meeting? I've seen recently in the newspapers, many companies have been holding shareholders meetings. Have you attended them? I would suggest that if you want to be a corporate lawyer, that, well, of course it is by invitation, but you find ways of getting into those what? Those meetings. Because they are serious business meetings. The shareholders are going to ask you, have you made a profit? Why is it important for them to ask you that question? Why? Yes. It is only when you make a profit that the company can declare a dividend. They do not invest for nothing. They want to see dividends coming out of the what? Of the company. And so, when you are a lawyer in these sort of companies, in these sort of corporations, you're part of a team. When you're in your law firm, you may be a sole practitioner. Your team is yourself. Or you may have a partnership of two. Your team is two people. But in a company, your team are the general manager, the legal secretary, the sales manager, the marketing manager, all of these people form part of the what? Human resource manager. All of these people form part of a team. If you're not a team player, don't go into corporate practice. If you're an individualist, do not go into corporate life. And let me tell you, one of the departments that is largely responsible for making companies fail to make a profit. You know what that department is? It's the legal department. The legal department. If you can make the legal department appear profitable, like I did, and it sounds very strange, the only reason why I was elevated to general manager was my legal department was profitable. I always operated within budget. I always operated within budget. But most heads of legal departments, they operate outside budget. Too much money is going to the external lawyers. Too much money is going into litigation. That is the truth, isn't it? And that's why there's a high turnover in the legal department. Normally the companies make it uncomfortable for you to remain there, and you fire yourself. But for me, I made it a point that the target that I was given, I would work within. And what did that mean? It meant, for example, that if I was involved in a contract and I was advising on it, that contract was waterproof. That contract was what? I don't, and in my company, we had a large portfolio in real estate. I can assure you that I don't think even 2% of the real estate that I got involved in had a problem. And you know how real estate is. You buy and yet you have not what? You have not bought. I don't remember ever acquiring anything that sent the company to court. But we see it all the time. We bought land. Now someone is saying we bought from someone who's not the owner. How can you buy from someone who's not the owner, really? And you're heading a legal department. It disturbs my head. Does it not disturb yours? But sometimes you see a good deal and you want to close it quickly. You don't do your due diligence. I can remember times when I told my company, that thing, leave it. It has what? Issues. And sometimes they would work through the board chairman to put pressure on you that buy this property. I remember one case. Said, you must buy the property. Friend of the chairman. I said, you know what, chairman? Let us go in the car and you look at the property. Went somewhere deep there in Natete. Nice property, but it was full of small mizigo around it. How do you call that in English? Squatters, what have you. And I said, we shall buy from your friend this property. But then we also have to buy from these squatters their occupancy. And when you do that, the price will become too what? Too high. And if we force them off, we shall end up 17 years in court. So even though he had made this promise to his friend, the board chairman said, I think you're right. So you see how legal departments can become problematic. So as I have said, it is about the ability to close safe, profitable deals, partnerships, alliances, syndicates, etc. When your company is going to the banks and is taking credit, Do you look at those papers? Or you feel that the pressure is from the board that we need extra money to push the company agenda? You're very quick to bring out that seal. Now, even these banks, they're not there. They're not your friends always. You know, in fact, most times they are not. There's some bankers here. It's not. It's not personal. They're not. They're also out for what? Making a what? A profit. But I used to tell. In the old days, I used to tell the bankers that, you know, if you put, and there was a bank which will be nameless, if you put a center spread in New Vision, showing all the properties of the borrowers who you're going to sell, all right, to recover the loans, that is fine, all right? But it shows me two things. One, you lend wrongly. Two, even after you have sold all of those, nobody is going to come to your credit department. That's what it shows me. There's one where we needed advance. And in those days, the bank crashed. I can't talk about it. It was Greenland Bank. It offered us an advance. And they said, we shall bring all the paperwork to your office. I said, that is very good client, what? Service. So they brought it. They put the papers there. I said, and they came, they said, so you sign and we'll process the loan tomorrow. I said, no, you go and come back tomorrow. They were so upset. They said, no, we must sign now. I said, no, you go and come back tomorrow. Now I went through the mortgage document. And somewhere there, I can't even remember where, but let us say clause number 21, 27, in the middle there, was an interesting word. You know that word was? The word was transfer. The word there was transfer. Now I remembered from my law of mortgages, two things. The first one was, once a mortgage, secondly, you cannot put a finish it. Come on. If you're doing mortgages, there are only two principles you need to know. The rest you can throw away. Once a mortgage, always. The other one is, did we do law school? Okay, let me give you a tip. It has something to do with redemption. You cannot put a clog on the right of redemption. See, that's how you people just sign these agreements. So I said, if you want us to sign this mortgage, remove that word. I said, no, it is just, a jusdem generis, very, very many. I said, remove the word. They said, the bank said, for us, when we draft these mortgage documents, you take it or leave it. And I said, you have given me the answer. We have left it. It nearly caused me to be fired from my company. It nearly caused me to be fired from my company. Because they had promised the company that they would process the loan, which we needed very seriously, within a few days. And I was the one who was causing the trouble. Now, when Greenland went into problems and they started activating clause 21, you saw what happened. So people came back to me and said, you were very wise. I wasn't. I just happened to know the law. Our time is fast going. So you're into finding solutions and not creating what? Problems. I want to switch gears. As I told you, we don't have, the subject area is wide. I want to talk about applying alternative dispute resolution. How many of you have read the Hill Report of 2016? Access to Justice in Uganda. Zero. Even Mr. Owundo is struggling to put up his hand. He's struggling. I see the hand is as if it has got an itch. You know, I like this report because it is a wake-up call on our practice as what? As lawyers. Because it gives us some frightening statistics. It says that of all disputes in Uganda, only 5% of those go to the courts. Have you heard that? Does that make any sense to you? Only 5% of all disputes in Uganda go to court. So where do they go? Where do the 95 go? You are the lawyers. Trust me, I'm a what? I'm a lawyer. The dispute should be going to what? To the lawyers. But where are they going? Only 5% go to the courts. And of those 5% of the cases that go to court, only 1% have a lawyer. So even with all this case backlog, all this money that the lawyers are making, the good practice, my practice is good. You're totally insignificant in the wider picture of disputes in Uganda. Totally insignificant. Does that worry you? Is that why you went to law school? For me, when I went to law school, I thought that I would play a significant role in dispute resolution. But these statistics from the Hill Report seem to suggest that we don't even touch the tip of the iceberg in terms of disputes in Uganda. So my question is, where do these disputes go to? This has been something that has been stabbing my head from the time I was a young lawyer. By the time I had been like 4 years in the legal practice, this thing disturbed my head. And that informs why I became an advocate of alternative dispute resolution, because I realized that the real business is not in where I was trained. It is in the alternatives. That is where the real business is. Can you imagine what legal practice would have been if 95% of all disputes in Uganda involved lawyers and only 5% was resolved elsewhere? Take it from me, and some may not agree with me, it is well. The future of legal practice is in alternative dispute resolution. You may agree, you may disagree, it is well. My take is the numbers show for themselves. If you want to be part of the 1%, that is fine. That is fine. But for me, I'd like to suggest that we need to go back and rethink the dispute resolution systems that we practice. You see, this system that we practice only came in 1902, not long ago, in the order in council. This system that we apply, just about 120 something years ago. My grandfather was alive, so it cannot be very long ago. You see? So the question we need to ask ourselves, what happened in Uganda before 1902? How are disputes being what? Resolved. We must challenge this narrative. Sometimes I ask people that what is the term prison in your language? What does say prison in your language? If you do, please come and see me, because I've studied this one. And there are other words which I don't want to go into. They inform the narrative that even the concept of prison was not very seriously understood amongst our people. I think that informs the reason why there is such a big outcry on the issue of bail. You get it? So the one she asked a very simple question. If so and so has been accused of stealing my cow, and he has been taken to prison, okay? Doesn't that stop the whole thing? Why do you now want me to come and prove that he should remain in what? In prison? He's already what? He's already in prison. Conceptually, it becomes difficult. And there are a lot of other conceptual issues. I always remind myself of the case of R versus Amakeo, 1917. Do you remember it? People are looking quite blank on me. Do you remember R versus Amakeo? What was it about? What was it about? Yes, sir. Yes. So what did the law say? What did the law say about that? Don't Google. I say you have gone straight for your phone. Yes, sir, at the back, and then we continue. What did the law say? What did the law say? What was the principle of law in R versus Amakeo? No? Mr. President, no? That was not the law. No. The R versus Amakeo was all about who can be a competent and compellable witness. And what did the law say? The spouse is not a competent and comparable witness. That was R versus Amakeo. Now, how did they apply the law? How did they apply the law? This man who had paid bride price and taken the woman home did not take a wife. He took a slave because he actually just bought her. I'm sure many of you have been to Kwanjulas and Kuhinjiras and whatever you want to call them. You've been to the marketplace, haven't you? Do you see how ridiculous this narrative is? This is the narrative of the law that we are practicing. Today, it is totally foreign. And that's why I say that we need to think about looking at a different approach. And this is my theory of the staircase. That we should see dispute resolution as if you're climbing stairs, like you climbed to come to this room this morning. That if you want to get to the top floor, you must start with the first step. And then work your way upwards. You start with prevention. I've told you about prevention, how I prevented the company from signing a mortgage agreement which had the word transfer in. That is called what? Prevention. Did I end up in court? No. It is very simple, you know. You can just pick up a telephone like the other lawyer did and inquire. But we don't want to do this. We want to jump to the top there, litigation. You see where litigation is? It is right at the top of the staircase. Right at the top is civil disobedience and violence. You know, some people resolve their disputes like that. They just go to the other man and punch him. And they go home and tell the wife, you say, you know what, I resolved my dispute, I beat him up. Are we together? But why do we want to reach that level? When we can have negotiation, we can have mediation, arbitration. I can't go into all these steps. It is an entire lecture to do so. But I hope you can now see why, for me, I am more sold on this one than many people who are just sold on the very top of the what? Staircase. I think you can do much more business if you follow your practice systematically. Do you practice alternative dispute resolution in your law firms, in your corporations? Do you? Do you have specialists in that area? I just want to let you know that the judiciary is now going to, well, they're not going to, it has now adopted, in June last year, we adopted the alternative justice system strategy. You can go to our website and find it. We are going to mainstream ADR. We're going to mainstream ADR in all our processes. All our processes. Now, I don't know if the judiciary is going to streamline in all its processes, whether you, in your practices, in your corporation, are also going to do the same. Because you must mirror what we are going to do in the judiciary. Tomorrow, at about 5 o'clock, the Honorable the Chief Justice is going to commission the first set of trained mediators. We've had court-annexed mediators before, but in pursuance of the alternative justice system strategy, tomorrow, mediators are going to be commissioned. So prepare to meet them when you come to the courts. But if you don't understand how to do alternative dispute resolution, you will be in trouble. So you need to prepare yourselves. Read about it. Actually, I brought my book. It is out there. If you have not bought it, let me do Kalango. You better buy it. It is out there. Alternative dispute resolution, the Uganda justice, the Ugandan court experience. It is there. But I know that there are other areas like plea bargaining, mediation. Do you know that there's now appellate mediation? Do you know that there's now appellate mediation? The fastest growing clearance thing in the Court of Appeal today. People say that you cannot mediate a case where there is a judgment. Who told you? Small claims procedure. Arbitration. All these things are growing now. And I also know that there is ICAMIC, not too far away from here. Have you heard of it? Have you gone there to see how you can be part of it? Or you just passed it on the road? This is the future. Praxis. Have you heard of Praxis? Have you been there to see how you can be part of it? In Nakasero, being run by the former Chief Justice of Uganda. Are you a member of the Center for the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Uganda chapter? Have you signed up to sit those exams? I told you, continuous what? Learning. Have you? Now, let me talk about the changing landscape, and that has to do with IT. I think you know we are now in the fourth industrial revolution. Are we aware of that? What is it about? What is it about? What's the fourth industrial revolution about? The Internet of Things. Okay? The first industrial revolution was about what? What was the first industrial revolution about? We know about the fourth, we don't know about the first. It was about steam. Using steam to drive machines. Huh? Over 100 years ago. That's why you had these trains which were steam engines. Eh? They didn't use petrol. They used boiling water to drive trains and pull a lot of cargo. Amazing, isn't it? Today, it is the internet. The growth of the internet is amazing. Some of you have phones which are 4G, correct? I think recently Airtel asked you to do SIM swaps to get 5G, correct? Does it make any sense to you? Or you just want a higher number? Does it make, when you say I have a 5G phone, what does it mean to you? So I simply have a more modern phone than my friend who has got 4G. That is how the speed of the processor is measured. The processor in the what? In the phone. That's how it is what? That's how it is measured. Now we have reached 5G. Is that a good thing? We have higher speeds. We don't really care. Huh? As long as we can afford the phone, we'll buy. For me, it worries me. It worries me. I spend time reading in this area. And why it worries me is that it is said that the human brain starts to work at 6G. That is that's what the literature would suggest. I'm not an electrical engineer or whatever, but that is what the literature tells me. And why does it therefore worry me? It means that we are soon going to have a situation where the machine will work just as well as the human being. And therefore, we shall have a situation of advocate versus machine. Did you watch the movie, The Rise of the Machines? Huh? You need to go and watch it. For me, I like watching movies. The Rise of the what? The Machines. The Schwarzenegger is there and all those guys. It has come to pass in our lifetime. It was just a movie. But the machines are coming. And when you move from 5 to 6 to 7G, you're now entering the area of machine learning. Because until then, we have been talking about programming. Do you know the difference between the two? Do you know the difference between the two? Programming and machine learning. See, all the computers we have, based on the technology that was available, operated because they were programmed that way. All right? But at 6G, the computer can teach itself and then program itself. So the higher the G is, the more the computer is able to be like the human being, be versatile. Where does that leave the lawyer? You see, the next most powerful thing in the world, even after oil and all of this, will be data. The ability to manage, that is the next big oil in the world. And so we have started. Remember, we were watching the movie RoboCop. Huh? Now we actually have robo policemen. They are now actually around. Now, if we have a RoboCop, is it far-fetched to say that we are soon going to get a robo judge? They're actually there already. One of the fastest growing areas is online dispute resolution. I've actually had myself have to resolve a dispute I had with a hotel in New York by going to an online dispute resolution website. I wanted to check out earlier than I had booked. And the lady at the reception said that they were going to retain the money because I had used a credit card. And I said, no. I need, you blocked this amount of money. I want you to just use the amount of money for the days I have spent. I said, I have no authority. Go to this website. So I had to go to the website. And all of a sudden, I was talking to a computer. What is your name? Which hotel is it? So we had a conversation with the what? With the computer. And at the end of the day, the computer agreed with me and said that I could just use the amount of money for which I had stayed. I pleaded, you see, for me, I'm not American. I don't know these things. In my country, you pay for what you pay as you go. That's what we do in Uganda. Huh? But actually, the next, after the robo judge, we are going to have the robo advocate. Does it sound futuristic? It is very far away. No, it has actually started. There is a program And I think this is believed to be the world's first robo lawyer in the United States, called Do Not Pay. That's a program. You can Google it. Do Not Pay. It's believed to be the first AI lawyer in the world. In the state of Illinois, it had taken away so much work from lawyers that they decided to sue it in court for practicing without a practicing certificate. True case. And you know what? Do Not Pay won the case. And it was found, especially for the indigent, improving access to justice, that the engine called Do Not Pay should be allowed to continue to support those people who need support in court. It's a form of legal aid. There are certain other engines. There is Lisa, there is LogGeek, there's Lex Machina, and of course, right now there is ChatGPT. These are all engines that are available and will start to do your work. For us in the judiciary, we are preparing ourselves. Are you? Are you? Our courts are now being equipped to handle technology. Are your practices being equipped to do the same? We must learn to be innovative. If you don't believe me, believe Lord Denning. The case of Parker versus Parker. You remember that case? Silence. Parker versus Parker. He said, what is the argument on the other side? Only this, that there is no case that has been found in which it has been done before. If we never do anything which has never been done before, we shall get nowhere. The law will stand still whilst the rest of the world goes on. And that will be bad for both of us. 1954. 1950, a very visionary judge. Legal ethics. Do I need to go very far? Do I need to go in depth on this one? I just need to remind you that there is a problem with the reputation of advocates today. Yes, they say there's an ethical issue at the bench. Fair enough. But do you accept there is an ethical issue at the bar as well? You know, the Bible talks about the log and the speck. This seems to be what I hear in the public. That a good lawyer knows the law. A great lawyer knows the judge. This is what I hear. The 10 Commandments, those things that you do not lead others into what? Temptation. Everybody's asking, who knows the judge? Who knows the judge? Why don't you know the law? Can we do something about this? Is this a practice you young lawyers want to enhance? Who needs to be a great lawyer? You just need to be a good lawyer. know, what is amazing when we look at some of the cases is the depth of syndicates that is taking place. People sit around a table. One is an accountant, the one is an IT expert, the one is a lawyer. Huh? Huh? And they cook a what? They cook a crime. And it is very, very effective. Are you going to be part of those syndicates? I don't want to name cases. Some of them may still be in the court system. But you've heard about them. They're in the newspapers. They're picking up some very senior lawyers. Haven't you heard? Huh? Dealing deals in air, hot air. Someone is selling someone air. Huh? And even drafts a $1 million contract around it. You see, so you all end up in jail. Huh? You all end up in jail. And like this man is consoling himself, he's saying, okay, I'm in jail, but at least my lawyer got 2 years more than I did. I am patron of the Makerere Law Society. And I told the students at Makerere who are lawyers that, and this was the time, now things have quietened down at Makerere, but there was a time when there was strike after strike after strike. Remember those times? And students were being picked up, okay? They go on strike and then they pick up a poor lady has gone to campus to sell kawaragala. Huh? So while they are striking, they take that kawaragala and eat it. Huh? They don't what? They don't pay. They are picked up by the police for rioting, stealing, and all those kind of things. But then when they finish LDC and they want to apply for a certificate of eligibility, okay? What must you write in your application and your affidavit in your certificate of eligibility? That you have no pending or criminal record. If you want to be an advocate. And I told them it will be a sad day when you find that you have to answer that question. You have your law degree, you have your diploma in law, huh? And you say, I have just one small criminal record, still in Kaulagala. Finally, I hope you can, as a result of this, become a good, credible, and ethical lawyer. I think you need to learn your trade. I hope I have convinced you on that. I hope you now see the importance of specialization. And I hope you now understand that really the legal landscape for you who have 20, 30 years ahead of you is not going to be the landscape that some of us have gone through. You may think these things are very far away, but I want to convince you that the future is just at the next exit. Thank you very much.
Can we give a thunderous round of applause? There are no words to say, but the keynote speech was in depth. There are things, I am a lawyer, I'm an advocate, but the things I've learned today. So we keep learning, and also it shows how sharp our justice is. Things of 1970, he remembers, and most of us didn't know. So from his keynote speech, sir, As young lawyers, we have been inspired, we have been encouraged, and we have taken time to go back to see the basics of law, the basics of being an advocate. Why did I actually choose this profession? How can I make it better? And how can I make a difference and leave a legacy in this legal profession? Due to time, we are going to only accept 2 questions. Other microphone.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Francis Piarohanga, and I am glad to be here. Honorable Justice, I have just one question. When it comes to private practice, does it then make business sense for companies to have in-house legal teams, or it is riskier for them to operate without them, as opposed to outsourcing legal services from law firms? Thank you.
And briefly introduce yourself.
My name is Francis Piarohanga. I'm a graduate of law from UCU. Thank you.
The last question. Anyone? Okay.
I actually was hoping for very many questions. Either I have confused everybody or I have not made much impact. I don't know. I think one of the fast growing areas in practice is that of in-house lawyers. Because companies believe that if you have a strong in-house legal team, you reduce on the costs of having to hire external lawyer. That does not mean that external lawyers are not going to be hired. It simply means that a lot of basic work that used to go to the outside lawyer is going to be done in-house. And therefore, it shows that there is going to be, of course, reduction of certain basic work going to the outside lawyers. But outside lawyers still continue to have a big role to play. There are many law firms which actually are hired not just to be law firms, but actually be, for example, company secretaries for those companies. So some have decided, especially the smaller companies, to do that outsourcing. And therefore, one of the things I would recommend to law firms is also to build a competence of company secretarial work within their firms, so that it is not just about going to court, because those who cannot afford to build an in-house law firm will probably outsource it completely. So yeah, so that's what I would say in trying to balance. But I think more and more companies are ensuring that they have in-house legal teams, because it's simply a cost matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice. Without further ado, we would have the next plenary discussion, which is going to be led by Ms. Jemima Muyama. The panelist discussion is the Corporate Whisperer, Mastering Key Skills for Commercial and In-House Practice. Thank you. We are going to be having a working tea because we are time spent. So please go to the back and pick up some snacks and tea. Do not be shy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We appreciate the justice for the good words. I think what was very impactful was saying that being an advocate is a lifetime of continuous learning. So we'll continue learning each and every day. And now in the world of corporate law, we've learned that success requires more than just legal knowledge. So please allow me to welcome this team of corporate lawyers who know the secrets to driving business growth and navigating complexities in in-house practice. Allow me to welcome them. They are all here, thankfully. Mr. Dennis Abigaba Konge. We shall take up the seats in front. Mr. Dennis is a legal and regulatory director and company secretary in Airtel Uganda Limited. He has an MBA from Edinburgh Business School and a postgraduate, of course, from Law Development Center. He's a certified mediator and arbitrator, and he worked with MTN Uganda prior to joining Airtel. You're very welcome, Mr. Dennis. Please allow me to welcome Angelina Namakula Ofono. Miss Angelina, please come and take up. She's not yet here. All right, she'll be here soon. However, she is a chief legal officer and company secretary at DFCU Bank, and she will be here to speak to us as well. She has over 20 years experience in financial services and corporate governance and commercial risk management and legal administration. Please also allow me to welcome Mr. Ellison Karuhanga. Please take up this seat. You are very welcome. Mr. Ellison is a partner at Kampala Associated Advocates. He's the co-head of the oil, gas, and energy mining practice and is a partner in the litigation disputes and resolution department. You're very welcome, Mr. Ellison. And lastly, please allow me to welcome Miss Fiona. Please allow me to welcome Miss Fiona Magona. Miss Fiona is a partner at Max Advocates. She's been working with the firm for over 12 years and has over 20 years experience in multi-jurisdictional commercial transactions, cutting across corporate, private equity, energy, mineral, and natural resources. You're very welcome, our panelists. We appreciate the level of experience here. I'm requesting for the second microphone so that we do not have to share this one. Thank you very much. You are all very welcome. My name is Jemima Muyama. I'm an advocate. I work with the Presidential CEO Forum as a Trade Mobilization Officer, and I'm very glad to be moderating this panel. The president of the Law Society encouraged us to start by giving a bit of our experience of your journey as an advocate in this sector, because more than what we have accomplished, the young lawyers are looking to see how to navigate through the legal sector and how to proceed forward. So in about maybe 5 minutes for each person, it doesn't have to be the whole story. You can just, because you all have a lot of experience going, 20 years and more we could just share a bit of our story. What are those things that you would tell a younger you today coming up in law? What do they have to know? How has your journey been? What impact has it had? And how different would you have conducted it if it was to start today? So we shall start with Fiona. Please, you can just reintroduce yourself and give us a brief of your legal journey so far.
Thanks. Thanks, Jemima. Can you actually hear me? Okay. Morning, colleagues. So, my name is Fiona Magona. Not quite sure that you can hear me.
Is the volume on the microphone, please? The other one. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? You can? With my voice or the microphone? Should I just put it down? Thank you. Okay. Good morning again. I hope you can hear me better. Yeah? Yeah. So I think it's a massive privilege for me to sit here and speak to really bright minds, young minds coming up, and hopefully going, beyond where we've been, where we've reached. Sharing my journey is really just to give you a snippet into what it's been for me, but certainly can't be the same for you. But you take a leaf here and there, and hopefully it helps you along. I'm really excited to hear questions as well, really looking forward to engaging, because I think learning is two ways. So this is me in a nutshell. So my name, again, is Fiona Magona. I'm a partner in the corporate team at Marks Advocates. I've been in practice just over 20 years, but I've been at Marks about 12 years. Prior to that was really a law firm in Johannesburg. And I also did about a year and a half at Fumpanga. So indeed, like Justice Chirabire said earlier, it can be quite versatile. Your journey, when you start out, you really don't know where it will end, where it's taking you. But mostly you do have like an idea about where you want to go. So for me, really starting out was, it was very clear I wanted to be a lawyer. My father was a lawyer. He inspired many of me and my siblings. But at the time, I thought law was really about fighting for people that are not so privileged, people that don't really have a voice. So at the time, I thought I was actually fighting for women and our economic rights and access to resources. But here I end up as a corporate lawyer, no regrets, absolutely love it. I'm aware of time constraints. I'm aware of like four other panelists, so I don't want to take up too much time. My story will come through as we speak, hopefully. But yeah, I wouldn't do it any other way. I've absolutely enjoyed my journey. Please allow me to share the microphone with my panelists. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I think we can now hear from Angelina. Just a brief snippet of your journey.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. And really, like Fiona and the rest of my colleagues here, it's an absolute honor for me to be here with you this morning. Brighter minds who are joining the profession, and as Fiona stated, who are going to change the face of the legal profession in this country. So we're looking forward to see the trailblazers in this room. My name is Angelina Namakula Ofono, Company Secretary and Chief Legal Officer at DFCU Bank. Been in practice, I'm about to make about 25 years, which is a while. Please don't start calculating my age. But it's been a journey. Started off in private practice for a few months. I then joined the Directorate of Public Prosecutions as a prosecutor, which I did for a few years. Then I left, went and did my master's in international commercial law in the UK. So you can see how my journey started moving into commercial and corporate law. And then I joined the Uganda Law Society, where I started our continuing professional development desk, which I'm happy to see is thriving now. After which I then joined Barclays, now ABSA, as head of legal and company secretary. And then been there for just under 13 years, I think. And then I joined the FCU. So really my journey in banking has been just over 15 years. Interesting. I learn new things every day. I think like Fiona said, you don't stop learning. So being in the in-house, you basically are doing things which you never thought you knew. So it's a learning journey for me every single day. I tell my team that we can't stop learning. If you stop learning, then there's no use you being employed or employing yourself. You're better off going home and just sleeping. But if you want to continue learning and being a better person, then it's a daily thing. So we get into stuff. You're learning about how to do IT contracts. I don't think any of us in law school even did IT contracts, in our time at least. Maybe now that you do. Now we're looking at credit cards. In my time, there was nothing called credit cards. We were looking at negotiable instruments, checks. I hardly see checks anymore. So it's just interesting. I think like Justice Chirabire said, it's the evolution of practice, and just to ensure that you also remain relevant in whichever practice that you choose to do. So that's me. Of course, I can't fail to mention that I'm a mother and I'm a wife, a daughter as well. So I combine a lot of hats. I'm even a grandmother as well. Like I said, please don't calculate the age, but just know that I balance both aspects. So I'm just looking forward to sharing and engaging with you during the course of the next few minutes. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Let's hear from Dennis, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Ellison Karuhanga. I until now, I thought I was a young lawyer, but it seems you guys have jumped. They're asking us to give our life experiences, but we are still experiencing life. I've been a lawyer for some time. I started off in a bank, actually, in DFCU. So many of my mistakes, Angelina can still see them. You know, things remain, paperwork remains. So she's coming across some of my mistakes, maybe some of the judgments, which I didn't advise Justice Chidewere did. She's about to receive them. And then I was there for a few years, and then I joined the Attorney General's chambers in the Directorate of Civil Litigation, where I also spent a short stint. Then I started a law firm, and then our law firm joined another law firm. So I'm now a partner at Kampala Associated Advocates. I think the journey of law has also always been my passion. Like Fiona, my father is a lawyer. Law is an interesting field. It is the place, they say, where whatever it is, whether it's corporate, whether it's gender, whether it is other stuff, you can always find something that makes your heart beat faster. We're the only guys who get the contracts and get excited. You know, it's big and you're like, aha. Yeah, so welcome to us young lawyers. We are welcoming ourselves to a very interesting, wonderful, excellent profession, and a noble profession. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellison, please.
Good morning to you all. I think it's still morning. My name is Dennis Kakonge. I'm the Legal and Regulatory Director and Company Secretary at Airtel Uganda. I hope Many of you use the network, but I won't be taking any questions about network quality, stealing your data as alleged by people. So I started my legal practice over 23 years ago, and it was not my passion at first. I wanted to get into PR and marketing when I was going into university, but then I got admitted to law school. However, after getting admitted there, I found that I loved the law, and it became very interesting for me. So I worked with a private law firm. So I was in private legal practice before with Biencha Kick and Company Advocates. Then, as fate would have it, my next employer was MTN, who was a client of ours at the time, and they're looking for someone to handle their legal and regulatory. So I did some work with MTN Publicom. Some of you, I don't think, know about public pay phones. There were public pay phones at the time. It was an obligation for MTN. So you'd go and get to a call box, insert your coins, and make calls. Then I became company secretary for MTN Publicom, did some work with MTN Rwanda, and then I was taken by Airtel as they were acquiring a company called Celtel Uganda Limited. So I've been with Airtel. It's been an interesting journey. And what I could say is that if you've got a passion for private litigation, follow your passion. If you've got a passion for corporate, go for corporate. Because there are many learnings, like Honorable Justice Shirabwire mentioned. It's always a learning curve. I've had an opportunity to sell a company, acquire a company, sell towers, list. I don't think there are many lawyers out there who have done a public listing, because in the process I was looking for lawyers that have that experience. So it's an interesting journey, and I would encourage you, young lawyers, to follow your passion. Learn on the job, work with the team. I think corporate practice is about working with the team and understanding the needs for the business. So that's my advice, and that's my brief journey.
Thank you very much. I guess you've all had the wealth of experience we have on this panel, and I hope we take advantage as they speak to us this morning. Please allow me to start with Miss Angelina. We're going to answer a few questions for you. The first question is, what inspired you to transition from traditional practice to an in-house commercial role? What was your inspiration there? And while you tell us, could you share a pivotal moment or decision that significantly impacted your corporate career?
Well, I think for the rest here, they were driven into law. The inspiration came quite early. For me, to be honest, and I always tell people that even as I was joining Makere, I wasn't clear what I wanted to do. I was driven into law by the fact that my closest friends were actually doing law. When I got to Makere, I was actually admitted to do social sciences. So law wasn't like my first choice. But because my closest friends were doing law, so I actually applied and got in on private sponsorship. So law was just never in my line of vision. I actually thought I would be an entertainer because I enjoyed dancing and acting while I was in my O-level. Actually, if anyone went through a bingo in those days, there was no drama that I was not in, because it just came naturally to me. So I enjoyed that. Even at Makere, I actually did it, I think, for first year as well. So for me, law, even transitioning from traditional, not too sure what traditional is, to be honest. I think, like Dennis says, it's what is it that drives you. I think for me, from an early stage, when I joined the law, the one thing that I enjoyed the most has to be commercial law at the time. And it's what came naturally to me and very easily. It's one of those topics and which I would not really read a lot for. So I realized at that point that this is my easiest area of interest. So that way I more or less continued in that line. So when I was with the DPP, even when I was looking for law schools to do my master's, it was very clear in my mind that I was doing something that was related to law. I just was not interested in criminal law. I know I was there. I did the interview and I passed, but it just was not my passion. So I actually then did my master's in international commercial law. So it's just been that that way. Really the shift for me was when I was working with the DPP. You know, if there are any state attorneys, you find that you get exposed to some of the, not even too sure what to call it, the kind of the sickness in the minds of some of the people that we live with in society. And what drove me at that time is that my final straw is when I had to prosecute a case where a gentleman had defiled a 7-year-old. And at that point, I realized that this just wasn't for me. I didn't have the mental strength to just go through that on a day-to-day basis. I know there are people who actually have it and can be able to go through it, and we really appreciate the service that they provide. But I, for one, knew that I just wasn't cut out for it. I just don't like sadness. I avoid it as much as possible. So I just knew at that point that this just wasn't me. I'd finished my master's, I was back. So I actually then, I didn't even wait to be confirmed. When the Law Society had an opening for somebody to start up that continuing professional development, I realized then that this was my opportunity to go out. It wasn't the opportunity yet to get into commercial, but it was an opportunity just to leave the prosecution. So I actually took that. And then as I was there, the opportunity, having done a few years, the opportunity then to join Barclays came up. And when I sat the interviews, I remember as I sat with the then chief financial officer, who was a Tanzanian, as we went through the exercise, the interview, because many of these companies, some of them, their interviews are not your usual, okay, tell me about your technical skills. As you can imagine, I was supposed to be the head of legal and being interviewed by a chief financial officer. So just the conversation that we had, I knew that I had now found my place. This is where I wanted to be, and this is where I knew I would thrive. And so for me, it was a very easy transition that I went into Barclays. And actually what was most exciting for me at the time is I was actually starting the legal department as well from scratch, because they did not have an in-house lawyer. They were reliant on their head of compliance and an external law firms who were supporting them. So it was just an exciting time to set up the department, but also the engagements. At the time I joined, and I was thrown in at the deep end, Barclays was acquiring Nile Bank at the time. So I remember I joined at the beginning of Jan. At the end of Jan, we were signing the contract for the acquisition of Nile Bank. So I just thrived because we were doing an acquisition. I was setting up the desk. So I found it was like everything was new. You're understanding human capital, how to deal with the employees. You're learning how to transition employees from one bank to another. You're now dealing with operations. You're doing IT, how you integrate systems. At the time, it was just all very exciting. So I just found my place at that point in time. And I knew this is where I would thrive. And I think for me, that has been the journey throughout. And I think like my colleagues have said, it's just understanding what is it that you're passionate about, because you have to be able to wake up each morning, every day, bringing your best self forward. And if you can't wake up happy to come to work, just know you're in the wrong space, and you just need to find a space that makes you happy. Life is hard enough as it is. We find a lot of difficulties, different things that just pull us down. So the one thing that makes you happy is what it is that you need to then ensure that you specialize in. So if it's commercial law, well and good. If it's prosecutions, fantastic. If it's advisory, great. So it's whatever that you do. Just be passionate. Just be happy to wake up each morning and be able to bring your best self to the table. And I'm sure you'll be able to thrive. I hope I've answered that, Jemima.
Yes, you have. Thank you very much. So we've learned that you have to be passionate and you have to learn what makes you tick and try to follow that. I am sure the young lawyers will have a lot of questions because most of them have not had an opportunity to pursue their interests, but we'll wait for that when it comes. Let's have Mr. Dennis Kakonge next. The next question is for you. What are the most crucial skills for a successful in-house counsel or commercial lawyer? And how would you recommend young lawyers to develop these skills early in their careers?
Thank you, Jemima. I think for a successful in-house lawyer, I would recommend that you have a bit of, first of all, exposure to everything, whether it's criminal law, it's civil litigation, it's commercial transactions, contracting, and so that you're able to advise your client, because you will have one client, and your client is the company that you're working for. So that you're able to advise your client adequately and provide good legal advice and be an all-rounder, so that you at least understand all aspects of the law. The other skill that is important for an in-house lawyer is to understand the needs of your shareholders, your stakeholders in the business, because you're going to be working with different multi-skilled, talented individuals that are driving different aspects of the business. For example, you need to know what the salespeople are looking out for. And now I'll speak from a point of view of telecoms. You've got to understand the technology. You have to understand what you're selling. For telecoms, our factory is minutes. So we sell minutes, we sell data. The factory is the towers that supply you. So you need to know what kind of equipment you need to get, how you need to deal with the contracts with the suppliers, making sure that your contracts are protecting the business. You have the right terms in those contracts. You have to work with human capital, which is HR. You've got to work with sales and distribution, as I mentioned. There's IT. You've got the different aspects of that business. You've got the Airtel money. I'll talk about the Airtel money for a bit. So it's important to know what your shareholders are looking for. It's important to know what the business is driving, what the vision for the business is. It's important that you have the skill set to interpret whatever is being proposed, either by your board, by your stakeholders in different parts of the business, to be able to provide legal advice that will help drive that business. The other part, like I mentioned, I do regulatory. So it's important for us to be able to operate within a regulatory landscape. So the company is licensed, in this case, by Uganda Communications Commission. There are obligations in that license. There are obligations in the Communications Act and the regulations thereunder. For the Airtel Money side, you're licensed by Bank of Uganda. So you've got to be able to ensure that you're complying with all these obligations from a regulatory landscape and ensuring that you have good relations with these regulators and government, because at the end of the day, we cannot operate in a vacuum. You've got to have a good relationship with the government that is licensing you, that's authorizing you to do this business in the country. So skill set, of course, it's your background in legal training, which you all have, and then being able to nurture those skill sets and interpret them and convert them into ensuring that the business is successful and applying them. Now, most of the times we depend on external legal counsel like Ellison here or Fiona, who are in the private practice, or our president here to provide legal services, which is mostly litigation, but to do most of the work in-house. Now, for lack of a better word, I don't want to say that a lawyer will come and tell you a lie and you fall for it. You've got to be able to understand what he's telling you and keep abreast of new judgments, precedents, developments, new laws that have been passed by parliament, regulations, so that you don't completely rely on external counsel. Like you heard from Honorable Justice Chidabu's presentation, there are lawyers who are unethical and they're looking for the quick buck. You've got to be able to look at your bottom line. I have a budget as well. I have to operate within that budget or make what we call a war on waste, which is a saving. At the end of the year, we should be able to look and see that how much have I saved out of what I was supposed to spend. And things change for business along the way. For example, we work in 14 countries in Africa. And Airtel Uganda was number 2 in terms of the ranking, in terms of profitability in all the operations. And we relied heavily on, you can guess which country? Nigeria. Now, because of the devaluation of the currency in Nigeria, it has had an impact on the pressure for the business. It is devalued so hugely that what we were earning before as a group has reduced. So we have to look into these realities, and that's the changing landscape that we operate in, and look at how can we save, how can we support the other operations, and make sure we make a good return. So I think these are the skill sets that for an in-house legal counsel you've got to take into account, and of course, not forgetting governance. I also handle the corporate secretarial. You deal with the board, different stakeholders, we have shareholders. So it's important to be able to nurture those skills. I hope I covered that question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. I guess we've had some of us young lawyers wanting to be in-house lawyers have done land, because it's the most available. So he has told us to expose ourselves to a bit of everything. The next question will go to Fiona. Please tell us what strategies do you use to build and maintain a strong relationship with business clients or internal stakeholders? The other speakers have told us the need to know our stakeholders' needs. So what strategies can you use to build and maintain those relationships? And yeah, I'll ask the next question after that, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks, Jemima. Client relationships, building that. So I think what I've seen working, you sort of take a few steps backwards to understand why clients actually come to us as lawyers. Like if you sit there and you think you're a client yourself, why would you go to a lawyer? So effectively going to a lawyer because you think that they know exactly the regulatory framework that's governing the issue that's of need for you. And they know it so well, and they've done it a couple of times, and they'll structure it. They'll give you the advice you're looking for. They'll hold your hand through this issue. They'll sort it out for you. When you're going to a lawyer, you're basically looking for a solution to a problem. Rarely do you go to a lawyer when you already know the solution. And even when you do, you're sort of thinking, maybe you missed out something. So they'll just add to that. Just in case you thought you knew it all, you probably just need the butter on your bread, the icing on your cake. So if you're going to this lawyer because you think they're going to walk you through a problem, they're going to sort out something for you, what kind of lawyer would you want them to be? So client relationship is basically just winning the client's trust, making this client feel that they've come to the right person, that you understand the subject quite well. And if you don't, that you know somebody that will understand it and actually action it well. But away even from the subject is just the other stakeholders, like regulators, that would be involved in that issue. Jemima has been saying land. So there's one thing to know the Act, but it also helps to know the registrars, to know the practice at the lands registry, to know, the land commissioner, how things generally work at the registry. It's not to know the judge. No. But basically, clients basically come to us just wanting to feel safe that it's all going to be okay. So therefore, you as the lawyer, you better know the technical stuff, you better know the whole environment, you better have connections, that's called professional network, professional capital. So a key thing in building client relationships is basically just winning this trust over that, look, I understand that problem. I actually get it really well. One, I've done it once, twice, thrice. But even if I don't, in my team, because it's really teamwork largely as a corporate lawyer, that on my team I actually have this expert in that exact issue. So I'll actually connect you. But I won't even leave you alone. I'll make sure that this person has really understood your issue. In fact, I'll stay sort of on top of it with this other lawyer. We will also connect you to this regulator. We'll connect you to that other person who's walked down that. It's just giving the client the assurance that you've understood their need really well, that you can handle it, and that you'll get it across the line safely. So how do we do this? You basically walk your talk. Yeah, when you say yes to an instruction, you better deliver. You better really have results. Don't take on if you really can't, genuinely. But that really then earns you the trust, the respect. You'll see them come back again and again. So make sure you deliver, make sure you walk the talk. Don't blow hot air. When you promise to make a connection, actually make sure you do. So really one, just walk the talk, yeah. But another thing is really be almost indispensable, offer a lot of support. So away from, the technical, the legal, I know this person in the lands registry, or I know, also offer up like just value add, yeah, that maybe today they needed you for that land issue, but you can almost anticipate that down the road, they're going to need this kind of license. So initially they just bought land because perhaps they're going to set up, I don't know, some towers. Just going back to this. But as you go down there, okay, we need the land, we need to set up, I don't know, our building, we're going to do some manufacturing, some factory. They'll definitely need some light. So anticipate and almost like sort of go ahead of them and tell them, by the way, once you're done with this, you want to think about this, stagger it for them, not too much in one go, but, be this support that's, I get it, you want land today and I can sort it out. You're also going to need this, so be ahead of them, anticipate their needs, and then support. Now, clients also, strangely or not strangely, like people that are really available, that when they call on you and they say, I'm going into this meeting, I'm not feeling very confident on my own, can you please come with me? Can you connect me to, I don't know, somebody in this office, can you come with me? Can you make a call here? So there's a lot of availability, yeah? There's a lot of, and I think this is what I call complementary. We don't really understand this governance issue. Can you please come in and speak to us? Or you offer it up even before they have. So it's understanding the subject of the client, the problem, and solving it, but also giving that support that they didn't even see coming. Before you know it, they lean on you so much they cannot make the next decision, business-wise at least. They will always be consulting and checking in with you. And then you've really become a trusted advisor, and that term is sort of loosely thrown around, but it really, really is the truth, that you really need to win that trust, and that can only come through results, right? I think that's largely it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. As a follow-up to that, as you're giving this advice and building this trust, how do you handle the conflict between the legal advice and the business decisions? Because at the end of the day, you have to earn a living, or you have a business to run, or you have life to move on. So how do we balance giving this legal advice and making business decisions, both at the level of an advocate as an individual and at the level of the business and the law firm? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the fun part. Yeah, that's the fun part, because it allows you to grow as a lawyer. You stop to only look at things from a legal angle. You stop to only think about technical competence. You now start to think like a business person too. You start to think about what concerns do they have, what considerations are they putting into this kind of decision. So beyond just, this is the law that applies, and if you can't do like this, that's it. No, even you start to stretch your mind and think like, as a business person, if I had these kind of considerations, is it really, really that the law is strictly on this issue, interpreted this strictly, or are there some boundaries within which we can actually work and it's still legal? Right? Is there some sort of flexibility? Is there some practice that's been adopted or some policy to interpret this law a bit widely, not too narrowly? So you basically do a lot of research, you do a lot of consultation with stakeholders, with regulators, and effectively come up with a couple of options, solutions. It's never just one way, that you're either this way or that way, very rarely. So you offer the client a couple of solutions, and all of them are going to be based on considerations like how costly is it? Yeah, the law can allow you this bandwidth, you can do these things within here, but if you go this way, it's going to cost you that much. And if you go this way, it will be this much in terms of time, in terms of money, in terms of red tape, licensing, and all of that. So maybe this might be the best decision for you this way. But ultimately, they take the decision. So yours is really to one, ensure that the law you're not breaching, but two, in terms of business, what is client thinking about, and which is the best way for them. So I talk about growth because you really become a businessman too, businesswoman. Sorry, ladies here. You actually, that's the growth, because after a while you've cited the same statute, the same sections in the RTA. Where's the growth for you? Saying the same law over and over. So the growth comes in applying this law in many different scenarios, many different circumstances and considerations, business considerations being different. That's a really fun part about being commercial corporate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellison. The question to you would be, what are the current trends in corporate law that young lawyers should be aware of now that you're practicing in oil and gas, in equity? What trends are there that are new that people should be interested in? And how do you stay updated with the industry changes and integrate them into your practice as a lawyer? Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's a good question. I think there are a number of changes, of course, happening in the world, in the country. I think Justice Chidiabwire dealt at length with ADR and with AI. Change in the legal trends are things that can shock you. I remember, was it in 2007 or 2008, the decision of Frederick J. Zabwe. I don't know if anyone remembers the decision of Frederick J. Zabwe. I'm sure we remember us young lawyers also remember the decision of Frederick J. Zabwe. But I don't know if anyone remembers the decision. Do you guys know the decision in Frederick J. Zabwe versus Orient Bank? The decision of Bat Katurebe that just messed up banking completely, because what Orient had done that was found to be fraudulent was what, in fact, everybody was doing. And I'm sure Bernard remembers very well the decision in Frederick J. Zabwe. And the problem with the decision in Frederick J. Zabwe was that when you read it, you agreed with it. So it not only messed you up, but it showed you that all along you've been wrong and the whole sector has been wrong. And then you will go to the more senior people and they read it and they agree with it. So before I even tell you what the current trends are, I think it's important to keep an open mind, a critical mind, not to simply follow the wind and say this is how it's always been done, because you can imagine the law firm representing the bank that went in there and then they had to come back to the shareholder and tell, he says, so why have you been doing this stuff like this? And then you even say the judge, by the way, was right. So the important thing with trends, first of all, before you even know what the trends are, is that the legal profession is not a fashion industry. You do not look at what is the most fashionable idea. It is important to create an independent mind for yourself, to understand the practice and to understand the law, and to do it in the most open-minded way. Now, what are the current corporate and commercial trends? You talked about oil and gas. Of course, there's a lot happening in oil and gas in Uganda and globally, and there are pushes and pulls from all sides, from their global pressures, local pressures. And I think the important thing is to understand where the world will be commercially, where the world will be in a regulatory sense, in maybe the next so many years. I think someone talked of the next, say, 25 years. Will we have transition from fossil fuels? Will we be developing a resource that is actually not needed? That risk is there. At the same time, there is a high level of demand growth. What will happen if we do not develop resources and demand grows? But for a lawyer, you have to understand that the role of the lawyer is to sit at the table. If you ever think about the government. The government has a law officer called the Attorney General, or the Attorney General, or the Attorney General. Really depends. Really depends on the nursery. Now, the government has three arms: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. One arm is just for lawyers. It is ours. You can hate. I saw my Lord Justice Chiabiri was saying 1%, but we are an arm. Even him, he was in the arm. Whether you like it or not, there is an arm of the government for the lawyers. But what is most interesting, when you go to Parliament, the legislature, there is an office called the First Parliamentary Council. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard of that office. Do you know who the First Parliamentary Council is? It's the Attorney General. He drafts all the laws. At the same time, he's a member of the Judicial Service Commission. At the same time, he's the head of the bar and the foremost officer of the court. At the same time, he's a member of the cabinet, and he sits as the senior. He's the only minister provided for in the Constitution. If you check, he's the only one. What does that mean about the lawyer? The attorney. He's called the Attorney General. Contracts, commercial, blah, 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 everything is there. No contract can be entered into by a government without the approval of that office. What does that mean? That while there are three arms of government, we are the ones that join them together. Yeah? We are the ones that join them together. That's why the law prescribes the minimum qualification to be the president of the Uganda Law Society. You don't just wake up and become the president. We are serious people doing serious business. You cannot run a country without us, because we are the connection. If you say there are different arms, they are independence of the judiciary, we are in the independence. If you say independence of the other one, we are in the independence. In fact, we are the independence. So the trend, whatever it is, what the lawyer must do is sharpen himself so much so that he's on that table, that he's sitting there. Think about if you say that you're a land lawyer. These days you may have to start reading the penal code as well. Huh? You know, because there are so many different things happening in lands that are just beyond you. You go and say that you're negotiating an oil agreement, you're an oil and gas lawyer, and you're taken to the field, and Total Energies wants to buy land for the pipeline, and you say the IFC performance standards, and you're going to follow it, and you go down there and you start following it, and then you have not addressed your mind to the Illiterates Protection Act, and all of a sudden you don't have any agreement. You may have understood production sharing agreements, but you don't understand the Illiterates Protection Act. You may be a banking lawyer, but right now you cannot talk about being a serious banking lawyer without understanding cyber fraud. You have to be the DPP to be a banking lawyer. So you have to sharpen yourself in such a way that you're at the table. Not outside it, not on the menu, not at the table and being on the menu. You are one of the guys sitting there. Understand that you are the attorney. Yeah, I could continue for like 5 more minutes, but I don't have anything else to say. So,
Thank you very much. I guess we've understood that you have to be sharp enough to be called to the table. Otherwise, then you're not doing what you should be doing. Thank you very much. Let's get back to Miss Angelina. Just one more question for you. What strategies do you use to maintain a healthy work-life balance for lawyers? So many young lawyers are complaining that they have no life, they are overworked. So what strategies are there that can help maintain a healthy work-life balance in a demanding corporate environment? And how can young lawyers avoid burnout while striving to excel in their careers?
Interesting one. Not too sure there are many strategies I can give. But one of the things for me which is important is that, like I said, you have to actually love what it is that you are doing. Because if you don't love something, believe you me, you'll be tired every day. Just know that. So you actually just have to love what it is that you're doing, whichever area you have agreed to get into. Just love it. So for me, some of the things that have worked. One is, for me, each role I get into, what is critical to me is succession planning. That for me is an absolute must. Like I said, I'm a mother. I had all my 3 lovely boys when I was in a busy banking environment, in the middle of an acquisition of a financial institution, in the middle of changing an IT platforming system, in the middle of setting up a department, and then also in the middle of a rebranding into ABSA. So if you don't have good people that you work with in your team, if you don't train these people, if you don't ensure that you push them to their absolute limits, then you will be there making yourself indispensable, and you'll be tired all the time because you have to look through everything that they do. So for me, succession planning is actually very critical because I have to be able to cut myself off work at a certain point and let other people do it. Yeah? I never at any time broke off my maternity leave for 3 months. I actually took it. Even leave for me right now, I actually have to take my leave without, it's a non-negotiable. Anyway, for banking, it's non-negotiable, to be honest. You actually have to get out and just cut off. Yeah? And many times, I will tell my team, unless the roof is falling, please do not call me. The phone calls I take are from the MD and the board. That's it. The rest, they deal with. I don't even want to tell me, Angelina, how do I do this? You deal with it. You make the mistakes, that's up to you. You take accountability. So succession planning for me is important because that way I'm able to then be in a position to balance work. And I think for me, just for instance, in the last one week, now the MD I have, he's a unique individual. The expectation is that if you sit on his executive team, then you're not supposed to be in the office. So I'm also a salesperson. The last 1 week I've been in the field and we've been meeting clients just to understand how we support these clients who bank with us and just see how we partner. So this is a whole week out of office. I hardly had time to look at my laptop, but work didn't stop. Yeah? But on top of that, I was away for a week. I still have kids who are at home. So I have to have a strong support system around me. So it is important that you actually have a support system that is around you. You're not Miss Perfect. You will not do everything. I'm not going to be in Kabali. And I think I am going to be at home and cook the food for the kids. Only ensure that they are up and stuff like that. You know? So you have to ensure that the people you also live in your homes are people you can trust with your home. Yeah? Because ultimately that is important. When you choose partners, please ensure that you choose partners who are your friends. Please do not choose partners because your parents love them. Because your parents are not going to live with these individuals. It is you. So ensure you have partners who are your friends because ultimately these are part of your support system. If you choose your friends, don't choose your friends because they know the latest fashion trends, because they know what is going on here and stuff like that. Choose friends who are friends for life, who are friends who are your confidants. Yeah? Some of my friends, we are going on almost 35 years of friendship. We are also about to celebrate a golden anniversary of friendship. Yeah? So choose friends who will be there for you. Those are part of your support system. Because if you don't have a strong support system, there is no way you will be able to balance your work and your life. It's even worse for ladies, like I said, because you know these gentlemen, they get away with a lot. Yeah? Well, some of them, I'm hoping, the ones in the room that are male enough to be able to provide, they can go into the kitchen and cook. Because ultimately, yes, it's important. Because guess what? And like I said, I have boys. For me, mine are being trained to cook. So I can't have ladies who will think that they'll be there and make them suffer because they can't cook. So they have to be able to look after themselves. So it's important because many times, you imagine when you're pregnant, heavy, and somebody expects you to go into the kitchen and cook. You've left work. You've come home with a laptop. Then you have to sit on your laptop. Then you have to go whatever. Please get partners who are understanding, who will support, but also mates who you train and ensure that they can support you. Your friends who can chip in when you can't. If you're lucky and your parents are still alive, your grandparents, please ensure they are part of your support system because it's important. You will never have a balance if you don't do that. You'll never grow as an individual in your career if you don't have that. Because for me, ultimately, for you to grow, you actually have to have that balance. Yeah? If you love singing, please sing. If you love praying, do that. If what makes you happy is watching a movie, do it. If it's reading a book, do it. Because ultimately, that's how you re-energize yourself. I love watching movies. I actually love watching movies. Many times if you find me on the weekend, I'm actually watching a movie or I'm swimming. But I'm still with my boys because now their dad works up country. So he comes once in a while. So I love spending time with them because I'm getting to understand them and also shaping them. So the weekend for me is to do things I love. So do those things you love. That's how you will balance. So for you young lawyers, create that balance and also understand that there are boundaries. Because many of us, I have the phone in my bag. That phone, and that laptop. The reason why our employers give us laptops, that you are available all the time. Because if you have a desktop, you'll be in your office. But when they give the laptop, they know at any time, I tell you, Angelina, there is this email I've sent. You're not going to tell them, today I don't have my laptop. So you have because they gave you a desktop. So you have the laptop because you're available. They then give us these phones and they tell you, the bank will give you a phone. And you're thinking, fantastic. Now that phone, you are available. Even your work is on your phone as well. So they expect, if you don't have the laptop, you have the phone. So there is no excuse. Yeah. Then there's WhatsApp. Even that one, they send you, just in case you didn't see the email. They remind you, I sent you an email, just in case you missed it. So at every time, you're available. But so you have to understand how to create that balance. But I think like Fiona said, is if you make a commitment, please ensure you meet it. Because the reason your employer will always be out chasing you is because you haven't met that commitment. And be excellent. Please just don't do things. The one thing I find young lawyers especially, their attention to detail. Some of those letters. So all the time your boss is calling, you know what? The letter you said, meanwhile it wasn't done well. Now this is 8 p.m. The letter is needed tomorrow morning. So you're seated on your laptop again at 8 p.m. because you didn't do it at 5, do it well. So please ensure you drive excellence as yourselves. Do the things right first time. And then for me, I think finally, don't take yourself too seriously. Yes, you're a lawyer and stuff like that. But never take yourself too seriously. Life is around what makes you happy. Walk your journey. The journey for your neighbor. Fiona's journey isn't mine. Ellison's journey isn't mine. Dennis's journey isn't mine. So these are not your journeys. Walk your journey. So your journey is how you take yourself. Don't be too serious. I never am. Yeah? Many times, even when you look at my nail polish, it's not the same. But it's okay. My hair is usually like this. Yeah? I'm never confined into black. So if you find me in black, you'll find something which is red or yellow. Because ultimately, I never take myself seriously. So please don't. So for me, that's the advice I would give you, that life is about your own journey. So walk it. But also ensure that you're excellent in everything that you do. Because when you are, you will always have that balance and do the things that make you happy. Be happy yourself. Please don't come and be annoyed at everybody because of things that happened at home. Be happy. Don't drag us all down because you came and suddenly things were not well. Just be happy. That for me is what I can say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Back to Mr. Dennis. One last question for you. You're dealing with a big corporate entity. How do you manage to balance legal considerations with the business objectives? I'm sure you have targets, you have goals. So, how do you manage to make sure that while you're meeting those targets, you're following the law? And maybe also, how does understanding the business side of your entity help you resolve legal issues more effectively? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jemima. The issue, like I mentioned before, is first to understand what the business is looking for. What is the goal? What is the vision for your business that you're working with as in-house legal counsel? And like Edison said, you've got to have a seat at the table. Make sure as in-house legal counsel, you are sitting at that table. You're part of the business strategy. You're part of the vision planning. You're part of understanding what the shareholder goals and needs and strategies are. For example, in telecoms, it's a very fast-paced business. Anything that happens in the market could change from competition. For example, let's say the competitor launches a product that is attractive to your same customer base. We share customers. Most of us have 2 phones. You've got to be able to respond fast and be able to match, because any time that you lose, you would lose out in terms of revenue. 1 week can change anything, and yet you have to get an approval process. So it's very important to sit at the table, to be able to have a business mind, not only interpreting the law and indicating that this section of this act and this regulation recommends this, or there's a risk here. You've got to be able to navigate the law and ensuring that you're able to also deliver the business interests without breaking the law and making sure you're compliant. The other thing is, my advice from my experience is to be firm. Everyone thinks he's a lawyer, especially when you work in corporate practice. You find people trying to interpret the law for you. Yet you're the one who went and studied law. Well, it's black and white, it's in English, but you've got to be able to be firm with your position and make the right interpretation, not mislead your client. And one thing that I find that helps a lot, because you find that maybe your MD or board member or the sales guy or the networks guy will say, no, but the law says this. And then he'll pull out the law and try to read it with you. Don't be shy to say, let's get a third-party opinion. You have a panel of lawyers that provide you services. Engage that panel and ask them to give you a legal opinion, and it will settle the matter. So I think in terms of skills, what do you need to do to be able to further the business? Understand your business needs, understand the vision, sit at the table, make sure you're able to provide guidance. And also, it's important that you're trusted, because it is a trust developed. People always ask questions and say, this guy telling me the right things? Is he interpreting it correctly? What's his reputation like? And it's important to be trustworthy. What the second question was? Sorry.
Pretty much answered, but it was giving an example, of how you'd handle conflict. Please excuse me.
Yeah.
It was providing an example when you understanding the business side of your entity helped you to resolve a legal issue more effectively. But
Yeah.
you answered it.
I think I glossed over it. But there are very many examples of understanding the business side that helps resolve a conflict. I'll give you just one example. When Airtel was acquiring Celtel, that's when I joined. And there was maybe 30 days into joining the company, and I was aware that there was going to be a transaction. So the business needed to acquire the company quickly because the shareholder wanted to make that acquisition, and the shareholder who was being bought out needed to earn that money in millions of dollars. Now, the business conflict was we needed to get approval of government and the regulator. And there was time was of essence. So I had to employ other skills to make sure that we get the regulator to do the approval without doing anything under the law. Don't misinterpret me. It's not a case of I went and did something wrong. No, it's being able to, like Fiona mentioned, you know the registrar, right? And then this approval is being withheld by the regulator. Who do you turn to? The regulator has a line minister. So you go and knock at the minister's door. I carried my board chairman, who was very reputable at the time. And when we walked in, the minister stood up to receive my board chairman. Rest his soul. And he was able to resolve the matter in 2 days. So it's one example. There are so many examples where you have to appreciate what the business needs are and be able to get the business to meet its targets. I would have so many, I can go on and on.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, Mr. Ellison, and it correlates with what he has been talking about. What are some of the common ethical challenges that you face? We've heard about knowing the judge and not as much the law. And what are some of those ethical challenges, and how do you ensure compliance while still facilitating business growth? Yeah, just briefly, 2 minutes also.
I think it's a good question. It's always a tough issue. Clients just want results. Some of them, in fact, want you to know the judge. So how do you maintain? What is the question again? How do you maintain?
How do you ensure compliance while still facilitating business growth?
You ensure compliance by being compliant. There is almost no compromise on compliance. Don't get corners around compliance. Don't say, I remember one time the law says that a non-citizen cannot hold freehold and mile of land. And I remember a very big client of mine who was a non-citizen who insisted that there's an exception, there's a person, there's a way around it. I told him no. So he called the commissioner of land registration and said, now, I have my freehold titles. I need you to ensure that they are freehold titles. I'm sending them to you. No, she said, send them to me. I have a look at them. I see if there's an exception. So he told me, here they are. You take them. I said, boss, they have just confiscated your titles. If you dare put these things in that place, they are confiscated. Let's find a way to regularize. But or we can go your way. We can go your way. I can take them. The risk right now is the person who has said, let me have a look at them, is simply going to confiscate and cancel. He said, hey. I said, hey. So he thought about it and we regularized. The shortcuts may always look good, but they are not short. And the shortest distance between 2 points is actually a straight line. Sometimes you just have to do the straight line. And sometimes you do look like you're not helping business because you say, no. And business says legal is blocking business. The external lawyers are blocking business. But the cost of non-compliance is always, always, always higher. Exceptionally high. It is like, anyway, I'll not give that example. This is a good audience. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, but just in conclusion, Miss Fiona, maybe you can just tell us how important is mentorship in building a successful corporate law career? Just 2 minutes, please, because we're out of time.
Sure, thanks. So really quickly, mentorship is purely guidance. Mentorship is really, really critical, if I should put it that way, in terms of building your corporate, commercial, whichever kind of career you go into. Ellison's been talking about shortcuts and how pricey they can be. Mentors can be shortcuts, and they don't cost you. Yeah, it's a different kind of shortcut here. But it's like wanting to go to Mbara, and there's this person that's been to Mbara so many times, back and forth, knows the corners, knows the potholes, knows, right? And their journey is never going to be yours. But if you sit with them, they will certainly tell you about those tough spots and how you could, not can and should, but how you could. So entirely up to you to take this advice. Now, something else I wanted to quickly highlight is sometimes you're lucky in life that someone takes interest in you, really. You were born lucky perhaps, but someone just wakes up and says, I think I really like this girl. Let me just figure her out and really just nudge her on, hold her hand. I'm in the same space with her. Let me help her along. Not everyone's lucky like this. Now, if you're not lucky like that, be active and you look for the people that, from where you stand, are doing what you want to do, best way you see, or best way they know how. So you look for them and then try and get a cup of coffee. Don't be afraid. No one bites. Everyone actually makes time, and everyone actually, there's a bit of flattery that comes with someone coming to you and saying, please, can we do coffee? It's almost as if, it's just your social duty, your community duty to give back. So if you don't have those people who in life have just decided you look wonderful, or you just so switched on, they want to support you more, look for those people. Other times, they will stumble on you, you will stumble upon them. Don't quit on that. And I think these opportunities come to all of us, but sometimes we're not ready. Sometimes the person comes and I think you're either too shy, you're not sure you're deserving of their audience. Sometimes they come to you and, I don't know, you just missed it. But a few years later, you look back and you're like, my goodness, I was in the same room with that person. What was so hard to really just sort of walk up to them and say, hi, my name is, I really liked what you said about this. Could we, any chance we could do, like, any chance I could come to your office for a small, really small things like that. And I guess you look back and you think, why didn't I? But now they've gone into the whole ocean, which is the world, and chasing them and finding them, for them to even recognize you is really difficult. So I think mine would be to encourage you. I would have liked to give you one or two stories about my own mentors, but we're out of time. So good luck.
All right. We thank you so much. I think we've learned from the wealth of experience of this panel. We can all attest to that. It has been amazing to hear all your stories and all your experience. We really appreciate it. We have all heard, don't be afraid to ask for a coffee. Don't miss out on your opportunity while you're still here. But thank you very much. We're going to take a picture with the president and the panel before you leave, but she has a communication to make before that.
Thank you so much. Can we give another round of applause? It's a privilege to be in a room of such distinguished lawyers. On that note, there's been a request from the audience. They want, if any of you would like to mentor two of the people in the room, we would like just two. Yeah. Okay, Fiona and anybody else? Okay. So you're going to, two people in this room are going to get mentorship from Fiona. Please clap. So we will leave the committee and ULS to see the active people, and we'll decide who exactly, who wants, So can we have, there are many.
I think there are many. Mentorship is more of a relationship. So maybe you guys can see how to make it work. Even for those who didn't put up their hands that they want to mentor, you can convince them that they can mentor you with time. So please take the initiative and reach out to them. They're right here, because even if ULS says Fiona mentor Jemima, if we can't make it work, it won't work. So just try to see that you build it as you go, even with the offer that is on the table. Yes, Dennis has also offered to mentor. So, yeah. All right.
Okay, so we'll have a picture moment. The president, the CEO, ULS Secretariat and Uganda Law Society Young Lawyers Team Committee. Any committee members apart from me, please? CEO. We're already seeing mentors and mentees. Next, we're going to have the next discussion, which is going to be led by Jordan Tumwesije.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you're joining us from, be it online and right here at Fairway Hotel, Kampala. You're all most welcome to the next session. Just a reminder to the advocates in the room, kindly make use of those little QR codes that you see on your table. To enable you get your full points, your full CLE points. Otherwise, you're all most welcome once again to this session. And in this session, we will be talking to people who have decided to expand the horizon of what legal practice ideally should be like. I'm talking about lawyers who are working in government and civil society. And we have a very vibrant panel. We have two panelists who are physically present with us today. But we also have a panelist that's going to be joining us virtually. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me welcome our panelists who are physically available here with us. I will start with Miss Prima Kwagala. Can we give her a big round of applause as she makes her way here? Prima is currently pursuing doctoral studies at Uganda's Makerere University in Kampala. Prima is a human rights lawyer. She is the chairperson emeritus of the female lawyers in the Uganda Law Society, having served between 2019 to 2022. Prima is also the founding and the serving executive director of the Women's Pro Bono Initiative, an organization whose vision is a Uganda free of violence and discrimination against women and girls. Now, the organization does work to achieve their vision through legal representation of vulnerable women and girls suffering from discrimination, as well as legal empowerment, research, and knowledge sharing. Now, in June 2022, Prima was awarded with the European Union Human Rights Defenders Award, and in January 2020, Prima was also named as the Peace and Reconciliation Laureate by the French and German embassies in Uganda. Hey, Chiba, it's not a simple CV. Hey, it's not a simple CV. By the French and German embassies to Uganda in honor of the work that she has done in defending women against violence and discrimination in Uganda. In October 2023, Prima was also awarded the Pro Bono Excellence and Human Rights Lawyer of the Year Award by the Uganda Law Society's Female Lawyers Committee. Prima is currently researching the impact of colonial legacy on women's reproductive rights in Uganda. Prima, you're most welcome. Next, we have Mr. Musa Modoi. Please kindly take your seat. Mr. Musa Modoi is the advisor for human rights and accountability at the Justice, Law and Order sector, now rebranded to the Governance and Security Program in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Mr. Modoi has multi-sectoral experience stemming from the not-for-profit think tanks, NGOs, private legal practice, academia, private consultancy, as well as the work that he has done with development partners and the public service. Mr. Modoi has also managed GKN Advocates, and when he left in 2014, he took up a public service position where he coordinates now over 18 government institutions responsible for the administration of justice, observance of human rights, keeping law and order, as well as the promotion of accountability. From 2021, Mr. Modoi assumed additional responsibilities of coordinating 19 accountability sub-program institutions that are mandated to combat corruption and money laundering in Uganda. Mr. Modoi has influenced the development and implementation of the national anti-corruption policy and strategic plans, and is currently spearheading the process of development of anti-corruption legislation on proceeds of crime. He has technically supported key anti-corruption and anti-money laundering legislation, and including social accountability and integrity promotion interventions. Mr. Modoi is an advocate of the Courts of Judicature of Uganda, and he holds a postgraduate training in tax and revenue administration, and has a tax law teaching background at university level. In 2019, Mr. Modoi qualified with a master's in anti-corruption studies, where he graduated summa cum laude. I think you will provide a bit of clarity on on what exactly that means from Vienna's International Anti-Corruption Academy. Mr. Modoi, you're very welcome this afternoon. Lastly, but by no means least, we have Mr. Hauka James, who is going to be joining us virtually. Mr. Hauka is the Senior State Attorney with the Office of the Director of the Public Prosecutions, boasting of an experience spanning 10 years in criminal law practice. Throughout his career, he has prosecuted a wide spectrum of offenses, including murder, rape, aggravated defilement, and the like. Before joining the office of the DPP, he refined his legal experience by working as a legal associate at Dagira and Company Advocates. His dedication to human rights has also been evident through his tenure as a volunteer with the Uganda Human Rights Commission. He has also played a pivotal role in legal education. He has served as an external examiner for oral examinations at the Law Development Center. Mr. Hauha is also an enrolled advocate of the Courts of Judicature, who prides in maintaining the highest standards of legal practice. He has a Master's of Law from the University of South Wales in the UK, which has enriched his expertise and broadened his global legal experience. Mr. Hauha, you're most welcome to this session.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you. So we'll start with Prima. Prima, you're most welcome. Maybe for the people who do not know you, Prima, could you kindly walk them through what initially drew you to working in civil society outside the context of what you would call the traditional legal practice, where a lawyer goes to court and represents clients? So what prompted you to leave that and work in civil society? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jordan. Can I be heard? Thank you. My name is Prima Kwagala, as already introduced. I felt like the previous panel is speaking quite similar to what drew us to what we're practicing already. The stories are not quite different. But for me, I would say it's really, I draw my practice and inspiration for what I do from my life experiences. Growing up, I think I'm a child of the 90s, when computers were not so common at the time. When Mr. Kakembo earlier was talking about, I think, AI, computers, and phones, and the phone booths, it was very clear to me, because when I was at the university, I did not even have a phone. Every time I would ask my dad to get me a phone, he would say, "Why do you need a phone? You just need 200 shillings to go and call me at the phone booth." So it made a lot of sense. And yet, studying right now, if you don't have a phone, if you don't have a laptop, it is almost impossible. But in the 90s, I think for me, I wanted to be an engineer. It seemed like, well, it seemed fancy to be in the science class. And I think for me, I was drawn more to the sciences than to the arts. But I'm a very introverted person. So I'm very inward. I was always in-house. I'm reading books or reading novels. And my dad thought I make a better lawyer than an engineer out there climbing trees or supervising roads. So the decision to become a lawyer for me was made more by my dad than myself. So when I was at law school, I did not find myself in the traditional legal practice. Rather, I found out that I could be a lawyer charting my own path after several years of practice. And growing up as a firstborn, that meant that I needed to define a lot of things for myself. I am a firstborn girl child, born in a family of almost all of us are women. I only have one brother. We were born 8, 7 of us are girls, and 1 is a boy, and he comes at the tail end in the row. So in our home, we only had 2 men for the longest time, my dad and my young brother. And I went to girls' schools the whole time. Going back home, my home is almost a matriarchy. I was born when my grandfather had already passed on. So I had aunties and grandmothers, and then at home, mostly my mom, and at school, we are women. The head teachers are headmistresses. You know, law school was like the first time I got to interact with men on a large scale. So most of my life is women, 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 women. So I'm very, very familiar with women's issues. Very, very familiar. Going through law school, I actually found that the law, you know, eliminates women quite easily. And going into the history of the law, you know that it's men who write the law, because men have been in the public space longer than women. So most of the issues in the legal space do not reflect the realities of women. So for me, coming to that realization quickly, I understood that I need to see my mom, I need to see my sisters, I need to see, you know, the people I associate with reflected in the things we are talking about in boardrooms, which was not that. And that is what really inspired me to start the profession and the advocacy and activism and the work that has shaped me today, really, because it is what I saw, what I experienced, and what I don't see reflected in the boardrooms. So not many employment places were doing that at the time I left law school. So finding my own ground to actually come to the realization to found an organization that fits people that are thinking like me became the only obvious route and path for me to take at the time.
Thank you so much, Prima. And I will turn to Mr. Modoi I was going to ask, still building up from Prima's discussion, young lawyers are usually, rather when people are making the decision to become lawyers, they're usually drawn by what they watch in Suits. They want to see a very sharp suit, this lawyer who stands in the middle of court and they're able to command that. Didn't you ever feel like by taking the direction that you were taking, that you were moving away from that kind of way that lawyers are looked at? So just kindly walk us through your journey and how you made that decision to end up in that area of practice where you're currently working.
Thank you, Jordan. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are sorry we are coming between you and your lunch. I hope it will be worth it. Prima, thank you for those, the icebreakers. You're such a great communicator. So my name is Musa Modoy. I usually speak well when I stand. I'm a teacher by default of sorts in most of my paths. I currently work with the Ministry of Justice, particularly a unit called the Jealous Secretariat. How do I get there? How do I walk away from suits, from courtrooms, and so on and so forth? I'll just dig back a bit and let this just be a conversation. It's nothing to do with the lecture. I think I share a bit of elements of being an introvert with Prima. And believe me, such people have great minds in their heads. And believe me, such people have very little tolerance for mediocrity. So I'll really start a bit far, just to walk the story. I sit my senior six in Indeje in 1998. And I end up qualifying for a Bachelor's of Arts sponsorship at the university. And I look at myself in the mirror, I look at the papers, I say, no, I'm better than this. So I give it another shot. I excel, I get a government sponsorship. What am I saying? I notice that in my journey, I've been driven by excellency as opposed to stereotypes of either suits or so-and-so has crushed billions and so on and so forth. So in my family, unlike many people, you don't find an advocate that I'm aspiring to be like. That there is uncle so-and-so, there is my big brother so-and-so, and therefore I'm locked in footsteps. Mine was to go for the best that is out there. And when I listed up a few courses in my senior six, journalism, well, law, well, said, well, law sounds more grip. And that's how I end up at the Faculty of Law and that kind of training. While there, as it is in many schools of law, most of the tutors are involved in private legal practice. But then there's this gentleman that stood out exceedingly. Are you familiar with Godbert Mushabe? Now, that's a brain. That's a think tank. And when he tutored me in some of the disciplines, and I would see an epitome of brilliancy. And when I interrogated the kind of work he's doing, he's in international processes, he's running causes with government, with poor people, and so on and so forth. But more importantly, the depth of thought that he would bring to analyze issues was quite amazing. On the other side, you would see many young or practicing lawyers with khaki envelopes running to court. You get there, you're struggling, you have to score deals here and there. So for me, that made it clear, and I had a good time with him. From that path, I got into development partner work with Danida. Again, it's where you're doing analysis, you're doing systemic reviews. You know, the legal practice is at execution level. It's technical execution. But by the time a legislation comes in place, there's a higher thought process that has happened for you to execute and align to. So I ended up finding comfort in the higher process analysis. If you would say for the past 10 years, I've been working behind the scenes of the justice system. So you start seeing reforms like URSB, you start seeing reforms like ICMIS. Now those are thought processes I invest myself in the different sectors. Very soon the future is going to be that you walk to a police station, you don't even find somebody. You find it's like an ATM. It has a drop down of 200 services. What's your problem? Click. And whatever you get in there automatically transmits to the officers, then to the prosecutions, then the courts of law. And that drives me. I had 2 episodes of transition. First was that. The second one, after Danida, I went back to private practice because Danida started constricting me. Said, no, the focus and the space of engagement became too narrow. And I quickly dropped back to co-manage a law firm called GKN Advocates. GKN Advocates stands for Galisonga, Kasasa, and Nasali. And perhaps these are practitioners that have a reputation that you're familiar with. They love the practice. After 3 years, I got bored. It became routine. It became scoring deals. It became a show-off. I'll give you an example. You have to attend the annual law conference. Okay? You must show up in a cool car. You must have great clothes on. You must look like the guys in suits. And do you know where you're going to get that money? You're going to temporarily borrow from the client's account. Okay? I found it shallow. We had good business. We had banks, Exim Bank, Housing Finance, many corporate establishments. Business was good. But there was more that I could not find in terms of satisfaction. So the point that you can take away is know yourself. Know who you are. Not all of us are meant to succeed in Chikubo. Okay? I have colleagues who have walked away from the practice and they're in real estate. Build, sell, and they're making good money, they're happy. But then know who you are. I used to wonder, how many of us went to Makerere University? Is Professor Juko still there? He's retired. I used to wonder, where does he get the satisfaction of keeping in lecturing, in and out, in and out? There are deals out there. But at the end of the day, we are different. Now, the glass ceiling that you need to break is the consistent bias that private legal practice is the only thing and it's the in thing. I think that is the biggest lie. And at times it's by default because most of the tutors, especially at LDC, are from private legal practice. The Baganda have a saying, Omutoja amanyi. Very good. Okay? So briefly, those were my motivations to straddle around.
Thank you so much, Mr. Modoe. Now I'll quickly turn the baton to Mr. Hauha, who is joining us online. Mr. Hauha, I see that you are a legal associate at Dagira and Company Advocates. What prompted you to leave that and join mainstream a criminal law practice? If you could just kindly walk us through your story briefly in about 3 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Moderator. I hope that I am loud and clear.
You're loud and clear. The internet here is not, we are not using MTN internet. So you're loud and clear, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I thank you for the generous introduction. However, you forgot only one thing. I was also in 2018 recognized by the then DPP, His Lordship Chibita, as the best prosecutor of that year in 2018. I hope that that one instills confidence in the young lawyers that we are speaking to appreciate where we are coming from. First of all, I wish to take the opportunity to thank the ULS for inviting me to participate in this 5th annual Young Lawyers Symposium. And back to your question, what drew me to this role was the unique position that prosecutors hold as principal criminal law practitioners. Unlike other legal roles, prosecutors are at the forefront of protecting society, holding offenders accountable, and safeguarding the rights of the victims. The opportunity to make a tangible impact on the public safety and justice, coupled with the intellectual rigor and ethical challenges of prosecuting complex criminal cases, was incredibly compelling to me. It allows for a dynamic practice that requires deep understanding of the law, strategic thinking, and a commitment to serving public interest. I wish just to bring to the attention of the participants that prosecutorial service is very much a traditional area within the realm of criminal law practice, just like civil practice. So much as I moved from the private practice, I still embraced a traditional criminal practice, which was simply a profoundly an impactful career path that is within the legal profession. Some people may misunderstand it as non-traditional practice of the legal profession. But interestingly, I wish to contend that this is a traditional criminal law practice which forms an area that one may want or opt to pursue as a career path under the legal profession. So those issues that I have highlighted are what drew me to the career path I am in now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Hauha, for for sharing with us your journey. I'll quickly turn to Miss Kwagala. Could you just kindly walk us through what the role of lawyers is in social justice movements? And I know that the work that you're doing at Women's Pro Bono Initiative is aimed at building a sort of social movement where women and girls are able to be free from discrimination. So what's the role of lawyers within social movements? And while you're answering that, could you also kindly walk us through the challenges that lawyers could potentially face? Because we have people here who might be interested in transiting and coming and working for you at Women's Pro Bono Initiative. So could you just walk us through the role of lawyers in social justice movements and what some of the challenges in those movements are? Yes.
Okay. The role of social justice lawyers is not different from any other practice of the law, in my opinion. And that is the first challenge I think I faced when I started my practice. Because when I would get to court, my colleagues that I had gone to law school with would be like, "Are you a lawyer? I thought you're always in the community. Like, you don't have to waste time to read or file documents and all of that." Quite to the contrary, I find people working in civil society or social justice lawyering not too different from what prosecutors are doing or what you're doing in law firms or elsewhere. The approach, I think, is what is different. Your role is to be a voice. Your role is to promote fairness and equity. So you'll find social justice lawyers being very involved in narrative change or narrative formation. How do we form narratives around specific kinds of laws or practices? When you come up with a law in parliament, what are you trying to communicate? I mean, the first parliamentary council will put up something, the reasons why they are putting in place a law. But from a social justice perspective, what does that look like? And to that end, social justice lawyers are looked upon. What is the human rights implication of this? What does it mean for women? What does it mean for children, for people who are passionate about children? What does it mean for students? What does it mean for me as a female lawyer when the Law Society comes up with a certain kind of resolution or EGM that I was not part of? What does that mean? So for me, that is the perspective with which I approach the law. And there's so many challenges. And I'll speak for challenges in the field or space that I operate in. Many times, the law as is or as it is written. I like that Packard versus Packard discussion. And for those of you that have read, or you've been exposed to constitutional law, you've been exposed to Council Philip Karugaba's article on shipwrecks and seamarks, where he discusses Packard v. Packard. For if something has never been done or it's not written, does that mean that we should leave it as is? I need to mention that a bit of my background. After I left law school, in my confusion, as I earlier stated, that my dad pushed me into law school. So after law school, I was thinking, so what now? I can't now start engineering school. I didn't study sciences. So what do I do with myself? At that point, I had to start thinking, what am I good at and what can I do? How can I make use of the education that I have learned? And fortunately for me, I was led to colleagues in the legal profession who had maybe moved a few years ahead of me in the space and were also finding themselves out in research and litigation and social justice. Along that journey, I came across the now late Honorable Justice, I forget, recently passed away. And he was sharing with me, Justice Kakuro, it was Justice Kakuro. I remember inviting him to an event, again to mentor young lawyers at the time in litigation. And when he came to our event, the students were not ready. The judge who I had spoken to in chambers on very immoral grounds, he stormed out of the meeting and drove off. I was so broken and hurt, but I was so embarrassed on my part as well. And we were law students. Why were we not ready for the judge? I called the judge. He's like, I'm supposed to be at a funeral. I decided to come to speak to you guys. You did not even spare parking space for me. What do you call yourselves, you children? My God. I said, oh, I was quiet the whole time on the phone, apologized profusely. After the event, we had to go and meet the judge. Like, we are sorry, please, if we come to court, don't send us away. And when we met him, he laughed. And he said, Prima, I wanted to teach you guys a lesson. Time is money, but above all, if you're preparing to be lawyers, you must prepare. Every morning I see on WhatsApp group, at least on 1 or 2 people posting that chance and opportunity comes to people who are prepared. You could be the luckiest, most educated Harvard attorney in the room, but if you're not prepared at the time an opportunity knocks, simply will pass you by and go to the least educated person in the room. So we need to be prepared. But he also told me that before he became an attorney on his graduation day in the 70s, his dad told him that when you become a lawyer, open your mouth for the damned in the cause of all such as appointed to destruction. Open your mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. And he said this was long before I thought I would ever be a judge. I see this verse among Christian lawyers, but also in Islamic, people who are very religious, the Catholic lawyers, the Islamic lawyers movement or whatever. They're all looking at their role as lawyers as pleading the cause of the needy, promoting justice, opening your voice for people who cannot speak. And that cannot be easy in itself. Many of you have seen many lawyers who are doing social justice work, very prone to being imprisoned because you're, voicing unpopular opinions. And the popular narrative will not tolerate you. Most times the president of the Law Society is not here, but we have found each other in cells bailing out colleagues who said something that was not the popular opinion at the time, and people in power will swing in, and invoke some kind of law to put you in bad. That is it's a big challenge. The rule of law, protecting the rule of law and making sure you stand up. Maybe you're an in-house lawyer, but if they come for one, they come for all. I know an in-house lawyer who was a subject of a litigation in Mukono not too long ago. He had to be delivered by a judge, for commissioning a document, a land transaction document that somehow ended up in, I think, a forgery, and the land went to someone who shouldn't have had the land, and the lawyer was embroiled in the whole process. You might assume an in-house lawyer will never be involved in activism, so, all of a sudden he needed our voice in the space. You have heard the issues of the constitutional law exam that ended up, on social media. The person who set that exam all of a sudden needed social justice lawyers to start screaming and saying, hey, the right to academic freedom. You might think, if I end up in academia, I don't have to be seen or what. I'm just going to be setting my exams. Somehow you end up in the public arena. The same things, DFCU, Orient Bank, really social justice lawyering, commercial litigation. The role is the same, but also the challenges quite the same. Issues of money for social justice lawyers, public interest lawyers, sometimes we call them, or human rights lawyers, as most people would rather be identified as. Very complex in terms of security as well. You need security, and in most cases, public interest lawyers do not have money. You're just speaking out of passion. Our colleague, okay, maybe he has not yet joined the bar, Mabirizi. Oh, he's being hounded. And yet when he files those documents, some of us are behind cheering him and editing them in the background. But when he's in trouble, no one is showing up for him. And yet we are interested in the jurisprudence he's actually building. That becomes such a big challenge, but also responsibility on us as the legal fraternity to actually do something when we see colleagues that have decided to take the front lines of support on issues we collectively can identify with. I'll stop there.
And maybe just a follow-up question that will cut across the panel. How do you then measure success? Because for the litigation lawyers, success could look like a court case that has been won. Is success for you, Ms. Kwagala, being awarded the EU Human Rights Defenders Award, which is, for those of you who do not know, it's like the Ballon d'Or in football terms, the Ballon d'Or for people who are working in civil society, the ultimate prize that we all ultimately strive for. So what does success look like to you? And this question will cut across. After you're done answering, we'll turn to Mr. Modoy and then how hard to answer that question. How do you measure success in your respective field?
Success differs from one person to another. Success for some people in my field who could mean how much attention I think you're gathering towards a certain cause. That becomes a bit of success. Success could be being seen. Being seen. For women, being seen is important. You have seen me, you have recognized that this is an issue. That could mean success. Success can come in monetary terms. You know, for us, you've done a huge case, you worked on a big thing, and therefore maybe it attracts resources in that space. It becomes success. But for me, success, for me, as an individual, define it in my own opinions, is being able to start a narrative that someone else can pick up and expand for the future generation. For me, that is big or great success. If I have been in a space and left someone there and that person is able to develop the discussion even bigger and open more doors for more women to be able to come in the space, for me, that is how I define success.
Thank you. Where do we start? The first question was about how does your sphere of work go? What does it mean for me? Typically, my work system or my workstation is more of a think tank, a coordinator, and as a result, a person who helps to connect the dots and have a system run. Many times, if you just hold your phone, if you, the advocate, is the use of the phone, a brief definition of my work is wiring the phone and making sure that the bugs that emerge, debugged and so on and so forth. On a regular basis, me and a team of colleagues sit around and reflect about the justice system. Is it delivering what it ought to deliver? And what kind of struggles are the practitioners having? Many of you may not have been in practice or in law school. About 10 years ago, you would go to the company registry and there's no computer to work with. It's all manual and it's all flawed. And if automation is something that we need to do to shift public processes, then that becomes our business. Who does that? Where do you get the resources? How do you map the processes? Becomes our daily bread. And many times you'd see us in cohorts, either with development partners or moving jurisdiction from place to place, trying to find the best way things can be done. So that at the end of the day, not only is it easy for the practitioner, but it's also yielding positive indices for the country, for the government, and for the entire national reputation. Recently, we were celebrating when Uganda went off the grey list because we had been officially labeled as official money launderers. Okay? And it was very easy if any of you was traveling and you're queuing up at an airport, you're holding a Uganda passport, they said, no, we need to double check, step aside, and so on and so forth. And those things concern us. So in our think tank pursuits, those are the critical things we're interested in. Sometimes you have legislation coming through, and the next time you get to know about it is when it's a bill that has been published. But the whole research that goes in there, the depth of thought and trying to triangulate things are things we invest ourselves in. I'm fortunate that in my workspace, we manage a fund, a development fund, for some of these targeted things that is supported by development partners and government. So it's not just about talk, but you're able to back your talk with a bit of funding to make sure some of the processes and reforms are happening. I don't know if I'm squaring your first question. There was challenges in between, before success. Or it could come later, challenges would come later. For us, success is when you start a reform process and it yields successfully. It can be a very structured issue. For example, we've gone around the country constructing what we call one-stop justice centers, where you have prosecutions, the police, the courts of law, probation services, all in one place. Success is when a protracted process that has 50 steps is reduced to 20. From 2 weeks of incorporating a company to a couple of hours. That is success for us. From a legislation being stuck and a legislation passing. And at the international fora, when we make state reports, when we're able to tick off accomplishments on behalf of government and the people of Uganda as a compliant international citizen. But at a very personal level, as Prima said, success varies. What are your needs? What is your phase in life? For most of us who are in the development phase, you need the money. So most likely you'll settle where the money is and you're able to break even. But one thing I took away from my icebreaker Godba is like never focus on the money. Focus on excellency and perfect your practice. The money will follow you and you'll chase it away. But focus on perfecting your practice. Know your practice, go for excellency. You don't have to do what the other is doing. You just need to have your niche. Recently, a couple of years ago, I met a colleague who was working with Minister of Foreign Affairs, a young lawyer. And he was going to study masters in nuclear law. I'm not aware of any university that is teaching nuclear law in Uganda. But that's the future. We have an atomic council, and once they were looking for lawyers, and there was no lawyer. We had a heritage case, and we had to outsource Festus Akunovera because of the competences that are out there. He perfected the art, and the money followed him. And for me, that's always amazing when I'm sharing with people. Challenges. You see, many times as lawyers and advocates, we have this bubble of assuming we know it all. We call ourselves the learned friends, so we are closed to new ideas. Some of the spaces me and Prima occupy, unlike Council Kauka, are places that traditionally are occupied by social scientists, not advocates, not lawyers. But what amazed me from the start is that with the kind of training, the gruesome training and analytical mind that you acquire, you dare in that space, you definitely excel. No doubt. You definitely excel, especially if you click with your passion. So the troubles that I've had to contend with, one, I had to let go of procedural law. The nuances of procedural legal practice, I had to let go. You can't have your cake and eat it. The opportunity was that I acquired new disciplines, strategic planning, policy analysis, project management, program design and management, so on and so forth. At the end of the day, enjoy your journey of practice and life. Just enjoy your journey. 40 years, 50 years down the road, you're going to be a damn old man or woman. And you'll start regretting, I wish I took that UN job. Not to just keep up with the stereotype that a lawyer must have his day in court. No, just enjoy your journey. Wherever, whatever cause you choose. I liked Justice Kihika, Oscar. He has this jazz fit for himself. He plays jazz. And at times he would organize jazz concerts. By then he was senior counsel as judge. I don't see that anymore. But beyond the straight jacket practice, have your passion, have your side thing where your heart, beyond the monetary, feels accomplished. But by and large, you lose part of the traditional legal practice discipline. You pick up new areas of thought. I don't meet and interact with most of my peers that I was with in law school, unfortunately. Eris is one of them who was here, that were in law school together. You don't meet them because they're busy going to court. You're busy, either you're boarding a flight, you're going to Geneva because there's a state report, you're going to Nairobi, you're going to Malawi. You know Justice Centers Uganda? That legal aid fit? Yeah, I was part of those who started it. We had to go to South Africa to piggy bank that and start to craft it around and eventually want that to be a state legal aid scheme. Now, those are things you look back and you're like, yes, this has worked. This is success and this is great. But when the discussion about order this, rule that, of the civil procedure rule starts, you just have to watch and listen.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Modoi. One thing I've picked is that you use aeroplanes like borders. That's how you brag. You're bragging differently. While people are getting flights to the commercial court, for you're getting flights to Geneva. We stand a king. All right, we'll quickly turn to Mr. Hauha in 2 minutes, briefly, what the challenges have looked like, but also how, as state prosecutor, you are able to measure success. Over to you, Mr. Hauka.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Just like other areas of legal practice, the prosecution service also has its own unique set of challenges. Of course, not forgetting the rewards. One of the primary challenges is managing the heavy caseloads, and the often intense pressure to achieve justice swiftly and effectively. The stakes are incredibly high, as our decisions directly impact the lives of victims, accused persons, and the community at large. Additionally, the emotional toll of dealing with severe and sometimes traumatic cases can be significant. There are times even our lives are threatened. Because I remember one time at an anti-corruption court when I vehemently objected to a bail application, the husband to the accused person asked me how much was my paycheck that makes me behave the way I behaved. Literally meaning that if I earn such little, why would I think that I would put up a fight against the powerful? So we go through threats. However, the merits of prosecutorial service far surpass these challenges. One of the greatest rewards is the sense of purpose and fulfillment that comes from serving the public interest. Being a prosecutor allows me to be at the forefront of ensuring justice is served, which is a deeply gratifying experience. We have the opportunity to advocate for victims, hold offenders accountable, and contribute to the safety and well-being of our communities. Moreover, prosecutorial work offers substantial professional growth. So, yes, the challenges are there, but also the rewards are also there, and indeed they outweigh the challenges. To go to the successes and how I would measure the same, one of the primary indicators of success is the tangible results of our prosecutorial efforts. It includes the number of successful prosecutions, the conviction is secured, the sentence is handed down, and specifically in the anti-corruption work, it involves the recovery of misappropriated funds and assets, which directly returns resources to the public domain. That is a success. Success also in my line of work is also measured by the broader impact on the legal and governance systems. This includes the implementation of stronger anti-corruption measures and policies influenced by our work, the establishment of more transparent and accountable practices within government agencies, including private institutions, signifies that our efforts are leading to sustainable systemic changes. The public trust and perception. We get the public perception through the feedback we get through media and the interacting with the community. It about our work. It satisfies us that indeed, whatever we do, we are rendering justice, which is appreciated by the public. The personal and team resilience. The team in ODPP is resilient and dedicated, especially in the anti-corruption work, which is very challenging and often involves significant personal and professional risks. The ability of our team to maintain integrity, moral and determination in the face of all that is a testament of success. That despite the challenges you go through, you are still resilient, and at the end, your focus is to rendering justice. So briefly, those are the issues I could highlight as the indicators of measuring the success in our work. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll quickly turn to the audience. Do we have any questions for the panel? And I must add, award-winning panel. That's very, very important for me to stress. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have a question here.
Thank you so much. Rogers Magala is my name, and I am a journalist working with the Daily Monitor. At the same time, I'm a fourth-year student of law at UCU, and I am in my mid-30s. The reason as to why one of the reasons as to why I went to do a law degree was for satisfying my ego. I did political science at Makerere in 2010, and I was sharing a room with, by then he was a law student, and we used to call him Sheikh Asebuf Usama. And he had a group of, a clique, and I loved them. So I said, I'll go back and do law. So when I graduated, I passed the pre-entries in 2014, but got a job at the same time. So I chose the job and left the dream. I sat the pre-entries in 2019 and I failed them. I attended class at Makerere for 2 weeks, thinking of what I would do then. But in COVID-19, I joined UCU. I don't regret. However, I feel I am satisfying my ego, which is okay, but my anxiety now is I feel I lost 10 years. Because most people start practicing in their 30s. And I feel I'll be a junior lawyer in my 40 or 45. So my question is, how do I tame my anxiety? How do I have that hope burning within me? That, because you even said, I don't want you to be a 40, a 50, and you feel tired, but this is the time I feel I'll be practicing. So journalism is now a pathway, and I feel I don't have enough time left on my sleeve to practice my dream. So how do I tame my anxiety? I feel I'll be clerking in a law firm with my bosses at 27 and I'll be 46. So I just need to be guided. How can I tame my anxiety? How do I see hope when I make it in the lawyering career? Thank you.
Can you remind me what your name is? Rogers. Rogers, I need you to understand that we live in different time zones. Let me just use that word. We live in different time zones. Like I mentioned, I did my master's. I think I must have been around 21. The first time I went for postgraduate studies outside this country, I went to the US. And in the US, law is a second degree for most people. I was 21 and I was introducing myself as a lawyer in the class. And everyone in the JD class is like I was like one of the smallest people in the class. And everyone was an adult who has practiced everywhere. But unlike them who had like degrees before, and in my opinion, they understood and appreciated the law more than I did. Because after S6, you only know about the arts and the history and all of that. So, like comprehending legal issues at a master's level was very easy for them compared to me. But I also wanted to share examples of, they say the person who founded KFC did so at the age of 80. If you look at the presidents, Obama became president at the age of 45 and retired before he was 60. Trump became president at the age of how? 75. And Biden became president at what age? If he had compared himself to Obama, he would never attempt it. But you're working in a different time zone and your light comes in a different space at a different time. In our own perspective, you might know one of the trailblazing lawyers lately. This lawyer, he was a former journalist, Gawaya. Who? Yeah, Tagule. Ivan Okuda became a lawyer just very recently. Tagule joined law school after I was in law school. You know, sometimes we are appearing in constitutional court and across is Tegule, and I'm thinking, because he has gray hair, sometimes the judges will even call him senior counsel, and I'm thinking, no, I'm more senior than Tegule. I saw him. Or Moses Ali. He also decided, he came to law school, I would see him dozing the whole time in class. But he persisted and still came to the bar. I mean, we can't compare our practice to him, but I mean, he introduces himself as a lawyer first and foremost. So you live in a different time zone. I mean, look at our speaker right now. She became a lawyer and she's speaker, you know, third in our country, thriving in her time. So for me, I don't think there's any reason for you to be anxious about anything. Be anxious for nothing. Your time will come, you will shine in your space. And I don't think you should also assume that maybe you're going to practice law as the young people are practicing it. At the time you come out of law school, the playing field might be totally different. And at that time, you need to craft yourself in a space you're most comfortable with, because I have learned that when you start to, to copy the way people do certain things, you end up being very lukewarm. My colleague has been, pushing, be excellent at what you do. You might be excellent at practicing journalism and the law. We don't have many of those appreciating freedom of expression because we have not been there. You have the practice, you have the experience, you know the issues, and therefore can articulate them best. So I urge you to walk in your time, in your space, and forge your own path as you know it.
When I left law school in my 20s, I told myself that I'm not in a rush for anything. For the first about 5 years, I didn't care so much. I wanted to just get a feel of things. And I kept advising young lawyers and colleagues that, look, imagine you're 30 now, and you have the potential to live a sane and functional mind up to the age of 80. So you have in the bank 50 years. You're going to practice yourself tired. And believe me, midway, you're going to change course. It's like a new song. It starts with a bang. Eventually, it's like a new couple. It starts hot. Eventually, so the space is going to always be there. And the opportunities are just increasing. I left Danida to go into private practice to a bit of get a good feel and stuff. After 3 years, it was quite redundant. And I went back to something else. In the interim, to vent off, it could be useful for especially people that are outside the traditional practice, as they call it, to affiliate with a law firm so that you have, ear on the ground, you can get tidbits of what's going on, you get a sense of what is there, and it will demystify the ideals that are loaded in there. And with the time you say, oh, okay, it's like any other practice, professional, medical, engineering, and the like. But take things in your stride. Your time is not any other person's time. And things will eventually yield through. Don't forget that the skills you've accumulated in journalism, once you bring those and apply them in legal practice, you will exceed. And that's how Tegule is exceeding. Tegule's start point was not an ordinary young lawyer's start point. He had skills in the toolbox and he came armed. So when he started on, he was like he had a head start. And that's what you have. So hold it in your stride and affiliate if you can, but just know that there's all the time to practice.
Thank you so much, Miss Kwagala and Mr. Modoi. Can we give them a big round of applause together with the online panelist, Mr. Hauha James, who managed to join us virtually, but also to extend apologies from Mr. Rafael Gonzalez, who was the other panelist who was supposed to come, but was unable to make it. Thank you so much for being a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful audience. Let us give the panel again a warm, warm round of applause. Can we also give the moderator a warm round of applause? I think he did an amazing job. Amazing job, best job I've ever seen. So we will have a group photo, the panelists with the panel, and then from there I'll hand over to Brownie to quickly take us, to inform us of the next happenings. Thank you so much.
Okay. The panel is the audience, please. All of you. Yes, the panelists with everyone here. A group photo at the front here. Can we stand up and have a group photo? Everyone, please. No, the panelists stay here. We are going to come behind you. We acknowledge the presence of the chair, Young Lawyers Committee, Mr. Derek, so you can sit. Members, please hurry up. Thank you. As you step out, we're going to get coupons. Food is at the poolside. You need to be back here in 15 minutes. Members, let's do this quickly. A member from ULS is standing right there. Please go and eat that we are back. The panel for 2 o'clock is actually already here. So let's hurry up. So at this juncture, allow me to welcome Mr. Echiba Edwin to lead us in this discussion on wealth wisdom, financial planning, and management for professionals. Can you give him a round of applause?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We were from lunch. I guess our sugar levels are now higher, so more energy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edwin Mike Echeba. I'm very honored to moderate this afternoon session. And unlike the earlier sessions in the morning, where we talked about the practice and all those things, the afternoon session centers on something that is very, very valuable, possibly a reason or two why very many of us are in practice: the money. How best do you make the money? How best do you plan for it? What more can you do? So it's a money discussion. Yeah, and no better way to have that discussion than having it with two esteemed gentlemen, two profound gentlemen. One is a lawyer, a senior lawyer at that. He is an entrepreneur, and he is a leading tax consultant. Then no better way to also veer off and hear from someone very different from us, someone who's an accountant, someone who is an investment consultant, someone who deals with advising leading consultants. People want to invest their money. So these two gentlemen are very, very competent enough to lead our discussion. But just before we start, I just want to start with a quote. And I think this quote is very, very lively and speaks to a thing or two. It's by an American writer and philosopher called William A. Ward. He one time wrote an article saying, before you speak, listen. Before you write, think. Before you spend, earn. Before you invest, investigate. Before you criticize, wait. Before you pray, forgive. Before you quit, try. Before you retire, save. Before you die, give. So those are some of the things that our esteemed panelists will be deliberating on this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first panelist is a senior lawyer. He is a founder and the managing partner at Birungi and Barata Associates. He has over 35 years experience in tax and 20 years experience in the legal fraternity. And he has been privileged enough to serve at the URA. He has worked for the Ministry of Finance, and he is a leading tax consultant. He has authored leading tax articles, and has been awarded and quoted as a leading and one of the best tax consultants Uganda has or will ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Cephas Birungi, who is with us this afternoon. So Cephas, you could kindly take up a seat. That has been the practice. So our panelists will take their seats up here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cephas deserves a bigger round of applause. Thank you. Our other panelist is an accountant, and he's also a CFA. Those of us who care to read, if you've seen articles, the CFA is one of the hardest courses globally to ever accomplish. So this gentleman completed it in a very short spell. So he's an accountant, he's a CFA, he's an ACCA. He focuses mainly on corporate finance. So he advises clients on investments, financing, business, and everything money. This gentleman is the manager, corporate finance at BDO East Africa. BDO East Africa is an audit firm. And this gentleman is also a lecturer. He teaches ACCA, and corporate finance and investments is a thing he advises on a daily. So he is very competent enough to speak to us about this topic. So join me in welcoming George Jato Otim. George, you're very welcome. He is an accountant, but being lawyers, we can give him a better round of applause. Thank you, George and Mr. Cephas, for making the time. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic is wealth wisdom. And in here, we're looking at financial planning and management for professionals. Yeah, you're working, you're getting a salary and the like, but ultimately, how can you grow your finances? How can you better them? What's the best way to plan it out? And these gentlemen have been kind enough to come and share with us a thing or two. So I'll then drive to our panelists. And I'll start with Cephas. Cephas Alaron, the president, Mr. Bernard Oundo, had preferred before this being a young lawyer symposium, as we commence, or as any panelist is coming in to share their snippets, it's imperative just to share with us your legal practice journey. So the other panelists have done the same. So if you could be kind enough, maybe in a minute or two, just speak to the young lawyer here and maybe words of inspiration, how you started out your journey through legal practice to where you are before we can carry on.
Thank you, Edwin. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here with you. I was here last year, so I'm privileged to be back. My name's Virungi Cephas. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I did my LLB 1980 to 83. And at that time, just about the time we would finish the exams, the public service would come to the university and interview people for jobs which had been advertised in the public service. So, of course, like many other people, we had applied for so many jobs, some of which we couldn't remember. So, onwards, we go to the Law Development Center. And before we spent too long there, there was a strike. I don't remember whether it was about food or something. So just about the time of the strike, the public service says I passed one of those interviews, so I had a job in Ministry of Finance. The legal profession was not very attractive at that time. So most people advised me that instead of waiting for the end of the strike, why don't I go on to the Ministry of Finance? And that's what I did. I didn't know that it was going to be a 24 months course. So the guys had left in LDC actually finished studying long before me. So we were in finance, but we were students in the current UMI. By then it was called Institute of Public Administration. So we were doing a long course, diploma in income tax. And yes, after that, I worked my way through the income tax from 85 something when we finished, worked in a few places, then another interview came up for young officers. There had not been interviews, there had not been promotions in the public service for quite a long time. So many people were holding acting positions. So now they were all leveled and invited to do the same interview. So we did interviews with people who had been our seniors, who had been called principals, seniors, and me and four others skipped the ladder of senior and we became principals. And it caused quite some disruption because some of the people who had been our bosses managed to become seniors. And here you are, 4 or 5 years after working, you are the principal and the guy who had been around for 15 years is the senior. It was quite disruptive. Some people, it really affected their lives. Anyway, fast forward, rose to a level of, fast forward, URA came, 1990. By then I was heading Masaka district. Yeah, so URA joined us. Then I went to Ginger, headed Ginger, then became assistant commissioner and left in So, became assistant commissioner, and now I had to go back to LDC. Remember, I hadn't finished it. So, went there as a mature in 2000, and soon after, went back, finished as a deputy commissioner, and decided to come and see this side of the practice. So, last year I marked 20 years in private practice, the same firm in which I am currently. So, that's my background. Does that answer? Or was it just too long?
Yeah, it very much does answer, but also it confirms 35 years of experience. So it was imperative for us to be walked through that journey. Our other panelists, George, yes, you're not a young lawyer. I don't know if you're a young accountant, but if you could just, in a minute or two, just tell us briefly your academic and professional life in a minute or two.
Yeah, just as Mr. Chiba has mentioned, my name is George Jato Tim. Primarily not an accountant, though I trained as one. So I finished my A-levels in 2009. Then did a course called ACCA. It's Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Did it for 2 years. Then worked for a firm called I&M Babbage Capital for about 8 years. It's a firm that deals in generally raising capital and selling businesses while offering other forms of capital-related advisory assignments. So I did it for 8 years, then moved to BDO, East Africa, and a manager there heading the corporate finance function. In between there, I also studied a course called CFA, it's the Chartered Financial Analyst course from the CFA Institute that relates to investments and private wealth and finance. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you very much, George. If I could ask Cephas to just kick us off. So Cephas, we have a very interesting topic: wealth, wisdom, financial planning, and management for professionals. If you could just break it down for us, what do you understand? But if someone is to care enough to look at this topic, what do you understand? What should you pick out? What's your general view of financial and management for professionals?
Yeah, thank you, Edwin. Financial management for professionals, I think like when you do the prelim, then somebody does the real final stuff. When I'm seated next to him, it means I have to be very cautious about what I say. But I think financial management, you can look at it in different ways. If you look at it from the technical term of the accountant, is that you do your records, you end up with financial statements, you evaluate whether you have made a profit or not, you do a profit and loss account, you do a balance sheet and things like that. That's where it ends. But in a layman's terms, I think it means, do you manage your money properly, whether or not you are making a financial statement for yourself? I want to believe that hardly any of us in our private capacities makes a private profit and loss account. But we make financial decisions all the time. So when you are making financial decisions based on some reasonable principles, tested principles, then I think that is called financial management. Otherwise, if you take it too literally, every time you are moving around with money in your pockets, whether you put 20,000 in this left pocket and 100,000, you hide it here, it's a kind of financial management in a crude way. Just in case your spouse wants, you don't want your spouse to know how much money you have, it's a kind of financial management or mismanagement. Deciding to keep your money in a bank or under your mattress is a crude way of financial management. But I think we are here looking at it in a professional way. So I think with time we are going to see what are the standards we are supposed to adhere to. And that, of course, depends on who we are. So I have to make a certain number of assumptions as to whether you are employees, whether you are employers, what age you are, because all those factors are relevant. There are even some other factors as to where you are born. You could have inherited a large sum of money and you need to manage it, much as you are masquerading in a law firm. So you come to John every morning pretending to be an obedient servant, and privately you know you have more money than him. So all those things are material. So we make those assumptions and assume that we are starting at zero, that everybody is young and growing up and going to say, yes, if I make this money, how will I manage it? But of course, the word wealth, when you look at it, is to some extent subjective, but to another, it means you have plenty. Wealth is different from riches and from money. So the assumption is that you have some, either you are aspiring to have, or you have a good sum of money and you maintain it. How do you maintain it? How do you supervise it? How do you grow it? How do you nurture it? But I take it upon myself to ask my money manager here to improve my position.
Yes, George, you're the accountant. You're the guys who study these things. So give us your 2 cents. Break
Yeah.
it down for the young lawyer out there. What should they take note of?
I personally, to be honest, I don't sit down and prepare financial statements for myself. So I'm not any better. But just as Mr. Birunji has mentioned, it's all about managing money. And the more simplistic you put it, the better. I think the key things is trying to understand your income in comparison to your expenses. Of course, if your income exceeds your expenses, then that ideally means that you're making profits, and through those profits that you'll be able also perhaps to save and invest. Key things to talk about also. So now that's from the perspective of the income statement, right? And it's hard on a daily basis to keep track of every expense that you incur, but at the end of it all, you can get a rough idea of what your expenses are by the end of the month, and you know there are those that are actually quite consistent and they're fixed. So you just have to ensure that whatever you earn is adequate enough to cover your expenses. If that doesn't happen, then you find yourself getting into debt, so you're borrowing from several money lenders, and you know how annoying it is when they are pushing for their payments, yeah. Or if not, perhaps you'll have to rely on handouts from your friends and family. So, which is also not something quite ideal. It's not an ideal situation. So that's the perspective of a balance sheet. And now a healthy balance sheet is just trying to ensure that you try to minimize debt as much as possible. And I remember in last year's symposium, I don't know the gentleman that mentioned it, but he said that bankers are afraid to offer lawyers loans. And why is it so? Because they believe lawyers are a little bit opulent in the way they carry on with their lives. So I don't know how true that is, but that's the balance sheet. Then like you mentioned, there is a cash flow statement as well. The cash flow is generally understanding how to manage your cash, yeah, and it comes from there are three main sections. One is from your income in comparison to your expenses. And then the other is the investments that you're actually going to make. And then financing is how are you going to fund those investments. An ideal situation would be that your operations or your income is what's going to fund your investments through the savings that you've actually made. So it's important to keep it as simple as possible rather than complicating it. But again, if we oversimplify it, we wouldn't have jobs. So I think I'm doing the profession a disservice. Then when it comes to wealth management, just as Mr. Birunji has mentioned, is that it's all about managing, again, money, right? Someone can be wealthy and broke at the same time. Yeah, you could be owning a lot of land, maybe in Kampala or along Gayaza Road, but then you do not have money in your pocket. Yeah, so it's all about striking a balance. How are you able to ensure that you have some bit of cash, and that cash is also building and making you more money? Yeah, it's what we call as in finance. It's what we call compounding. So the interest you earn or the money you make keeps on making you more money. So that's also an interesting subject to cover. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George and Cephas. Cephas, to the young lawyer out those ends, they'll even ask themselves, why should we be interested in such a discussion? So this is someone who's possibly earning very peanuts out those ends. Yeah, it's a common occurrence that lawyers are paid very miserably. So why should the young lawyer out those ends care about investment, savings, and this interesting talk in here? Just wanted to speak to the lawyer. You deal with very many young lawyers at your firm, but also you've walked this journey. So if you could just speak to the young lawyer there.
Thank you, Edwin. Sorry. First of all, it doesn't matter how much you earn. It's about how much you can lose. There was some article recently, and I remember it appeared in WhatsApp, and John participated both in the newspaper and elsewhere, where they said some of you accused some other people of not paying you. I think there was another article today calming it down, saying some people come in as volunteers. But the point is, I do have people who work in my farm at fairly lower levels, cleaning, whatever. And I realize they are fairly happy with their lifestyles. They think they are privileged compared to their peers. And the point is that they manage their money. So somebody earns 600,000 and knows that this 600,000 divided by 30 days is 20,000 shillings per day. And I can live on 10,000 shillings per day. And they have children, they are paying fees, they are renting. I have lawyers who I pay 2-3 times that, and they find that that is no money. And they have no other obligations. And I think that's why we are here. It starts from there. If you can't manage your 2 million when you are alone, it means you are very unlikely to manage your 10 million, even if you were alone. The person who manages 600,000 shillings is more likely to manage or to become wealthy than you who can't manage 2 million. It's the principles which matter, like he has said. If your expenses are more, you'll be a poor person. Doesn't matter what position you are. And your expenses, like he said, the banks don't want to loan to lawyers because the lawyers feel that they have to live a certain lifestyle which may be over and above what they earn. So the point is, when you are here, is that how you want to live as the lawyer with the best car, with the best suits, the lawyer who orders from Savile $3,000 suits? If that's important for you, well and good. But most likely, you'll not be in that tag of wealth. Remember, I used the word wealth. I hope deliberately. Wealth is not, you didn't just say income, you said wealth. So if you want to aspire for wealth, the person earning 200,000 could easily do better than you earning 1 million shillings, provided the one is more prudent than the other. So that's where we start from. So you said, does it matter to the lawyers here? Definitely. It matters to each and everyone. And that's when your parents realize that you have matured and become an adult when, like again he said, if you stop borrowing money for transport from your mother when you are going to work, and they ask you, but where you work, don't they pay you? And you start giving excuses. They pay you, but you feel like every Friday there is a new happening place in town. And if you are not seen there, it means maybe you didn't graduate or something like that. And there are guys who go there and they call it popping bottles. And you don't pop a bottle of less than a certain amount. So you can make a name there. But yeah, so that's what we are saying. Manage your money. Know how to be frugal. I think the question about investment hasn't come yet. We are just still about what is the scope of this discussion. Does it cover us? Does it not cover us? Is it about another group of people? Are we too young to think about keeping money? Are you saying, oh, I'm a female, so I don't need to keep money? Most likely the man I marry will find me with money and think it's a bad habit, things like that. So everybody needs to have their money, and everybody needs to save. I think we have read some fantasy stories. Everybody here has read about Warren Buffett. They said when he was 8 years or 10 years, he was making money selling newspapers and didn't hurt him. So at this age, it's good enough for any of you to be very rich.
Thank you very much, Cephas. And I think Cephas is speaking to us. Let's live within our means. Do not go to a high-end bar just to fit within your contemporaries. No. Go to your Kafunda because that's what you can afford. So yeah, I think very, very important teachings over there. So George, if I could just come to you. George, very many of our colleagues in here will tell you, no, all I earn is a salary. Possibly I don't have any connections, yeah, maybe family business, nothing. Self-made young lawyer out there. So I want to speak to them. If they want to venture into investment, yeah, what should they look at in terms of I need maybe capital? What should be the considerations? Where should they look at? What are some of the common forms of raising capital? Yeah, and you as an investment advisor, you advise clients on a daily. So what advice would you give to a young lawyer out there thinking of investing regarding capital? All he has is his salary out there. What should he do to venture into this space?
I think there are two questions in one there. I think the first one was in relation to raising capital to perhaps start maybe their law firms or whatever investment they're considering. The quickest, or let me call it the quickest way of raising capital, ideally it should be through your friends and family. Ideally, if you have a bankable idea that you believe can be sold to people, can easily buy into your ideas, then that will be a really good starting point. Of course, there may be some challenges here and there, but you could start there. Secondly, maybe you'd consider there are quite a number of venture capital firms that considering investing in startups, so that could also be an avenue for you. And you can reach out to such firms through hubs. We have, I think, there is one that started by for the fintechs. I think that's under the Stanbic Group. You have Outbox. You have I can't remember others off my head, but I'll just double check. So that could be considered an option. Of course, you'd have also the banks, but the banks, as you're aware, is before they would consider lending you, they would need to see some bit of collateral. So that also depends whether you actually have it. Then in relation to the salary, of course, if you're already earning and you're employed and you're making money, you would definitely have to save some bit of that money to eventually invest in whatever business you're interested in. But my advice would be that it has to be something either linked to what you actually do or something you're passionate about. Perhaps maybe you're passionate about photography, and you could consider maybe taking some photos at a wedding at a small fee, and you could even start by volunteering. Then, depending on the quality, you never know, you'll keep on getting better clients with time. Then, when it comes to, sorry, the second bit was investment. Trust me, I've also made the same mistakes before. I remember when I was so lucky that when I'd finished my SSCA within 2 months, I think I was employed. And my colleagues were still studying their undergrad at the university. So, and I was the one with the money. Now, every Friday there was always plot. Yeah, so there was always plot, and but we'd choose the cheaper options. If you know, if there's a bar, I think called Temptations. If you happen to be at Moobs or something, they used to sell, I think, a beer at 2,500 back then. So now you can imagine how many you would take and have a good night. But nonetheless, I was earning, I think, around 300,000 at that time, but it still felt like a lot of money. But I was able to start saving and investing. The investment options at that time were basically, I think, shares and bonds. So I started participating in those markets as well. And it's quite interesting. I'd prepared a presentation just to show you, if you had decided to maybe save and invest 100,000 and get to understand what that amount would be in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years or 20 years, you'd be quite surprised. I don't know if Echiba will be able to project it at some point, but they're quite interesting numbers. So it's all about having the discipline to save and make important investment decisions. And just as Mr. Birunji said, the most important thing in life is not to lose money. I've seen it happen to so many people who are Mr. Birunji's age and who have retired. It's, if you don't start this habit quite early, now imagine if you retire and your NSSF payout is over $1 billion, and within 6 months you're left with nothing. Why? Because of the lifestyle you're living, and then two is you'll perhaps make some really, sorry to say, bogus investment decisions, and that would eventually lead you into losing that money. Imagine you've never been a farmer your entire life, and then all of a sudden you say you want to invest into farming. So what's going to happen is, if you put in a very huge amount of money, it's highly likely that you'd lose it within a blink of the eye. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, George. I think George confirms to us that it's never too late to start. The best time to start is now. So whether you're earning 300,000, 500, 5 million, keep a portion of it, invest a portion of it. So thank you, George. If we get back to Cephas, you advise people who intend to invest, you advise entrepreneurs on a day-to-day basis. But you yourself also are lucky enough to be an entrepreneur. So we just want to speak to young lawyers. What have been some of those key considerations you put to these clients out those ends, or from your own experience, what have been some of those things of experience that the young lawyer there should take note if they intend to start on the investment journey?
Thank you, Edwin. I will not say that there is any linear progression or geometric progression. I have had my fair share of those experiences. Just in the commercial part of it, you know, when you work in government, some of your parents, some of you have worked in government, and you find that the idea of allowances is very important. So people travel abroad and save, and no, don't laugh at it. It's not about the recent things, old things. So when we were in IPI, like I told you, we had to do what they call field work. So for the field work, you'd now get an allowance, which was almost equivalent. One day's night allowance was about the equivalent of a monthly salary. So in other words, we were getting about 3,000 shillings a month. So when you are given 30 days field work, you are given 2,000 times 30. So it was the most exciting part of our lives, and we thought we had really taken off forever. So one of our colleagues went to his village. He was a bit older than us. I think he had been a mature student. The first thing he did, he went to the village, he bought a bicycle, and he paid dowry for a woman. Another one went to the village and built a mud and water house, put iron sheets, came back very satisfied. Those of us who were younger, we went, we bought the latest music by then was called Sankei. Each one of us bought Sankei, went, bought Kaunda suits, the latest shoes, and had a lot of fun in all the bars we had failed to access all that time. So that happened for 3 months. So you have to have some fun also. Don't try to overinvest when you are too young and try to build the house. You have just got a salary, you are trying to build the house. You end up with a house which you don't want to look at 5 years from now. So have some fun and get some experience. So 1996, Kenya Airways floats an IPO, and I was working then, and so the shares they sold to non-Kenyans were limited to 1,000 shares, and those 1,000 shares were sold for $1 million shillings, Uganda shillings, and I bought those shares. I still have those shares since 1996. I've never earned more than 200,000 shillings because the Kenya Airways tanked. Even when they were still paying dividends, the checks, they would send checks in Kenya shillings of 100 shillings, 200 shillings. I kept them. I tried to cash them in a bank. They said, sorry, this, if you try, the costs of the charges will be more than this. So please just keep them. Those of you who invested in CIPLA, you know, my office has opened a circle and bought CIPLA of, I think we had 100 million in CIPLA. The last time it was equivalent to 20 million. So those things will happen. I believe you can say better than me, but I think investments in the stock exchange in Uganda have been not very good. But yes, if you came from the cattle corridor, you could send a cow every 6 months. One cow saved per 6 months. Within 10 years, without a rinderpest or something, you could be fairly, by the time you start getting kids, you are not struggling too much. So you could look for small ways of, I'm talking about a minimum position. Of course, you could make good money and do something else. You know that in Uganda, for all this time, it has always been about land, craze of land, craze of land. And not very many people have gone wrong, but you also know that you can't sell the land so quickly if you need to sell it. So the option, the advisors tell you to go for fixed deposits or bonds. This is a recent development, and many people say, yes, bonds are good, but you have to be patient. And anybody who is going to be rich long term, patience is a virtue. You have read about Warren Buffett. He doesn't sell. He buys, buys, buys. So if you are going to go in that money market, you have to be very patient. Maybe even me with my Kenya Airways one day, you might find, is it likely? Very unlikely. No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cephas. I think Cephas is telling us invest in what you know. Don't go for something because it's very fancy. Get your money, buy a cow, buy a goat. If that's what you know, stick within your precepts. So if I could come back to George. George, we advise people on a daily regarding the investments. So could you just paint for us a picture? What are some of those young corporates, young accountants, young business people? What are some of those areas they're investing in? What are some of those areas that the young lawyer in here should consider?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Echiba. I think the most important and most rewarding investment you'll ever make for starters is in yourself. And I'm living testament to it because if I look at my short journey, did SCCA, I didn't stop learning, did CFA as well. So you get to meet people, you get to network, and then those people eventually have influences on how you actually turn out in life, and also the skills you'd eventually get. So now, as I speak, I'm the chairperson of SCCA members here in Uganda, then also the treasurer of the CFA Society East Africa. So thank you. So you have to keep learning. You have to constantly keep learning and improving yourself. And sometimes it may not necessarily be a professional qualification or you having to attend class. There are always new things that are actually happening. There is AI. I was speaking to a colleague of mine at work who is doing a course on just AI, and he was telling me Chat GPT is actually not the best AI. And I found that quite surprising because I think I only know one. He mentioned that there is a better one, but I haven't yet picked up interest to find out which one it is. But I bet when I get the chance, I'll definitely engage him further. So we have to keep learning. We need to be learning machines and keep evolving all the time. That's one. Then two, I'd advise on increasing your sources of income besides your salary. When I was joining the profession, I'm not trying to undersell longevity in a workplace, but one of my teachers once mentioned that in employment, if you want to see your salary grow, you'll have to change jobs. I don't know how that true that is, but Mr. Mirunji can advise. When I switched my job, I think my salary went up about threefold. So, but I'd been in one place for 8 years, right? Honing my skills and getting other qualifications as well. So that could probably explain that. Then you could consider bonds. So a bond is literally government bonds in particular. It's where you're actually lending money to the government, and the government offers you interest and principal at the end of the tenure of that bond. They are what we call treasury bills. Now the bills are short term. It's still lending the government, but it's just for a couple of months, for a period less than a year. And you can do this through the list of banks that are qualified by Bank of Uganda to actually do this. So the main ones I think I know are Stanbic, Stanchat, and ABSA, but there could be others that you could consider approaching. You could ask your relationship managers at the banks where you hold accounts. Then there are what we call unit trusts. Unit trusts are pooled investment schemes. So what happens with the unit trust is that they pull money from various investors and then make investments in some of the traditional investments, the bonds, the bills. The benefit of doing it that way is that one is that your money compounds on a daily basis. You can access it within a short period of time. I think it's about 2 to 3 working days, and also it compounds on a daily basis. So the money, the interest you earn today is added to your principal to become the principal of the next day. So that way, It's what we call the snowballing effect. Your money just keeps on growing with minimal effort from your end. If you have, then you have the equities. So sorry, Mr. Virunji, you've lost money and investing on the stock exchange. But there are also some good stories. Recently, MTN had their AGM and they announced their figures. And out of curiosity, I just wanted to find out how much Mr. Charles Mbire is going to receive as a dividend from MTN. And when I did the math, it's over 7 billion Ugandan shillings. So that's quite impressive. And he owns just, I think, about 5% of MTN. Yeah. So if you identify good investment, not, to be honest, it's not, investing is not about how many times you get it wrong. It's how much money you make when you get it right compared to how much you lose when you get it wrong. So you may get it wrong 99 times and you're losing money, but this one investment that you actually make, and it's a good one, can be able to help you recover the losses that you've made from the bad investment decision. So don't be afraid to lose money, despite the fact you said that's the most important goal of investing, not losing money. No one has a crystal ball to see what's going to happen in the future, but if you identify really good investment opportunities, I think even you're better off sticking with those 1 or 2, 3 investments where you just keep on adding more money into them and see your money grow rather than trying to be a jack of all trades and investing in almost everything. So yeah, so you have yourself, the bonds, the bills, the unit trusts, the equities, the listed companies. And for the listed companies, you're not only limited to Uganda. You could do the East Africa region. You could do the US market as well. I don't own an Apple phone, an iPhone, but I see how people get so sticky to them. Almost all my friends, and the ladies in particular, like holding an Apple phone. So I bought some shares and in Apple, and the share goes for about, I think, about, give or take, about $180. So that's approximately 500K Uganda shillings. And you can even buy actually a fraction of a share. So even if you have, let's say, 200K, 300K, they'll be able to sell you a fraction of a share of an Apple, of an Apple share. And definitely that's a company that you know is going to be in existence at least for the next 10 years. So you don't have to worry about the movement, the share price. All you need to do is just keep on buying. So I think those are there. Then you can have side hustles and let them be things that are actually linked to what you do. For instance, my side hustle is that I teach, and the reason as to why I teach, it also helps me at my workplace. So that means that I'm going to be able to keep the knowledge that I attained about 10 or so years ago and continue applying it at my workplace. So it makes me generally a better human being, but of course I'm earning some extra income out of it. So things like that. I think that's the thought process you should have.
Thank you very much, George. I think we all get to appreciate the different forms of investments, the different options we can take on our investment journeys. If I could get back to Cephas. Cephas, there is that temptation the young lawyers are having. They get to hear, if you play the practice by the books, you'll never make the money. We see a couple of our friends who get to do these heavy deals, possibly the bad deals, they get to make the money. So as a senior lawyer, you've been there, you've seen this happen. Just want you to speak around these deals here. Should they keep an ear to these deals? Should they partake of them? Should they totally avoid them?
Thank you. I think the caveat in the meeting is that we shouldn't talk about illegalities, like saying do something illegal. So we are hoping that when we are talking of deals, we are talking about deals which are not illegal. So now the word deal is somewhere there is a windfall. Would you call it a windfall? Or when you are in law school, they used to say, when your dream case comes, that every lawyer is waiting for the dream case, is it? Do they, maybe there's different terminology now. But yeah, when you are long enough in the profession, there will be ups and downs. So I would think the better way to talk about it is when you get on the crest of the wave, how do you deal with that crest of the wave? Your biggest deal, let's assume it's a legal deal, a good deal, nothing to worry about the DPP or the law council. So you have this dream case, and typically what it does, if you are in a partnership, very often it divides the partnership. You know that? You have heard about it? So you get 10x of what you used to get, and immediately you think you are going to be 10x all the time. You kind of forget that this thing is not going to happen every other time, just like it had delayed for so long to come. So you go and buy whatever is that asset you had, or rather that piece of luxury you had always longed for. Yes, you actually forget that you hadn't paid the VAT on this transaction. You haven't paid the corp tax on this transaction. You suddenly forget all the staff in the office who participated in this transaction. And yes, then everything happens. I worked for a client who, prior to receiving her money, had been in and out of civil prison for debts, for whatever. She had been rich, then she mismanaged the money, then she had a claim, and she got about 5 billion shillings. She went to her local town. One of the first things she did, she organized a brass band. They played in the town, they marched, and she said she had said farewell to poverty. It didn't take 3 years for her to be broke, and started evaluating the whole compensation process and started saying, this money wasn't given to me, this you underpaid me, this, you did this. She was back to square one. And yeah, but it's not, that was a client, but many lawyers, many business people have fallen through that. So yes, do the legal thing, but when that money comes, you know that it's likely to give you problems, so be patient about it, think about it as much as when you were planning for it. Remember everybody who participated in it. There are guys who are going to come out of the woodwork and tell you that this thing, you remember I'm the one who brought it. And you are like, how? Then they bring you some evidence. Remember I referred you, this person who came, and oh, you have finished the money. So it's a poisoned chalice. It happens. So that should be the moment you really plan for after getting that money. Not just getting the money, but managing that money. The most important thing. That is the wealth we are talking about. If you mismanage it, it will do what? It will disappear. Not only will it disappear, it will cause you a lot of problems. I know that some of you are keen readers of the Bible. There is Proverbs chapter 22, verse 20. It says, the wise have wealth and luxury, but fools spend whatever they get. It's been there. So it comes, whatever you get, you'll finish it. So look out for that day and make sure you manage your money very well. Then you'll remain wise and wealthy.
All right. Thank you very much, Cephas. For those who didn't get the verse, it's Proverbs chapter 22, verse 20. Yeah? Care to read and see which of those two persons there. But Cephas, if I could just stick with you, every person who cares to get into business, in investment planning, they should care about the taxman. URA will come for your profits. You'll think you've made your profits, but URA has a share. So being a leading tax consultant in Uganda, could you just speak to the young lawyer from a tax perspective? What tax consideration should they have in the event to venture into business?
Yes. So what tax perspective should they have is that, yes, if you get money, 30% of it minimum is not yours, it will go to government. And even if you pay it, but you pay it late, you'll pay much more than the 30%. There was a time when that wasn't the case. Like I told you, I joined income tax in 1983. And at that time, it was obviously no computers anywhere. The system was analog. Systems in the country had broken down. But with time, fast forward, when the tax identification number came in, the whole idea was to track everyone. It wasn't that successful. But now you have seen in the last few months, the next stage is to get the FRIS to track every business transaction. And before that, every employer to be linked to link NSSF and URA. So all those are things which network information to URA. The network of information keeps improving. So remember, URA can go back to assess you anytime they want. There are some time limits, but those time limits are overridden by the provision that when they have new information, they can go back as far as they want. Right now, as you get advice about the tax, you also get advice about the Financial Intelligence Authority and all the money laundering provisions. So all those are linked together to make you an alert person. You should never forget that your problems can come from any side. They could start in NSSF and crystallize in URA. They could start in URA and crystallize in anti-money laundering. So this is the time for you to be alert in all respects. But maybe it is also time for you to use that as an opportunity to advise differently. There are many people who are still gullible or who are unaware of all those things. Remember, all of you read complex agreements. I told Jones that I'm going to stay around until he makes his presentation. When you see an agreement made in some of those countries, you look at it and say, these guys sat around and thought and tried to think of everything. So all those provisions are not there for nothing. Not just the confidentiality provisions, anything, touching everything. You have to now to be 360 when you are advising. Those of you who do merger, due diligence, you know you have to do all those things. Private information, whatever. So you know that the person of these days, first of all, your phone is having you tracked wherever you are. The bank is tracking you. They're asking you why you are depositing this money. The URA has your information from the payroll. If you're an employer, same thing in NSSF. So you really have to be smart now. You can't play around the way things used to be. So tax is just part of it. But because it touches money, there is no day you should ever forget about it.
Thank you very much, Cephas. I think Cephas confirms to us that you can run, but you can't hide. The taxman will smoke you from your hiding slot one day or the other, or any other regulatory authority. George, if I could just come to you lastly. Our time is fast spent, but lastly, the young lawyer out those ends, the friends of the internet, they get to read and they get to be exposed to these fancy schemes, these pyramid schemes, and a big portion of them have fallen prey to this bad investment. So I just want you to speak about bad investment, things like these Ponzi schemes, Bitcoin. These are crazy. These too good to be true stories. Yeah. So could you just highlight what are there any bad investment options that the young lawyer should stay away from?
Yeah, thank you, Edwin. No, I think for starters, once, like you said, it's too good to be true. Everyone gets as excited when they mention a very significant return. Someone is promising you 50% per month. You'll get excited, but to be realistic, you need to also ask yourself, what is it that these people are investing in order for them to generate a return of 50%, a return over and above 50% so that they can distribute 50% to me. So that's the underlying question. And remember, I think Mr. Birunji and I had mentioned that the most important thing about investing is protecting your capital. Because remember, this capital is what you've built over time. Perhaps you've worked for about 10, 15 years and you have about 600 million and then it just disappears within a snapshot. So how are you going to build back that capital? I personally have also invested in some Ponzi schemes. I thought I was too smart. I definitely knew it was a Ponzi scheme. I thought I would be so early, put in my money, get it out, and whatever returns and wait for it to collapse. But it collapsed 1 week after I joined. So yeah, so you should generally avoid them and invest in, be patient, invest in things that actually are going to protect your capital and give you a decent return. I think anything that gives you a return above the inflation rate, of course, the numbers that BOU or you both shares with us may not be, I don't think they're quite realistic. It's my view. But if they say maybe inflation is 5% or their target is 5%, ideally, if you're getting a return of 5%, that means you're just matching what you inflate. The value of your money is not growing, you're just trying to maintain it. And even when you're negotiating salaries with Mr. Birunji, just show him the inflation rate and tell him, no, look here, the increment of 5% you're giving me is not adequate, you're just maintaining the current salary I'm earning. So could you kindly just give me more? I think it will be understanding to push it up, yeah? So anything above 10% would be decent. But again, if something is promising you, like I said, 50%, just know it's quite unrealistic. In relation to cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, I do not understand where they generate their value from, because ideally, if it's a business or if it's a professional services firm, it's a law firm, you're offering a service in order for you to be paid and you're adding value. So now, in terms of Bitcoin, the value that it derives is based on scarcity. But is it because it's a question of supply and demand? If everyone wants a bit of Bitcoin, definitely then the price is going to go up. If everyone is against it, or they announce maybe there's a ban in China or something like that, then of course the value would go down. I've also invested in it, but lucky enough, I made money, crazy money actually. But it's not, and the money I put in there was very little. I think I invested in 2017 about $100 and totally forgot about that money until January 2021 when I was so broke and I was trying to think of people who owe me money. But they weren't there. Then I remembered that I'd once made an investment in Bitcoin about five or so years ago, and I checked my account balance. It was over 1,000, and withdrew everything and had a really good good January. Yeah. So, but I wouldn't advise anyone to invest in such securities or instruments. But if you have money to play with, $100, just put it in there and wait. If you lose it, it shouldn't be that painful for you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation can't be exhausted. It's very, very candid, so it will carry on. But I would just like to give an opportunity to one or two persons in the crowd who could have a question to either Cephas or George. It could be anything around investment, wealth, money. Anyone? Yes, there is a gentleman over here. If you could kindly keep your question very brief and concise, tell us your name and your question. Time is precious.
Right. My question will go to George. My name is Francis Perohanga. I am a graduating law student from UCU. So recently, NVIDIA has been performing so well in the US. And of course, it's performing well because of the AI boom. My question is, how sustainable is the financial performance of NVIDIA? Would you advise someone to buy their stock at this level? Because who knows if at all, other competitors are able to pick up and then they become serious forces to the financial performance of NVIDIA in like 5-10 years time. So what is the health risk in investing in NVIDIA? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question before I can hand it over to the panelists? We take it that there is none. So over to you, George.
So yeah, in relation to NVIDIA, it's also a stock I've invested in. It's really good performing. I think it's the biggest in my portfolio. Would I consider investing in it even more? Yes, I would. Of course, the price is a little bit alarming, but if you look at the forecast and how NVIDIA has been performing over time, it has been a market leader. And if you compare it, there are certain ratios that we consider. For instance, there is the price to earnings ratio. In simplicity, the price to earnings ratio gives you an indication of how long it will take you to get your money back, right? Let me use an example. If let's say there is a mobile money business that you want to buy, maybe outside UCU, and they tell you it's generating profits of about 1 million every year, and someone asks for a price, of course, most promoters will talk about goodwill. I have my customers who come here. This is a good location, and then they'll ask for a price of 10 million, right? So now, depending on your assessment, if you're paying 10 million and it's going to generate you 1 million every year, then how long is it going to take you to get your money back? 10 years, right? So if you compare NVIDIA's performance, especially there's what we call the forward PE ratio, right? Which puts into consideration its performance in the future by 1 year. You notice it's a company that has substantial growth. Now, using that same example of that mobile money business, if you believe that if you invested that 10 million, maybe in the second year it's going to be 3 million, that means that it's more or less halved the period it's going to take you for you to recover your money. So you may recover 1 million in the first year, then 3, and maybe 5 or 10 in the third year, right? So that's, in my assessment, in my view, I still feel it's an attractive company. It has always been a market leader. It's just like how I believe Apple is going to be, it's the most innovative company, right? So is NVIDIA. They're always coming up with new products and leading the market in general. And I don't think AI is going to disappear. It's definitely going to be, I believe it's one of those revolutionary developments. So it will be around for quite some time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, George. There is this gentleman has a burning question. If you could just give an opportunity before we can wrap it up. The gentleman at the back.
Thank you. My question goes to Senior Counsel Cephas. I got to know your firm, sir, in around 2012, Cephas Birunji and Company Advocate, and I'm privileged to meet you tonight face to face. As a young lawyer, there is a challenge of eating clients' money. Of course, through our discussions, we discover that we have a general challenge as young lawyers. I understand the law firm has two accounts, client's firm and a client's firm account and the law firm account. But somehow it is practically hard when a client pays you to separate this money and you deposit it on different accounts. How should a lawyer, this is a young lawyer symposium, how should a young lawyer separate client's money from his or her money? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I don't think you said your name. Okay. So, thank you. Now, there are things which are in the laws, in the law books, Advocates Act and things like that about separate accounts. There are details about trust accounts. And there are things which belong to the past but are in the law. So whether you have a separate account for clients in a physical form or whether you know that you owe money to somebody, whether or not you have one account should not really matter. If you have a client's account, even if you had only one account, you should know that that's not your money. And when you are preparing financial statements, that money is not in your income. It is supposed to show that it is not your money. It is in your debtors. You owe money to somebody else. So the idea of you eating the money has nothing to do with the accounts which you hold. It is purely illegal. Yeah, it is an issue of your integrity. Now, there are so many issues surrounding clients' money. A lot of them are actually to do with the clients themselves. I can give you an example which is current. So we get a client, we get a decision, they are supposed to be paid. There are about 20 people. And they all, knowing how it will come out, I make them confirm the payer actually wants to pay them directly. I think you know the current laws about the AG says we are going to pay these people directly. These people insist we want money to be paid through this account. Now immediately the money comes, they are already fighting. The person who has received money on their behalf pays them less. But out of the 20, 18 get their money through this one person. He eats their money. He gave them about a half. Two others who refused, they come, I give them their full money. So when they go back, they show the others, you see, you were cheated. Now there is a big fight raging on, and it happens so many times. So it becomes worse when you as a lawyer has gotten involved in that confusion. And remember, the moment you have taken 1 shilling or the moment you have a champaters agreement, you are in the law council. So the issue of champate is a big problem unless you change the laws. The issue of having a client's account is there in the books. I think I can't say don't follow the law, but the point is know that it's not your money and don't touch it. It's going to create you a big problem. It's one of those which has created so many problems for lawyers. You see the money, sometimes you even forget it is not yours. That's why they were saying put it on another account. Because if you see it every time, Marusu. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Cephas. ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our conversation. If you're to forget anything this afternoon, at least do not forget that it's never too late to invest. Start now and invest in what you know. Don't So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Mr. Birunji and Mr. Otim. They've been kind enough to walk us through this journey, kind enough to break down this elephant in the room. And let's heed to the gospel, let's heed to the advice. Thank you. And another round of applause to as they depart. Thank you, George. Thank you, Cephas. Over to you.
Another round of applause, please. Before the panelists leave, want to take a picture, sir? Can the chair, Young Lawyers Committee, please step forward? Everybody, please come and join. Those who are fast enough, please, let's join. So you can sit. Yes, please. Plus the chair. Sit here. All right. We are going to our final program, our final discussion, which is on a young lawyer's dilemma, a candid conversation between young and senior members. And it's going to be moderated by none other than our Secretary of the Uganda Law Society, Honorary Secretary, Mr. Atukunda Isaac. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, our MC of the day. Greetings to members of Uganda Law Society who are present in this room and those online. I'm going to be moderating a panel which is discussing a topic titled Young Lawyers Dilemma, a candid conversation between young and senior members. For those who do not know me, even though I've been introduced, I can introduce myself once again. I'm Isaac Atukunda. I'm the Honorary Secretary of Uganda Law Society. And I take this honor to moderate this important panel, for which I think it's going to discuss a very, very important topic, which I think is going to be hot because it has been debated both online and in other places. So I hope we can learn a thing or two out of this discussion. With that, allow me to introduce the panel. I'll start with my brother, Counsel John Kemsime, who is a partner at Chagava and Otatina Advocates, or Dentons. He's a former associate partner at Kampala Associate Advocates. He's a former associate at Byoncha, Chihika, and Kampala Advocates. He's a former pupil at Lex Uganda advocates and solicitors. He has over 14 years experience in legal practice. On X, he describes himself as a decade plus award-winning litigation and ADR lawyer in pursuit of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Counsel John K. Musime. Counsel John, you're welcome. Personally, I consider him as one of the best litigation lawyers we have in Uganda society. We are proud of you, Counsel Musime. Our next panelist is Counsel Isaac Mpanga, Chief. He's a senior legal officer, Uganda Development Bank. He has been the Registrar Insurance Appeals Tribunal. He's a former legal officer at DFCU Bank and a former legal associate at Kalenge Bwanika, Kisubi and Company Advocates. On X, he describes himself as a husband, father, lawyer, chief, uncle, and a friend. Though what he's been discussing on his X handle, today is going to tell us whether he's a friend to young lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Counsel Isaac Mpanga. Counsel Isaac Mpanga, you're welcome. Our next panelist is Sensi Kombi Alexander Counsel. He's a legal associate at Kagwa and Kagwa Advocates. He completed his bar course in 2021. On X, he describes himself as a pathological reader, not liar. I repeat, pathological reader, a chief corrector of complex and trivial detail, that he's addicted to excellence and drowned in resilience, consumed by ambition, and guided by God. Kindly welcome with me, Sensi Kombi Alexander Counsel. Is he around? I think he hasn't arrived yet. Then the final panelist we have is Counsel Alfred Muyaka. He's a legal associate at one of the prominent law firms, Kalikumatima and Company Advocates. I checked his ex-handle so that I can know more about him, but I don't know whether he has an account there or he's using a pseudonym, but I know he has interesting ideas about today's topic. Allow me welcome Counsel Alfred Muyaka. Counsel Alfred Muyaka, you're welcome. Before I engage the panel, I just want to give some background to today's topic. Currently, Uganda Society has got, currently this year, around 3,254 paid up members. And out of those, 2,231 members are young lawyers. These are lawyers with 5 years and below experience in practice. So this means that 86% of members of Uganda Society are young lawyers. So when we are talking about issues affecting young lawyers, we are talking about issues affecting the biggest number of Uganda Law Society. And as of last year, we had a total number of 4,392 paid up members. So you can see we have a very big number of young advocates. But our statistics show that Uganda Law Society has around 5,696 members. The Law Development Center, on its 51st graduation, indicated that it had around 2,000 bar course students in all its campuses, that it had received around 3,000 applications, and that it had admitted, that the previous year it had admitted 1,600, so 2023 it admitted 2,000. So in the next 2 years, we expect to have around 10,000 advocates in Uganda. Currently, we have around 900 law firms which are expected to employ the 10,000 advocates. But maybe to paint for you a picture, in United States, for example, one law firm, Baker McKenzie, has around 4,795 advocates, meaning that Uganda Law Society can be employed by one law firm in America. But we are worried whether Uganda as a country can be able to employ the 5,000 advocates we have. So as Uganda Law Society Council, when we joined the council, our idea was serve our members first, because we realized that majority of our members who are young advocates have got issues affecting their practice. So that's why we embarked on ideas like members' welfare, which we have started so that we can support our members. We reduced the CLE points for the CLE cost for young lawyers. Whenever we have a CLE training, young lawyers pay considerably lesser sum. We've digitalized the services at Uganda Law Society so that we can reduce on the cost the young lawyers incur in accessing our services. And we are continuing to do much more other things. But it appears there are certain pertinent issues which we need to consider. Our dear panelists today, if you've been following the debate on social media, young lawyers appear to be in a dilemma. So today we want to discuss the dilemma the young lawyers are facing. And we have to be candid or honest, and we have to talk about practical solutions to the dilemma. So as a way of starting, I'll give each of the panelists a minute to introduce himself more so that the young lawyers can know who you are. I gave just a description, which I know, but there could be something I've left out. I'll start with Counsel Isaac Mpanga. Kindly introduce yourself to the young lawyers in a minute.
Thank you very much, the moderator and our colleagues who are here. My name, as you have already heard, I'm Isaac Mpanga. Contrary to the popular portrayal, I am a friend to young lawyers. I have worked with many, and I've participated in building some to now very key positions. I know some who have even made partner in legacy firms that I have been able to work with and showed loops. I need to set the record straight. Like some of my other senior colleagues, I've never owned a law firm. I have never employed a young lawyer. The wisdom, the unpopular wisdom I share is just about the tricks and the skills that I applied myself to end up where I am. Most of the things we talk about are not unique to you. We've gone through them. We say what we say not because we don't like the young lawyers or we despise them, no, but because we want them to not give up on the journey they've started on. You start on this journey the moment you identify the closest law school and join it. So you don't give up. You keep applying yourself. You show up. They say I'm an uncle. Yes, my nephew was here, Chizito, who is taking around the mic. That's my nephew. So I am an uncle. I am a friend to young lawyers and even senior ones. And yes, I am a chief. I've been a chief since my year 3 in school. I've been performing several traditional roles in this kingdom. The latest is that I chair the legal committee of the Buganda Luchiko, a function I've performed since Oweekitiibwa Christopher Bwanika was elevated to Attorney General. Used to be its chairperson and was his secretary. When he was elevated, I became its chairperson. So the things we speak about, one, we speak about them with passion. But two, we say them to encourage you. One of my greatest criticism is saying that if you're from a poor background, what's 3 years of training? I mean that with the endearment that I can master. That poor background you speak of has changed. The poor background today, and our senior colleague Cephas, who said graduated in 80, will tell you that what the definition of poor background in 1980 shifted in 1995, shifted in 2010, and is totally different today. But
Councillor Isaac,
yeah.
Before you dive into the detail, I wanted you to first introduce yourself.
Oh, I think for purposes of introduction, colleagues, that's my name. And the background that has been read, the career journey, that's it. We left out one law firm I worked with, Birungi and Company Advocates, but we'll talk about that later. Left Birungi and Company, went to KBS. Back then it was Kalenge Wanika's Sawa, but now it's Kalenge Wanika Chisubi. Then went to DFCU Bank, where I did a stint for about 6 years. Left, went to start the Insurance Appeals Tribunal. I have since left. I am with UDB.
Thank you. Councillor Musime.
Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary. My name is John Musime. My background is pretty well known in the midst of this discussion. I was enjoying with younger colleagues on X. I pretty much put it out there. I started out in 2008 when I was in fourth year. I did a pupillage at Lex Advocate. You know when you're waiting to go to LDC? So I went there as a pupil, and I'm very grateful to, I've never got, you know, they say you must praise people publicly and criticize them privately. So now that I've got this public function, I must thank senior colleagues like Kamisa Paya Solaki, who was, before he went to DFC, where you found him, he was at Lex. And I think pretty much that's the first time I saw the inside of our client's file. So after LDC, I applied and went to Biencha Kiika and Company Advocates in 2009. I didn't know a single person there. Again, I'm very grateful to my former boss, Blazy Paulsen, who for some reason, you know, gave me a chance. And after I was done with my clerkship, together with now Justice of the Court of Appeal, Jonas Kachika, they asked me to return. So as soon as I put my last dot in LDC, I returned to Biencha Kiika, and I worked there for 6 years. I left and joined at KA. Apart from Denton's, I think it's the best law firm I worked in with a lot of great talent. Again, there I had the privilege of working with seniors, very influential seniors who have been very influential in my career and perspective. Mr. Joseph Masiko, great man, brilliant mind. Mr. Peter Kabasi. So I grew there. I'm proud to say I was promoted to associate partner without application. I've never applied for any promotion to associate partner. And after I'd done 10 years of my career, I decided that would be enough. So together with my colleagues, David Mpanga, Isaac Chagaba, Paul Nyakaba, I went to start an international law firm called Denton's, where I continue to head the litigation and disputes function. I hear people say you are not your job, because we are talking about satisfaction, understanding yourself. I am not my job. I also have a life. I'm a father. I'm a community member. And I'm a public commentator and thinker. And just an average man on the streets of Kampala. So I hope that does it, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Councillor Musime. Now, Councillor Alfred.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. My name is Alfred Miaka. My career life, I started out with diploma in law at LDC. That is 2014, graduated in 2016. Graduated in 2016. Then I joined a law firm in Jinja. It's called Welast Advocates and Legal Consultants as a legal clerk. I worked for a few months and I realized I was not going to live my whole life as a legal clerk. So I enrolled for a Bachelor of Laws at KIU on a weekend program. So after my bachelor's, still I was working as I was studying. After my bachelor's, I joined LDC for the back course, and shortly after graduating from the back course, I joined Kalikumutima and Company Advocates. Right. So on my Twitter handle, whereas maybe you didn't see it, I use the same names, Alfred Muyaka. I hold myself as a mentor for young lawyers, even though I'm also still a young lawyer. And I call the so-called dubbed Dear Young Lawyer series. I think some of you have seen those tweets passing around. I think that's a brief introduction of myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Alfred Muyaka.
You're
Now
welcome.
back to you, Council Isaac. As a young lawyer, did you face any dilemma?
Absolutely.
And if you did, how did you resolve that dilemma? Just in a minute.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, when we share these dilemmas, our colleagues think it's why we are callous, it's why they are not paid well, because we come from a background. But no, again, I want you to relate to me from the point of view of someone who has never employed anyone. Just a guy working the system and making the best of it on my way. You see, when we are trained at LDC, we are trained in the environment that makes you think that the only thing standing between you and great success is the diploma. Then one day you get the diploma and you start to look around for the success. And for me, that's where my disorientation starts from. So after my diploma, again, I was lucky, like my colleague said, I did clerkship at Kalenge Bwanika, so went back to finish fourth term. It ended on a Friday. On Monday, I was reporting to work at Kalenge Bwanika. One day, I met his boss, Mr. Chihika, in a lift. He had been the Law Society president, and I told him, but why weren't you upfront with us when we were struggling to get this diploma? That it is the success we'll get after that is elusive. Because we got the diploma, but then the path blew up. We could have killed, we could have done anything to get that diploma. Then one day we got it and the path. So we started on a journey to define ourselves. Who am I going to be? One time, so disillusioned, and I think it even had rained on me. I was walking, I was going to High Court. And along that Buganda Road stretch, CPS, High Court, I met again his other boss called Oscar Kambona. He had taught me company law. So I stopped him. I was disillusioned. I said, I'm working. I'm doing everything. But I don't know what comes next. So he asked me a simple question. What have you mapped out in a career path? I said, yes, I think I'm doing some work at the law firm. If I can get to maybe also test corporate practice and understand how the thing works at a different level, and then come back, maybe in a law firm later. He says, that's a smart plan. Now work on it. Every time we meet, I want you to give me an update on how you're going. I was able to speak to him on the street for about 15 minutes. Now, you're taking 15 minutes of Mr. Oscar Kambona, if you know him, on the street. But he gave it to me. And from that time, I started to be deliberate in the things I do. I formed a career path in my journey. It had owning a law firm, but it is still one of those things that are still far from me. That's why I keep telling you I've never owned one. Even if, every time I look at myself, I say, no, I can still need a BC to then branch into owning a law firm. Because there are things, if you just own a law firm for the sake of it, you'll just get disillusioned people saying, you're not paying us, you earned money yesterday and you didn't pay us. You start sounding like a colleague of mine who is in the judiciary, who said one time he was in court and he had issued a criminal summons for a person who had skipped bail. And when he showed up, the prosecutor said, Your Worship, remand him. He even sold a cow. what he was saying, that he was supposed to, they got him bail the previous time. He was supposed to give the prosecutor something, and he didn't, and then he didn't come to court. So he wanted him to be remanded, and the reason he was saying, remand him, even sold a cow. So if you go into entrepreneurship early before you prepare, you might cause third-party consequences. So I have never owned a law firm because I am careful how I employ people and how their welfare will be. But those dilemmas are real. And nobody should downplay them. You could actually get stuck in mind and not understand where to go next. Now, don't shy away from speaking to the senior lawyers because they've walked the same journey. But you call us senior lawyers. I need you to place it also in context. I left LDC in 2012. So it's not so long ago. And when I talk about things, don't think especially when we start talking about money, you say, no, money back then was, I'm not talking about 1990. I'm talking about 2012 for proper context. So the problems haven't changed drastically. They're still the same, but the tricks are also there to make it through. I'll give you one small trick that I had, and I still tell that person. I had a lawyer. I'll not even fail to mention his name. His name is Deo Itaguma. Deo Itaguma is in his office at 8 in the morning and at 9 in the night. He will be there to commission documents and notarize them and do a few other things, but he is mainly known for that. Now, I made friends with him, and he learned that I was a young lawyer struggling. And he was one person who always commissioned my documents, and I went with 2,000 shillings to go and do other things. I know that commissioning fees have now changed. Have such people in your corner. Someone needs a stamp, he has paid for it. Can impanga commission for me? Run to him, take to him the documents, move on.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. You can see we have different dilemmas. For Councillor Isaac, he got employment in one of the best law firms, Vienchachika. He hasn't told us how much he was paid then, whether it was a dilemma or not, the payment itself. Now, of course, Councillor Isaac, when we are talking to the young lawyers, 2012, someone who was born then is now how many years? 12 years. So they consider you a senior lawyer. Now let's talk to a young lawyer, Alfred Muyaka. Alfred Muyaka, who do you consider a young lawyer? Because we know some lawyers who are old, okay?
Yes.
But they have just 1 year in practice and they are loaded. We know young lawyers who are actually young.
Yes.
They have 1 year in practice, they are also loaded. We know old people who have 1 year in practice, they are broke. We know also young lawyers who have 1 year in practice and they are broke. So who do you consider a young lawyer, and what dilemmas are the young lawyers of today facing compared to the dilemmas faced by my brother Mpanga Isaac in 2012? Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, the person I consider a young lawyer just is the one who was worked as an advocate for less than 5 years. Yeah, the dilemmas they face basically is, we all know is pay and what is required of them. Like, you ask for payment and then they're like, but what are you bringing on table? You're not bringing in any clients, such things. So those are dilemma. Then another dilemma could be maybe job hopping. You find a young lawyer is not being paid well, and because of that, in a 2 years time frame, you find he has moved like in 4 law firms, and it doesn't impact well on his career. But he didn't want to move, but he was not paid where he was, and he had to job from one firm to another. And as they say, rolling stone gas has no mouth. That creates instability in his kind of profession. I think another dilemma they face is earning from their passion before they give up on it, just to do things to secure the bag, as you may say. Because if you may find we all leave law school with something we are passionate about, You leave law school saying, I want to do civil litigation, I want to learn transactions, what? You see 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you're not earning from it. And before you know it, you give up on your passion and you do something, you go maybe state attorney, judiciary or what, just because maybe there is a money better than what you're earning now. Before you know it, you find young lawyers really not passionate about what they are doing, but they didn't get earn from what they were passionate about. Yes, those are some of the dilemmas the young lawyers face. And maybe currently, I think it's about enrollment. You see, you find a young lawyer graduated 2 years back and up to now, he has not yet been enrolled as an advocate and he doesn't have a practicing certificate. And for all the job opportunities they are advertising, they are like, at least you should be enrolled. So, and even now, before being enrolled, even the senior would pay you much, you say, but you're not enrolled. I won't pay you that much until maybe you get enrolled. So how do you expect this young lawyer to survive between that time of getting enrolled? From LDC up to those 2 years time frame when he gets enrolled. So those are the dilemmas young lawyers keep facing, and even how the seniors are treating them, because I think we all have to understand that the future of this profession lies greatly in how the senior lawyers treat the young lawyers. How you mentor them, what you pay to them, basically how you train them. You see senior lawyers basically now treat young lawyers because they tell you, I even asked the future just like that. And so the trend keeps on. Because I was treated like bad like this, I should treat another one like that. So you reach at a point whereby you say, this should end with me. I should treat others better. So the way senior lawyers are treating young lawyers as of now has an impact on the whole profession as at large. I think there should be an end to what we are calling maybe exploitation, and the trend should stop, and we have young lawyers who are treated better, and they'll definitely pay it forward, and they also treat others better. I think my 5 minutes are done.
Thank you, Council Alfred Muyaka.
You're welcome.
You have ably highlighted the dilemmas faced by the young lawyers. Now to you, Council Musime. I know of a young lawyer who is very professional. He is so competent. He is very truthful. And he's performing well at the law firm where he's employed. But unfortunately, this young lawyer has the following problems. Number one, the pay is low. So the young lawyer cannot afford rent, cannot afford transport. Lunch, sometimes in Luganda, Council Mpanga, you'll correct me, they say, kulancha kuba kwendoboe. When it comes to lunchtime, this young lawyer makes himself busy, so he skips lunch. When I was reading something posted by Council Mpanga Isaac about a young lawyer who, he said, but also a lawyer who waits to get paid by another lawyer needs to return his or her PC to the chief registrar. Now, put yourself in the shoes of this young lawyer. What advice would you offer to this young lawyer to walk through this journey of dilemmas? Thank you. You have also 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I thought you clearly picked up the hardest question for me. I thought you were simply going to ask me what dilemmas I have. But Honorable Secretary, permit me, if I may, first to reframe. When I was coming here, I've always felt that it's important for us to reframe this conversation. I think because we are lawyers, we are so used to plaintiff versus defendant. So even when you have a position, you must assume that there's somebody opposed to it. I myself do not see a contradiction in what we are looking for. One, we were young lawyers before. And if we're not young lawyers before, we have cousins. I myself have paid fees for some people through law school. Now, logically speaking, do you think that my aim is that those people should suffer? Secondly, why this whole us against them? You know, we should elevate the conversation a bit more. Is that you're not going to be a young lawyer forever yourself. You're going to be an adult lawyer. or a senior lawyer, like they call them, I think, rather than senior counsel, which is a more technical conversation. Now, if you're going to set up a law firm and you are saying, and this is why we should be clear-eyed and intellectually honest, both morally and intellectually honest about the conversations we are saying. If you're saying that the minimum requirement of setting a law firm is you must pay, which we do, by the way, pay as you earn. I must confess that I have worked only in professional law firms. I've been privileged, but I'll talk about that as well, because I'm also a very tenacious person, because that's another generational issue. Almost every weekend I run 30 kilometers, and part of the moral, psychological reason I do that is to know that there's going to be a tough day there. So, but that's a different conversation. So, people accuse the other. Point is, if you're going to start a law firm yourself, and you should set the pay that you yourself will be able to pay yourself. Because right now, what it takes for you to start a law firm, just don't take my story for it, I can give you examples. Mr. Kale Balaka and Lord Mayor Edias Rukwago, their story is very famous. My former boss, Oscar and Ebert, you need red volumes, etc. Now, that's generally, compare that with the startup cost we say with manufacturing, okay? You'll have to have minimum capital, machinery, etc. Here with red volumes start now. Let us be clear-eyed in saying that, well, you must have a minimum of 6 months ahead of pay to your workers before you start. You must have this. So it's going to be, in that wider context, it's a lot more complex than that. And we should have the conversation. Okay, there are no simple questions or simple answers. I think one, that there should be no room. Let me first again build common ground, Isaac. There are some things that shouldn't be either for or against, like pure exploitation and bullying of young lawyers. I work with Ken there, he can tell you. Ken there is my colleague. Things of making younger colleagues.
Do you think he would tell us?
Yeah, he can tell you.
Okay.
When I first worked for Justice Oscar Chika, would come to offer to carry his bag. He would say, no, please carry your bag. I also carry mine. So whole things of making younger lawyers carry your bags. There's a particular one which is also like gender nuanced. You see the meeting is starting, then you see a senior colleague telling a female colleague, you take minutes. Speaking to the old tradition of saying, you imagine women are the ones who are secretary and you look at them as pretty much stenographers. So there is that abuse, and there's no point about arguing about that. You're talking about sexual abuse. There is nobody who should be, in fact, what the Law Society should be doing, and the people who are in that line is to create room for younger colleagues to report these things. And I'm happy. I've spoken to a journalist who has spoken to me and said, I'm happy to see exposés on this kind of thing, and for the society to hold people to account. The workspace should be safe for everybody to work. And of course, if you are to have this conversation, like I keep telling colleagues, it must be real, because there's a flip side as well. I know very much that there are many colleagues who want to get up the ladder by offering sexual favors. So both of them are evil. I hope we are together. For example, for male young colleagues, it would be very unfair for your female colleague to ascend through an institution or a firm just because they can offer sexual favors that for you are unable to. Does it not happen? I don't know, maybe I would want some feedback. Does it not happen? Or you don't want to say? Eh? So
it is rumored.
Fine, it is rumored, but this is the genuine kind of conversation we have. Now, coming back, you see how lawyers, we are paid by the word. You ask us this, we go around. You give me an example. And I must answer honestly and from my experience. I'm not saying my answer is the correct one. When I started working, the dilemma I had was where to start. And I remember having a conversation with my former boss, a very eminent practitioner called Mr. Ebert Vienki, and told me, well, you have three options. One, you could go to government and look, with all due respect to my colleagues in government, to bank deals or something like that. Or you could be a corporate practitioner. Or you could choose to stick with us in the private legal practice of hustling and using your mind. That was the end of my dilemma. So I chose my path. And I left everything else. And then the other thing I told you guys that I knew that in my path, I needed to put in 10 years of working. So I worked with a 10 years perspective, not a 1 year or 2 years perspective. So much that when I quit in 2016, my very good friend Nicholas Opio, very able practitioners. People have been saying that I am proud that I keep generally good company, trying to hang with people who are much better than me. So when I was at that dilemma, I spoke to my friend Robert Chirunda, Nicholas Opio, and the likes on what to do. They actually advised me. Nicholas told me, "Why are you going to work? I will give you clients." But because I've never done a job in a day in my life. Never. I've always done a career. And the two are, if somebody likes stand-up comedy, you should look up some stand-up thing done by Chris Rock about the difference between a job and a career. It's very hilarious. He says, when you're doing a job, even 5 minutes look like a whole year. But if you're doing a career, there's just never enough time. Many times when I'm working on cases that I'm passionate about, Ken knows, by the time we look outside, it's midnight. So I'm not thinking about pay. The pay will come eventually, if it does. It hasn't. Like I was laughing when my senior good friend, Mr. Birunji, and I had some people having the temerity of calling himself as, I call him Mr. Birunji, even if he's my friend. What I'm saying is that, is the money important? Perhaps it is. The question is where you place it. And what I find is that young lawyers find a lot of impatience with a view that's different from their own when you tell them that the money eventually comes. And when you tell them what we tell them, that, well, I work, my first salary was 400,000 shillings. And it was, you're even lucky to have it. But when you tell people, they say, you are glorifying suffering. And when I look at, and I say this with respect, when I look at some of these people's backgrounds and the expectations they have, I really get confused. Because I'm seeing even people, I have an uncle whose name I won't tell you, who is a very important person in URSB now. So my parents live next to Quality. He used to get out of taxis and walk. And when I talk about brilliance, I had the privilege of having very brilliant classmates. I've always had some sense of imposter syndrome because they are very smart and they are very hardworking. And we walked, we didn't take it as something, but I think times have changed. I just say I'm not the one complaining. So, what would I advise the lawyer? One, it helps to be resilient, and I'm not glorifying suffering. I'm simply saying tough times come. It looks like that, number one. Number two, what you take is to map out your career. Number three, law teaches us to think about, to think generally. We are living in a tough economic and fast-changing environment. You don't want to take, I'm going to try something maybe about this. You don't want to take yourself too seriously, okay? Working for clients, in my view, is a privilege. One, our services have a lot of competition from elsewhere. I learned a lot from Mr. Ichibu here. So if you're talking about tax lawyers, that's work that can even go to PwC. You're talking about company registration. That work is done by other people. Our turf is getting eaten into a lot. And yet you find a lawyer who thinks, I was shocked. Mr. Birenji will tell you, I was quite shocked, where somebody went and told lawyers that, you're very important, you're a gift to humanity, and all of that. And I was just thinking to myself, in your circles, in your family, when is the last time you were given instructions? Because I keep thinking, and I'm going to include this line in something I'm going to write, there's a difference between being important and feeling important. I love my profession, but I don't think I'm a brain surgeon. Okay? People in my family are more inclined to spend money on health than on legal service. What am I saying? We are important and all that, but we need to be quite clear. When a client, Mr. Sudhir, is making decisions on this, he's really not going to base that on how important you feel. He's just going to make that decision based on the value you give. And getting rich or wealthy, for me, as far as I understand, is a question of solving other people's problems, providing value. That is quite different from fair pay and all of that. Lastly, I know I've taken a lot of time. I think that I would encourage us, especially young lawyers, I get a bit disappointed when I hear people speaking about being paid without demonstrating a knowledge of the cash flow cycles of their employers. You cannot say that you are entitled to pay when you show up. I think that's why salaries are paid in arrears. I can understand you know, some of the things. Oh, I worked. The lawyer paid me 1 million etc. I brought a client. You brought this client in September. But how about the other 8 months that you've been getting paid? How about rent? So, you know, Mr. Biensha used to tell me that the best way to be a partner is to think and act like one. And please understand, let's not think in binary terms. This is not to make excuses for exploiters and all of that. It is really to speak to approaching things with reality and this whole sense of victimhood and blaming other people. Lastly, one of the principles I live with is that I'm very careful of people who like to blame others. Seldom do people who blame others like to take responsibility for their own things. I think that's a good place to cut it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Council Musime. Now to you, Council Isaac, I have a question for you. Council Musime has alluded to the fact that he was paid 400,000 when in his first employment. Now, currently, the 400,000 may not afford you a room in Nansana, Kuma store. Okay? Now, when you go beyond Nansana, it means you have transport. Probably every day you pay maybe 10,000 in transport. In a month, 10,000 times maybe 5 days, that's 50,000. So you do by 4, that's 200,000. So already the 400K is consumed by transport. We know lawyers are defenders of human rights, which includes the rights of employees. Now, if young lawyers say, look here, the salaries we are paid by law firms are low, okay? We should be talking about maybe contracts of employment. We should be talking about fair pay for young lawyers. Is it enough for you to say that a lawyer who expects payment from another lawyer should return his BC to the registrar? Why aren't you defending the rights of young lawyers? Or if you're doing it, how are you doing it, and how would you advise senior lawyers like you to treat young lawyers in their law firms? Thank you.
I am a lawyer, but also a very practical one. That tweet came from something that I want all of you to. You've seen that meme of a lion with a cub watching the sunset. Very people write so many things, but one that caught my eye and the inspiration for that tweet was a cub that asked the father, "Daddy, what is unemployment?" And the daddy told the cub, "Son, I don't know, we are lawyers." The notion of unemployment, and I'm a lawyer. When I ventured into the corporate world, I knew I could lose the job any day. I always told myself that I should be in a position to work, and if I lost my job today, I should be able to show up in a law firm, whether my establishment or somebody else's, and I've always kept on the side that emergency person who will always reserve me a table somewhere to show up and start from there. I've always told people that my employer, and I got this philosophy from that gentleman I used to go to, Mr. Deo Bitaguma. My employer is the person who gives me a license to practice law every day. And I want to quickly switch this to what John has said. Practicing law is a privilege, not a right. You are lucky to be in a country where you can hone your trade. I worked with an old man called Mr. Chimuli, who had lived in exile. But he said the hardest thing and the thing that made him so sad while he was in exile was being unable to practice as a lawyer. And he saw things he could do, he saw opportunities, but he was unable to. For me, as long as I have a valid PC, I have a job. I just need to locate a table to sit at and do it. And that table, I always keep it around somewhere, defined and waiting. It can be in your legal department at your company. It can be in a law firm. And I always keep some stamps around me all the time. I have the commissioner stamp. I have the notary public stamp. I have the annexure stamp. I have the things I need as my capital. And that was the inspiration for that tweet. And that's what I want you to take away as young soldiers, as young lawyers. Nobody owes you today's bread. Take it. Take it. I'm going to tell you stories of how I bought my first car, but you still don't believe them because you think in your narrow definition that I have made it. I haven't. But it used to rain on me, and sometimes I said, but God, can't it rain one tiny car? And one day it did. I got a client who paid the firm, I think, 10,000. I don't know what side my boss woke up from, but he was very happy and gave me 1,500. That was like 5 million. I gave it to someone, I looked for the other money. Now, I think the hardest thing about the lawyer's pay is here. When I was joining my first job in the corporate world, I had to tell people that, you see that pay slip that shows 1 million? I actually earn a lot more than 1 million and live off a lot more than 1 million. So when you are pricing my services, just don't consider, because the HR person just looks at your previous pay slip and then determines how much you'll be paid. I ended up being undercut, and I think some of my unhappiest days were the first 5-6 months in a company, because I was being paid peanuts. My peers were saying, but you had been established, you were making good money. Why did you go to that kind of life? Again, it's what my colleague said, you don't do the job, you do the career. I quickly realized that I'm in a new territory and I must now still define. For me, the salary, I've complained about salary once. I want to be truthful. I've told you, my employers, you can go and cross-check these stories, even from my colleagues who work there. One day, a junior legal assistant came to the firm. I think my bosses didn't know that they were paying me 500,000. Or I think at the end of it, I was taking, after I've taken, on some good days when they take LST, I'll take home 460,000. So this young man comes and is given 1 million. So I say, okay, supposed to supervise someone who earns more money. The only day I complained about pay was because someone was earning more than me, but I was senior. So I said, no. This can't be. And that is how I end up with 1 million that I've just talked about when I was going to DFCU. That's how I end up with 1 million. Because they said, okay, yeah, it really doesn't make sense. This guy will supervise this guy, and this guy is earning more money. Technically, this would be this guy's boss. The salaries are important, very important. And colleagues, believe me, I want your employers, not me. Me, I don't employ no, but I want your employers to pay you a living wage. And I'll join anyone who comes up with an actionable course for us to take to attain that. But I also want to tell you that the reality, and I told you I'm a very practical lawyer, the reality we work in will not afford you the luxury to wait to be paid. Get the tools of trade. And in all those places that I worked, the resources of the firm were at my disposal. And I always applied them to execute the firm's work, but also make a living. And I want to still say that my last rodeo at the tribunal, I would have people who come by to do some work, have a place to meet, and you'd still see them. When I talk about stationery, the sentiments will shoot out of the roof, but you'd still see them printing off memorandum and articles, and at around 11, I would look for all of them to ask them to do for me a few things. They are not there, then they'll come back and say, no, I had gone to do a few things, but...
Councillor Isaac, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I would really want us to have a honest talk about the rights of a young lawyer employed in a law firm.
There is no honest talk about the rights of the employer, because your employers can't afford you to begin with.
And the rights also of the employee, this young lawyer.
Your employers, and I'm going to tell you this as someone who has been employed by those same employers, can't afford to pay your worth. Before I joined the corporate world, there is no single employer who paid me what they actually pay a lawyer. on its scale is not there. Our colleagues who are senior associates, one day look at their pay slips when you are lucky, and I hope you really get. There is nobody, but they've given us positions that have made us powerful and influential. I want to be very honest with you. Again, as I've told you, nobody will come and say you are the one who doesn't pay people. I don't employ anybody. But your employers cannot afford you. If you want them to pay what you call a decent living wage, they'll employ less than a quarter of this room. I'll tell you a story again. When we had that heated conversation, I remember me tweeting that you should read what your employers are sending in my inbox. One employer, whose name I'll not tell you, sent me a few screenshots of what was being tweeted. Said, that person is my employee. For 3 weeks, I didn't know where he was until he showed up at the airport with a big welcome party. He had finished his Hajj.
Council Isaac, a minute. I want to interrupt you because you're not answering the question I'm setting up for you. There is this professional young lawyer, extremely professional. He's doing everything rightly. Okay? They have an association of young lawyers in Uganda. They have come to you, they are lawyer, they are telling you where we are employed, we feel we are not treated fairly. We have come to you, want you to protect our rights as our lawyer. What would be your answer to them?
You see, the scales have to be balanced at that point. I can actually defend you and get someone to say that you all deserve to be paid a gross of 3 million and a minimum of a take home of at least 2.5. The next month, every law firm that employs about 20 people will be restructuring. Now, friends, let us be very honest with each other. As I told you previously, your employers cannot afford you the way you present your demands. They can afford you.
Thank you,
to a
Isaac.
certain extent.
You've answered it. What I take is that employers cannot afford to pay the salary the young lawyers deserve. So he's advising young lawyers to look at other options. Now to the young lawyer who is on the panel. Council Alfred.
Yes.
You've heard the bitter truth from Council Isaac. And it is a bitter truth because when I move around town, there are even senior lawyers who are struggling to earn a living.
Yes.
Now, the senior lawyers cannot afford the employment conditions the young lawyers are advocating for. What do you think would be the solution to the dilemma you're facing at workplaces as young lawyers?
Okay, I don't know where.
And from your presentation, Uganda Law Society may pick a point or two to advocate for the welfare of young lawyers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I don't know where council made this research from that the employers cannot afford to pay our worth. Personally, I've been privileged to work with employers who I think pay my worth. And I know firms who really pay their staff quite well. And I know firms who employ more than 20 staff and they pay them and they have been there for ages and they have never restructured after 3 months, like as he's saying. So if you have maybe never employed anyone, I think it would be safe to say your employers cannot pay that worth, yet you have never employed anyone. Now, for the point of, we recognize there are firms who pay, at least who employ more than 20 staff and they pay them year in, year out. They could be quite few of them, but we can benchmark on them on how they do it. Just simple, you can learn from them best practices. Like I know, I've seen, I'm not advocating for Council Dale, but if you look at Kalikumtima, he employs more than 20 staff, and 4 years, 5 years running, he has never restructured. You could benchmark and say, Mr. Dale, how do you do it? We have seen S&L, I don't know, you've seen Otas advocates, with employing quite a number of staff. How do they lead them? Just benchmark, get best practices from them. Then another thing, maybe sometimes we look at senior counsel saying, we can't pay you our worth, or because you don't bring clients on board or what. But before you heard that maybe this young lawyer doesn't bring any clients on board, have you created an enabling environment for that young lawyer to bring in a client on board? What happens if that young lawyer brings a client on board? Have you agreed on, okay, if you bring a client on board, I'm going to pay you maybe this percentage of what the client is bringing in? Or, okay, I want you to bring in clients in office, but have you taken time to mentor that person on how to pitch for those clients, on business development, that, okay, this is how I bring in my pitch for my clients, this is my part of business development, this is what you can do to get a client, and I implore you to bring maybe in a client after 12, 3 months, and once you bring him that client, you're going to earn a percentage of what he has paid. That kind of motivation will really motivate a young lawyer to bring in a client. But you find a young lawyer maybe bringing in a client on board, and before you know it, the client has posted the money on the senior counsel's account, and the young lawyer has not taken any single coin, or maybe has been given a small percentage of like 10% of whatever has been paid. And the next day, you won't expect that same young lawyer to bring in a client to office. That's how you end up getting a client and refer him to some other person where you know you'll get a cash, or work on the client inside there without you knowing about it. So basically, I don't agree with the notion that the employers can't afford us, because at least we can agree that there are firms who pay their lawyers time in round. I understand Cyphers Virunja, senior counsel, is here. He has been in a firm for quite long, and he employs quite a number of staff. And yes, I believe he pays them. So we should benchmark on how he has continued to pay staff for that quite long, instead of agreeing that the employers cannot pay their lawyers on monthly basis for quite a long time.
Thank you, Councillor Alfred. Councillor Alfred seems to suggest that the truth is senior lawyers can afford to pay at least what would be a minimum wage to the young lawyers. Now, to Councillor Musime, do you think from what Councillor Isaac has presented and what Councillor Alfred has presented, do you think as Uganda Law Society, we should be having a discussion on the rights and obligations, the rights of a young lawyer, or the rights of lawyers who are employed by law firms, and the obligations of these law firms? Do you think we should be looking at the law regulating the advocates in Uganda, so that the same way we always chase other employers to respect rights of employees, the lawyers should be doing the same? Is it practical? Or we should follow what Councillor Isaac is suggesting, that as a lawyer, when you have a PC, you have a spear, kindly go to the bush and do the hunting yourself, because some of us have done the hunting ourselves. We never cried over low pay, because maybe then hunting was possible. But the young lawyers now are saying, you see, the bush was burnt. Now we even actually have nowhere to hunt. We are in a dilemma. We have the spear, nowhere to hunt. Since we are with you, we must hunt from you. Council Musime, tell us, do you think we should be looking at the laws regulating our practice so that we can cater for the rights of lawyers? The same way, for example, we have the law regulating payment to lawyers, because when we do work for clients, the law tells us what we are supposed to charge, even though some of us are so aggrieved that, for example, doctors and engineers charge whatever they want. Why should lawyers be regulated on how much they should charge? So do you think we should be talking about this? Thank you.
Honorable Secretary, when Bernard became president, I suggested to him that you should have a special envoy for strategic litigation. For some reason best known to himself, he didn't create this. This is one of the cases you would have filed, because lawyers are the only profession in the whole of the liberal economy of Uganda who must charge according to scale. And Uganda Law Society, you have not done anything about it. There's been a lot of litigation, Shell and Moema, and I'm very, very proud of Mr. Fred Moema, at least to the extent that he has been fighting for this cause of lawyers getting paid. Now, I would like us to, and I mean it in a nice way, to try to elevate the conversation, because like I was saying, it's a free market economy. There's no law that's going to force me to employ you because there are going to be two options. If I can't afford you, I will not employ you. So that we now have a situation of a person who was quote unquote not well paid against that one who is not employed at all. And like I was saying, you are the future lawyers. Imagine senior lawyers in your law firm. A person shows up on the first day and says, my minimum is 3 million. And I keep asking, 3 million, what is the value you are bringing? And when we tell you, you will, don't take it badly at all. First and foremost, the lawyer you described, there was, and I want to give a particular example. I did not get his permission, but since Mr. Birunje is here, I can confirm to you. There is an outstanding professional in this town called Mr. Festus Akunovera. Heard of him? As soon as he left, law firms were offering him partnerships. So there is no way in terms of value provision you can be such a good lawyer. Because it's for us as a business, a question of money. You are doing cases worth that much. It's just a question of demand and supply. But there is a dishonesty and a sense of entitlement with people who are even below average, saying that by mere dint of existing, they should be paid. I can tell you what you want to hear, but it simply won't happen. You've been talking about Mr. Birunji. Mr. Birunji, from the story he has told you here, was at the cusp of his trade. I mean, if you're looking for tax professionals at that level, he's just one. But let's look at the economy. One, we have 25 banks and keeping on going down, okay? And we are 5,000, 6,000. Exactly how many of us will get that work? And I had my young brother here saying, you should benchmark. When he gave examples, he couldn't go past 5. I do not think that Uganda has 100 law firms that are run as professional as, for example, the audit firms. Even audit firms are just for PwC, EY. The market from there takes on a completely different shape. So, you know, I remember the last presidential debate the president reluctantly participated in. He spoke last. And so he says, Charlie, I was there saying all these things about Uganda and all of that. And when the president began to speak, he said, I've listened to all of these people. But what Uganda are they talking about? Is this Uganda that I live in or some other Uganda? So when I hear these conversations, I ask, what is the size of our economy? And now I'm going to end this conversation with what you guys in Uganda Law Society should instead be doing. I went to school with colleagues who are in Kenya. Kenya is like Dubai. It's like an endless building site. One law firm can just take 1,000 mortgages, okay? And let's just say they are charged 1 million per. What do you get when you multiply a million by a million? I'm told that lawyers don't know money, mathematics except when they're counting their money. That's 1 billion shillings. But for you, in your experience, have you seen 1,000 mortgages in this economy? They're not there. So when I hear people talking about these things, I say, you talked about Ginger. How many law firms are there in Ginger? Start in your family. Even most of you are now coming from middle-class families. When is the last that your uncle paid for legal services and how much did they actually pay for it before we start saying that the money is not there or the lawyers are keeping the money? And when I hear, I brought in a client, you didn't give me a commission. First and foremost, of course, the presumption is that there are these bad people called senior counsel. I do not know if in my interaction with you, I sound to you like this monster they are talking about. I do not want to believe, I think I know from criminology that the bad people are usually a select minority. Surely, think about this law firm, and people need to do this. If you want to venture into business like me, the first thing you have to do is to pay rent in a good location. You have to pay bills, water and electricity. You have, every time you get 1 million shillings, and I'm disappointed. Not that people don't disagree with us. Look, my business is disagreement. I work with litigation. And the lawyers I appreciate even when I lose, I'm like, those guys were pretty good. But I'm very disappointed by the level of really engagement on the issues. If a lawyer takes 1 million shillings in fees, how much money are they taking? If they take 40% off as what? As income tax. They take off 18% as VAT. Then they have to pay rent. What is the actual money going to them? So even when, by the way, the respect you get in engagement comes from the depth and the reality of it. If you're coming to ask for a salary rise and you're saying, Mr. Lawyer, Senior Counsel, I saw you got 1 million. I'm afraid I cannot have this conversation because you're not present in the conversation. I don't know if we are communicating, colleagues. The point that we are making is this. And you know, leadership is about framing conversations. People ask me why I'm in Twitter. I keep asking my younger colleagues. By the way, this engagement is good for us because I said the future is what, there's a saying that we have borrowed the future from our children. This future is yours. We have borrowed it from you. And by engaging with you, I learn more, I get perspectives on all of this. But here's what the point is. And what the leadership in law society has not done as well as it should. We are taking the wrong end of the stick in this JLOS circumstance. The judiciary of Uganda is now some of the best paid judiciary in the entire world. And that's why you see they're falling over each other to try to become judges. Because they get 25 million, they get all of this. And after that, they go and tax abuse. Do you know what it takes? How long does it take you to turn around a case and get paid? It takes you 5 years. Meanwhile, you must pay rent in the meantime. Meanwhile, you must come to office. And junior counsel is saying that because he's his father's son, you must take a legal obligation to pay them 3 million irrespective of how well your business does. The conversation we should be having with our colleagues on the bench is that, sirs, for you, you have unionized and improved your payment. Our payment is far below that which is due to us. So the first thing we must do is, and I have to say this, I love the gentleman, I must be very open. I love Justice Chibita, but and it's not personal, it's just the office. But we saw the Sudhir case. Now we are having real conversations, okay, with numbers and what. I was in KA when the Sudhir case started, 2019, involving over 64 billion shillings. The lawyers prosecuted that case for all those, how many years are those? And the Supreme Court awarded them 500 million shillings. Now, if a person prosecuting a case for that magnitude is paid 500, and can I tell you what that team is? I am telling you that's one of the most solid team you'll ever see. No wonder they won. You have Mr. Peter Kabasi with over 45 years experience. You have Mr. Joseph Matsko, one of the most brilliant lawyers.
Yes. Young lawyers are saying that even if you were paid a bill and you have earned 400 million, still you want to pay them 400,000. No. So even if we had this kind of discussion with the judiciary, which of course we are having, the issue is the rights of the young lawyers are not being protected in law firms where they are working. So they want to hear, what do you think practically should be done? Should we say young lawyers are farmers, let them go dig and harvest what they have planted? Are we saying the law firms should have regulations pertaining to payment? Are we saying this discussion is an ongoing discussion which will shape the future of practice? What exactly would you be talking about?
Honorable Secretary, let me dispatch that quickly. One, I'm assuming a reasonable employer and employee. The second thing is that these are lawyers, they know their rights. Secondly, being employed is not conscription. If you don't like it, you move away. The third thing is that the bigger problem that I was shifting the conversation away from that because I'm assuming a good employer, a good employee, or fairly average. And I'm saying that the bigger problem, remember when I started, I said that we should reframe this conversation from us against them to looking at the bigger project. The reason why, the biggest reason, if I was to attribute reason, the bad employer, the exploiter, and the meagerness of the payment in the legal business, I think the bigger elephant is payment. And I'm assuming these young lawyers, if we correct the reward for lawyers now, it means that the law firms they are going to form will earn better. And in fact, the obligation to pay is not on, is going to be for them to pay the people who are still in school right now, because the future is theirs. The moment, it makes for nice Twitter engagement. Hey, John, you are privileged, what? Then you get likes and what? But what is the real change on the ground? That's what serious conversation should be about. Because if I earned 500 million shillings, you're a very good lawyer. That's why I hired you. I am sure you'll make a very strong case of why I should pay you that money. But if I have debt, there is no amount of good argument that puts money in my account. And beside, Mr. Birunji here was illustrating. You're a good lawyer. You can demonstrate clearly what your contribution to have. The moral issue that we owe you as senior colleagues to tell you is that it is not correct, it's not feasible. It can be entertaining, but you cannot divorce value from payment. Any claim from what is unfair is to say I created value, or I wrote I have a contract you have not obligated. The most dangerous thing is to demand payment that is not backed with value. Otherwise, we can go ahead by all means. I agree with you. If you choose to employ people, then you employ them properly. So to answer basically at that level, yes, there's a need. Our laws that govern us, 1970, I've written before that they are, I use the word that they're moribund. They're 1970. They need to be, changed. You cannot inspect law firms by just looking at physical infrastructure alone. Where are your books? You want to say, do you have any people in your employment? Yes. Where is their contract? Where is this? So that we can do by amendment. But I don't know, do you guys remember from your theory in law about Marxism, the base and superstructure? I don't know if people might have cut jurisprudence. I hear some universities don't teach jurisprudence. The point is that even if the laws are very nice, let's put it this way. If the law introduced minimum wage for Ugandan workers, how many of you would afford your maids or at home? And if you are being very honest, if you say you are championing rights, then I should see it in how much you pay your domestic worker. If the law required that you have to pay your domestic worker 500,000, then the economic reality will come in. You let them go. In the US, Isaac, I have to make these points that are very important so that we elevate this conversation. In the US, this is a total cost of domestic help. President Obama used to address it in his speeches. If you have any relatives in the US, they'll tell you if we have a baby, it might be cheaper for one of us to stay home because you cannot simply afford domestic help. So a conversation that says we want laws, etc., is not going to make a bigger economy in Uganda. We went to school with people who went to Kenya. I have just illustrated for you. A guy works for a shipping company. The haulage company has 2,000 trucks. For you in Uganda, which company do you know has 2,000 trucks? Now, what is the solution? Here, the solution. One, stop fighting. Stop entertaining yourself with against. I'm not competing with you. We lose more by fighting each other, working together. I don't see how your interests are against mine. What is a constructive engagement? One, I was telling you before you interrupted me, Honorable Secretary, that the judges have unionized, are paid fantastically well, even for life. They even said that they should pay them because they have no other businesses. Yet some of them got appointed at 55 after they had made so much money. Okay? But the lawyers are not getting paid. The state attorneys got their taxes waived. Okay? So in this jail sector, it is us private advocates who are not unionizing and getting paid. That's one. Secondly, it helps to know that nobody owes you anything. Secondly, the economy is changing. And I'm going to tell you something I learned. For you are very a lot cleverer
1
than
minute,
us.
Council
Yes.
Musime.
Lastly, the truth of the matter is that when I was in Rotaract, I learned early that a person should aim to have about 6 or 7 sources of income. And that my salary must continue to be a very small percentage of what I earn. I think that's what made it easy for me to look at it as a career rather than a job. Some lawyers take it as an insult. But Mr. Chibu was saying here, start a side hustle, do something. Maybe lawyers say, by showing they've invested. Okay, you can take that approach. But I think the people who have succeeded have taken a completely different approach. Lastly, the opportunities that are there. Again, I want to refer to Mr. Akunobera, is that when he left, rather than form...
Council Musime, I'm going to be short because
you.
we have run out of time. I want to just pick like 3 questions from the members present. Or if the members online have asked any questions, then we hear from them and return with your closing remarks. Any members with questions?
Good evening. My question goes to, I think any of you could answer it. Young lawyer, I know, mine goes to you in the middle. So, what exactly do you think the legal education has not fully prepared the young lawyer for the realities in practice? Because it gives you a background of a nobility kind of profession that, it's giving a more fancy picture than what it is actually in the real practice. So do you think there is a burden on the legal education to the young lawyer?
Thank you for that brilliant question. You didn't tell us your name?
I am Natalie this affair with Kurora.
Thank you, Councillor Natalie. Any other reaction? Yes, the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. My name is Derek Bazakuketa, chair of the ULS Young Lawyers Committee. From the discussion, I gather that it's more of value versus finance. The value of the young lawyer would determine how much they're paid. That is what I get from the discussion. But also pick the idea of a career. Young lawyers being encouraged to focus more on their career. From that, my question to Mr. Musime is, are the young lawyers, do they possess any value to the law firms? Do they bring any value to these law firms or to their workplaces? And if so, is the value being reflected in the current pay to the young lawyers? And again, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, I would also want to ask a question to Mr. Mpanga regarding, he defined himself as a practical lawyer. And I want to ask a practical question. How much, forget about the career, they're doing that is the long term, but you must survive. For you to achieve the long term, you must survive in the short term. Practically, how much should a young lawyer be paid at the bare minimum? Probably to guide the senior lawyers in paying the young lawyers.
Thank you. We can have the last question. I think she started a debate about young lawyers' payment on one of the WhatsApp platforms. So glad she's here. She can now ask a question.
All right, much obliged. Good evening to you all. Babas Angela is my name. I'm a lawyer, just completed my LDC, not yet an advocate. I should clear that. Yeah. So my question goes to Council Mpanga. I know, with due respect, I would like to first appreciate all the panelists that have shared your ideas today, this evening. Be straightforward. Council Mpanga, I know you may not be the right person to ask this, since in your analysis or whatever you shared to us, you made mention of how you have not employed anyone. So I don't know if I'm right to assume that you might be a wrong person to ask at the moment. However, my question is simple. Do you think young lawyers in law firms are of help, or they are not? And if they are not of any help, why is it that they are being employed or put in law firms? One, if you put a young lawyer in your law firm and you say that they should use the desk to hunt for themselves, why is it that not everything you do it yourself and you always seek our help? You send us to do this for you. We do more of the draftings, the nitty-gritties that we always do for you. In my own thinking, I feel like a young lawyer adds something. Not forgetting the fact that, yes, we have different capabilities or capacities. One may be good in litigation, another may just be good in paperwork. So you're saying that we should hunt for ourselves? It sets a lot of very many questions. I think as long as someone is giving you labor, you really need to facilitate them. You know Uganda, how to survive. There is no way we can survive without the basic income. Yes, I know it's a wide discussion, but in my own opinion, as we learn to hunt for ourselves in the near future, you all know that the beginning is never simple in the first place. Kindly, let's acknowledge the fact that a young lawyer's efforts should be respected. At least for starters, you be giving us some good pay to help us run your errands as well. Because I see in any case, we don't help ourselves, we also help you in one way or another, like serving, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Babas. I think Councillor Isaac respect your question. As I return to the panelists, I don't know whether Council Senior Lawyer Counsel Virunji, you have a comment on this discussion since you're around? You can throw in a word so that the young lawyers hear from you about this important debate.
Thank you. I think if I put in a word, I'm really preempting what the panel is going to present. I'll first talk about the lawyers I've worked with. And somebody asked whether we feel that they have value. I think that question is, I don't know, it's arising out of emotions. They definitely have value. And like John said, it's not about us against them. I have met very many brilliant young lawyers. I've worked with them, and many times I've been really very impressed. So there are many out there, and they add value. I've not had a lot of complaints of this nature you are raising, but it goes back to the first principles you did in contract law. I don't know how you can go in contract and say, I want to serve in your firm. Then the next time you are saying, you are not recognizing me. I don't know where all this is coming from. I used to hear people saying there is a lot of entitlement among young people, and I hadn't experienced it firsthand, but I'm beginning to feel it so much in this fair way. I can't understand it. Because somebody says the gate is open. Just don't come tomorrow if you feel like that. Now you say, I studied the contract, studied the employment law, but now I want a forum of ULS to enforce that I be paid the certain. By the way, what is that money you're talking about? How much is that, Mbabas? Eh? Which is that entitlement? So what is the standard amount of money which a law firm earns? Eh? The one paying you. Have you set the standard which that firm earns before it pays you? Because Jones has explained to you the elements. Do you know how much rent that person pays before he employs you? Would you know whether that person has a loan even to run that office? Would you want that person to come to you every day and explain, please, this is what I received. Before you quarrel with me, I'm giving you accountability so that you don't abuse me on the media or you don't report to ULS. I mean, where are we going to go with this? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Senior Lawyer Virunji. What I'm picking from the panelists as they react and we end this session is, lawyers are like farmers. If I invite you to my garden, I own land, and we agree that we should plant together and enjoy the harvest. Okay? At the time of harvest, there should be fair discussion on what is due to me. It's what I'm beginning to pick from the young lawyers. They are saying, okay, we are in a garden. Me, I'm doing maybe the planting. You're putting in the money. At the end of the day, we have harvested. We need to agree on what the harvest should be. And what I'm picking from Senior Lawyer Virunji is saying, rules of contract should apply. Because why should you come in the law firm? Then at the end of the day, you're changing the story. You come volunteering, you volunteer for 1 month. After 1 month, you're saying, come on, look here. I did an agreement for you and 1 billion. Pay me 10%. Council will be asking, but where is this coming from? So, our dear panelists, I will be giving each one of you 2 minutes to react. We shall start with the young lawyer on the panel, Council Alfred. From today's engagement, what is your take? What would be your concluding remarks?
I think my concluding remarks is just a call to the senior members to be deliberate mentors to young lawyers and not tormentors, and to accept to be God's vessel. I've always heard the notion that once you accept to be God's vessel, you cannot lack. And once you accept responsibility, somehow God will provide for you to cover up that responsibility. So to our senior members, just a humble request to be more mentors than tormentors. And we are not just colleagues, because we started the same profession, but what makes us colleagues is the respect we have for each other, the trust we have for each other, and the care for each other. So in whatever action we do, or as a profession, we need to look back and say, is this action, by what I'm doing, is it sign of respect for my colleague? But whatever I'm doing, what impact is of it to this young lawyer with the next generation when I'm out of this place? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. To you, Councillor Musime, they asked you a question. You can answer that question and then also give your closing remarks.
Thank you. I had 3 questions. Has the education not prepared lawyers for the reality they live in? That was a question, right? That's just the nature of education itself. When Mr. Birungi was in law school, they read under the 1967 Constitution. All their life they have practiced under the 1995. The amendments, and is a tax and finance practitioner. Every day the law is being amended. So education, law is one of those things. It just trains you how to think. And the other thing is that there's a Jewish thinker that I'm forgetting who is talking about that the nature of AI is that for the first time, no one knows exactly what is going to be here in the next 5 years. So it's a question of unlearning, learning. The future is extremely uncertain. And it is a fool's paradise to think that you are going to get what you learned to live. You know, those things are already gone. Like now, you know that the CPR is now irrelevant, isn't it? There's times of service. You cannot serve your neck miss. Then you say that you are not served. What's the relevance of an affidavit of service when I served you on neck miss? Okay? So, law, I mean, our clients teach us what we know. Okay? There's going to be a dispute over Bitcoin. Now, there's going to be no precedent on Bitcoin because essentially it is new. So, yes. And let me also tell you, there's some, professions that even no longer require professional degrees. Ernst & Young in New York, you simply sit there, they give you the exam, you do it. So, and that's another thing, you also want to, this whole sense of us lawyers having this false sense of exclusivity and what I think we need to bring it down. Yeah, we need to bring it down. Really, we need to. The second question was, do young lawyers provide legal services commensurate? Of course. I have some of the greatest admiration for some of the young practitioners. If you like, I can give you some names. There's a young lawyer called Masi Odur. There's a young lawyer called Laston Gulume. There's many, many young lawyers, brilliant kids. Well, I do not know now the ones there, but they're those that you see. And I told you, I had the privilege, okay, of working like with Festus, all these people. For myself, when I came to Bienchakik, I wrote one opinion, and the partner said and sat and said, you are not going anywhere. But even some students, I think I've met you can see a person, okay? Quite apart from that, the young lawyers are helping us to adapt to the new change, new technologies, new information. You find young lawyers now who even have other capacities. They can code, they can do many things, so they bring value. The trouble is, a lot of this value is personal. Me, when I would go to school, the headmaster would tell us that, remember, you came alone. So this whole thing also, by the way of saying, we young lawyers, the warmth of the crowd feels well, but the payment is going to be, or the reward is going to be individual. So of course, and just to cap this up, like I said, we have borrowed the future from you. We are interested in you. We must be, because the future is you. Where are we going to get other Ugandans? If you think we are against you, who are going to be judges? You better be good, because my children will come before you. So I cannot be invested in putting you down. Yet you are going to be the judges presiding over our children's what? Cases. There's no case for any, this fight about it. It doesn't. We are given a chance as well. It's a fallacy to imagine that there's some kind of generational animosity and that senior lawyers sat somewhere down and said, how do we make sure these people are very badly off? I'd like us to focus on the change of our work, saying, don't we give value, etc. When I first worked for Mr. Biench, I thought that now I was going to help him read cases. So he'd give me cases to read, then I summarized them for him. He just laughed and said, you know what, I don't delegate reading. Just get me, get me the authority. So sometimes you want to ask yourself, Johnny, what's the value? If you're not going to read for me, you can't. I don't need you to read for me. Kenneth can tell you the only thing you're going to do is to bring your perspective in discussing the case. So the whole thing of imagining the senior counsel is some kind of lame person who needs you to think for them. I mean, clients don't instruct me by delegating my work. I'm a very hardworking person myself. It's even impossible to do this work by it. So let's be, I'm telling you, you are shouting over this. AI has already taken our jobs. In 2019, I happened to go to a law firm. I won't tell you. Okay, I can tell you, ENS. They already had a robot on ground to review contracts. So you're talking about filing what? Law firms are downsizing. They no longer need clerks. And we are here in this conversation. The challenges that professionals, you try to follow a guy called Timothy Kalijira on X. And rather than engage deeply with what you're saying, we are talking about such change that has never been there before in AI. Some of these AIs write much better reviews than most lawyers. And in New York, if in case you've never known, this is my last comment, Mr. Eza, they actually piloted with robots as many as 10 years ago in terms of deciding bail applications. So I was reading on one of the forums, somebody saying that in Tanzania they have...
I'm giving a minute.
I'm done. In Tanzania, they have enrolled AI today. And my comment to that group was that we are going to move from a case of too few judges to too many. Because if I have an AI that is delivering 10 judgments a day, what do I need a human judge for? So let's continue to engage. The future is yours, and I hope that we focus on the constructive engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's hard to really speak after John because he reads all my notes and says everything. But I agree with all the solutions he has provided, except for one thing: reform. There is a lot of room for reform in the legal sector, in the legal education sector. We need to reform the way we train our lawyers. Colleagues, one of the speakers said, well, we are sold this rosy notion that the legal profession is noble. Yes, the legal profession is noble, and don't let it lose its nobility with you. The people who have fought to keep it noble, to keep it attractive, have done so deliberately. There used to be this judgment on taxing costs, where the judge was saying, when you are taxing, the principal, yes, when you are taxing in such a way that you award the lawyer money that keeps the profession still attractive. The message we are sending is that being a lawyer is the worst thing that can happen to a young person. I hate for that day when it will be a reality. But the fortunate bit, you see those 3 years I talk about and are not very popular, we will have this conversation. I want us to have this conversation again after 3 years, when my sister has fully got her papers, when she can take instructions on her own and stand in her own right with a right of audience before the Supreme Court. I want us to come back and have that conversation. Because most of the things, and if you've noticed the cycle, we always have this conversation shortly after LDC graduation. Because of the other thing I spoke about in the beginning, we've had this conversation, and now we've seen the cycle. Every after October, around there, of the previous year, the new year comes in with a lot of fatigue. Because the bubble has burst. We are now looking for the nobility. But in the process of looking for the nobility, let us not lose the bigger picture. After 3 years, you are going to be very influential businessmen in this town. Your local community at church, at Rotary is going to invite you to speak. You are going to have people following you to do for them their business. Please keep the dignity. The things we write on Twitter, someone said they are entertaining. Yes, they engage. But while we are writing them and we are exchanging, the fellow who calls me the lawyer that pays a table and stationery in Rio is unfortunately is not here. You are talking about me, Isaac Mpanga. You don't know me. We've met on X and you follow me and I follow your account. You don't know me. Behind you, there are other people who swear by my name, who say, that guy is the one who showed me the way. You are misdirecting. I think There was even someone who wrote and said, guys, you misdirect. That's your best ally. We are not many who will tell you that right now. I told you I enrolled in, I left LDC in 2012 and I enrolled in 2014. One of my proteges is an associate partner. Another one is a high-flying lawyer somewhere winning awards. But when she was getting that job, the employer came to my inbox and asked me, "Ono mwana ngambi wakola naye, how well do you know her?" Now you don't know that conversation that I had. So let's, at the end of the day, the reality is there are 3 years, whether you're from a rich background or poor background. There are 3 years. There are 3 years for you to start telling people, I am a commercial lawyer. For you to start telling people, I am an intellectual property rights lawyer. For you to start telling people, I am a criminal lawyer. There are 3 years. In those 3 years, my sister, you're going to help us do so many things. You're going to serve process. You're going to prepare pleadings. And I want to answer that question. Are young lawyers valuable? My most brilliant days were those 3 years when I had just left school. I still had all my notes. I used to come with them to class. So to work. I had an authority for any scenario you can paint. And everybody at office knew. But after a while I went, I think after the 3 years, I wasn't as brilliant anymore. I was now chasing the paper. And the zeal to cite cases offhand had also waned. You are going to grab. There will be a new crop of lawyers who will curse you. You are bad. You make us do a lot of work. You do this. The profession is noble. Now, we can conduct the business of the profession nobly or drag it in the mud. Me, on the other hand, I can never be dragged in the mud. Because behind me, I have people who will swear by my name. When I went to Mengo in 2011, as I told you, I left school in 2012.
A minute, Councillor Isaac.
And I'm wrapping this up. There was no legal department. I told you I chaired the legal committee in the Luchiko. It is the one that pushed to start the legal department, which now you call Buganda Royal Law Chambers. It employs 9 also lawyers. Those swear by my name. See, this guy started the thing that we are eating from. I don't even eat from there. So, map your journey. Walk it with faith. Walk it with some level of hunger. What I sense, and I want to be honest with you, there is no hunger in this room. There is more anger than hunger in this room. Man, someone asks you to come and review with them a Supreme Court matter, and all you see is an ugly old lawyer telling you to write opinions for him and disturbing you. That day I would call up all my friends and tell them, I'm doing a Supreme Court case. Who has a decision on this? So I would shine. Nothing gives the lawyer satisfaction as seeing a judge writing judgments and repeating your submissions. Even if your name is not in that judgment, you know, I'm the one who researched that point. So the profession is noble. The profession will pay, certainly not in 1 year. It might pay by a paycheck, but if you're looking for the profession to pay you by a paycheck, ask Mr. Birungi how much he was earning in ministry, and if he had said that, if he wouldn't even be our Minister of Finance. But if you're looking to earn from the profession from a paycheck, well, I look stupid telling you this when I'm employed. But I told you this again. I am working a career, not a job. I have a reason why I told you I was earning more money in private practice when I made a decision to move to DFCU. So, guys, trust the process. When you feel let down, speak to some of us. Don't speak to Isaac. Maybe Isaac will give it to you too blunt and he'll tell you if you're from a proper background, wait for 3 years. Speak to someone else who will explain it to you, but we'll all be telling you the same thing. When Mr. Birungi stood to talk to you about it, he made you look at his overheads. Everyone you ask for a higher pay
Isaac, our time is
do
up.
that. So, colleagues, all I can say is that we are not many. The profession can still feed all of us. Let us drive deliberate reform. Someone ask yourself, why are we regulated by Law Council? That is a department in the Ministry of Justice. Which other bar association do you know that is regulated like that? All other bar associations are regulated by independent bodies. There is a lot of protectionism when you go to other bar associations, right from admitting someone. Try to apply to London School of Law to try and get their barrister qualifications. So the area, I argued once on Twitter that why does it require physical premises to have a law firm? Why can't I submit online law reports, an online address for people to serve me process, and my KYC to law counsel, and then
Councillor
I get
Isaac, the discussion goes on and on. Our time is up.
I have to end it here, and I thank you, Secretary, for the opportunity to engage.
Thank you, Councillor Isaac. That has been enriching. My take from the discussion we've had is that, number one, there is need for reform of the education, of the legal education, then so that young lawyers are taught how to hunt than just being given, theoretical skills. There is need to engage stakeholders about the lawyers' pay, that these laws are ancient. Maybe the lawyers are not paid well because the payment to the lawyers is not what it is supposed to be. There is need to address issues relating to contracts of employment in law firms. Number four, that this is not an issue of young lawyers versus senior lawyers. It is an issue that concerns us all legal professionals, irrespective of experience in practice, that we must work together to find solutions affecting young lawyers. And to us as your council, the members' first agenda is about this, the engagement we've had today. We must now look at ourselves as lawyers. The way our ULS Act is coached, it's as though the society is supposed to be addressing matters concerning the rest of Ugandans. But we are saying, let us look at matters affecting our profession. And to Council Edwin, you said maybe ULS should have had a litigation department or cluster. Actually, we have a cluster on litigation. We have a department, and we call upon all our members who have issues to litigate on to come to us. We are very available. Personally, I'm available. Council Musi may come to me, tell us an issue you want us to litigate on. Surely, I will offer you my support 100%, and I'm sure Council will offer you the support so that we can make our profession the noble profession it actually is. Yes, then also there is need to reform the law relating to legal practice. Those are the 5 aspects I picked from this discussion. The discussion goes on and on because for sure, when members raise an issue, it means it's an issue of concern. We cannot just throw it under the bridge and say, no, everything is okay. Young lawyers for sure have got issues which they would want senior lawyers to look at. The young lawyers in the next 3-4 years, they will be senior lawyers. They will be addressing the same issues to the young lawyers. So this is a honest discussion. It's not so and so versus so and so, or young lawyers versus senior lawyers. And we hope at the end of the day, it will shape the future of Uganda society. I thank you, members, for listening to us, both members online and those present. And I hope that this discussion has enriched our knowledge about the issues affecting young lawyers. With that, I wish you a very good evening. This marks the end of today's discussion on the dilemma faced by young lawyers. Thank you.
Sorry, before you leave, panelists, we would have closing remarks from the chairperson, Young Lawyers Committee. Then we'll have a picture, then we depart.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. I would like to thank the President, Uganda Law Society, the ULS Council members, the Secretariat, and the Young Lawyers Committee. They've been so instrumental in this, but also, and most importantly, it's both online and physically present. We appreciate the fact that you're part of this. This is day one of being resilient and innovative. I hope are the lessons that we've learned and picked from this. And I would like the discussion to continue today too. So we invite you to participate tomorrow physically and online during the engagement. Thank you so much for day one. This marks the end of our first day of the symposium. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We still have a lot for you. Thank you so much.
Please see the picture. Yes, you're seated. The rest of the team, let's stand behind. Please note tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. So be here between 8 and 9. Just housekeeping, we have a ring. Anyone who lost their ring, please come to me.